Chat, what's up? How are you doing? Yo, yo, yo. Check everything is working. Everyone can hear me, right? Lovely. How's everyone doing? YouTube chatters as well. Hello, hello. Kojak, I see that. Heretics is keeping the same roster until kickoff week 3. Do we know what roster that is for sure? Mini Boo playing while doing schoolwork, or is he will play tomorrow? Oh, okay, that's not bad at all. Better than I thought it would be. He's flying back. Damn, dude. Commitment, but I respect it, honestly. I think that's their best chance to actually do well.
Everyone, and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. We are coming to you live from Berlin to kick off the new season of VCT EMEA. I am your host Yingsu, and I'm joined here once again by Kakuka and a guest, Bone Cold with a 3K. Welcome to the studio.
Yo, thank you so much. It's so nice to be here with you guys.
Let's boost that
Am I happy to
a little bit
live
better now.
No, I'm not. Am I happy to see the teams now from EMEA
Nico, thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. We've got Benz as well with the tier 1. Barked with the Prime as well. Steph with the Prime also. 20 months, 12 months, whole year. Fitch as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, everyone.
What do you think about the EMEA performance at Madrid?
Quick and brief, actually, if some might say. I mean,
yeah, we're trying some new stuff today. I've got a new command, so let's see if I can. This should change the color to blue, so I can do like blue question marks if that team needs to clear the question mark. I can do red question marks, right? So you can like work out like who needs to clear what. Then this team has way too many things, and then we can have perfect arrow. Oh, perfect arrow.
I'm just very
perfect square.
How they're going to actually perform now in Berlin.
Or rectangle.
I feel like
if I can remember it. The technology's here, it's just if we can remember it. We'll see what we can do. Cappy Bond, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
I feel like they're probably going to come in with a lot of confidence. I know other people call us a zero.
Martinez as well, 196 Martinez. Thank you for the 2 months. Learning, yeah, we're trying to upgrade it. I think it will make it better, especially for, oh my goodness, unless I do that. Especially for like newer viewers, this should be pretty good. Okay, on the minimap. Need a better blue.
6 teams out of these 11 will be heading to playoffs, and for each win these teams get during the regular season and playoffs as well, they're going to be earning 1 point. You guys can see on your screen right now on the left hand side, kickoff, of course they won kickoff, so they
Adulty, thank you as well, man, and Jarvis vibing with the 6 months. Thank you, too. Appreciate it.
Earning 3 points as well, and
how's the YouTube chat doing? Calm down. Yeah, we're trying to get there. Do I give advice to Liquid in secret? No, not really. The most I'll do is Bacon goes, do you like this, or what do you think of this, or can this be improved, and I'll give my opinion on it. That is like, yeah. Bacon's pretty much the only one that I'll speak to. It's their team, man. I don't wanna step on anyone's toes or do anything. But I'm more than happy to give my opinion if they ask for it. Goka as well, with the tier 2, 6 months in advance, Goka. Holy hell. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
So if we think about the thermometer and how
that's
things
wild,
are going to be, I love this graphic.
Hills as well, thank you with the Prime. Thank you for the 7 months.
I'm gonna start right at the bottom, and I think that the
I think I can change the colors of the arrows as well, right?
BBL, right? I'm going to put them down here. I feel like last year they had tremendously bad
nightmare to remember, but here we are.
In a row. I feel like this year as well with those 2 losses, I think they're coming in cold because as all the teams have gathered stronger together, right? There's less of a different level amongst them. I think that BBL is the team that has the most to prove. So
where can you see the schedule for live games? I mean, you can go to VLR. That's probably the easiest store you can go in game. They've got it in game now.
I'm going to place Giant X. Now, same logic, like last year they were the winners of LCQ, but, you know, maybe with the new change coming in, we're going to see a different face of them, maybe adapting more to this times that we're running with.
When does the match start?
What do you think?
Like 10, 15? Or likely to lean with 15?
It's a little biased because I just got, you know, like released out of Vitality, but I do still think that Vitality is going to be one of the teams that is going to come up strong in this split. I feel like they have like very good individual players. I feel like now with Trex joining as well, it's going to be very nice to see them, you know. I'm just excited.
Come together.
Did I see mini viewers playing now? Honestly, you guys informed me about it, so yeah, I have now because
as I said earlier, I think KC is like 100% going to be one of the other teams.
Diffix, thank you with the 13 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
Just because of their experience.
Good idea getting Bone Cold. Yeah, I agree. I could turn the broadcast up a bit, right?
These are pretty good picks, but there's a couple of teams missing. So if you can do me a favor, I'll take care of the Bone medium rare and just throw Fnatic, Liquid, and Na'Vi in there. You know, I think they're in the middle. I don't necessarily think they're Bone Cold or Bone Hot coming into this, but Kakuka, maybe some potential to move up or down.
Hear me out. I think that people are very excited for Fnatic, maybe forgetting a bit of what happened during kickoff. They're still a top-notch team. Same for Na'Vi. Maybe a little bit of the nerves now that Artis is back. We want to see the Na'Vi that won.
Enoch with the 8 months as well. Thank you so much, man.
For Liquid, I think the same. You know, with that super
I talked to Liquid after Plat Chat. I got 2 people message me on Discord from Liquid with pretty much just a screenshot of me picking foot over them. Just straight up mugshot, essentially.
That's my one boomer
No news of me getting fired,
Let's
so it's
talk
alright.
about the first matchup we are going to see here, kicking off with Karmine Corp versus Giant Eggs. We're just going to have to address.
I did get assigned some extra media for tomorrow though, so maybe that's my punishment.
So Bone Cold, talk me through Purpo, the fact that he's coming in for Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, Purpo is actually super exciting player to actually see coming into this league. I was playing with him. I think he subbed in for us in a sense.
I picked Liquid in my pick'em, only to beat Koi.
Back then, he was an amazing flex player, super nice to play with.
Vitality has a chance, bro. Vitality has a chance for Shanghai. Vitality is stacked,
Let's see
bro.
how we can flower off, you know, like into the scene.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, this is the tweet where they announced that he was going to be joining them. Nuke, I'm sad that we have to like let him go. I hope that we see him again either during the year or maybe next year.
Sentinel, Purpo is initiator.
Just to give you a little bit of information on who Purpo
That's
is,
true.
I think Vocal, that's
wild if that's true.
He does have that
Purpo could definitely farm Sentinel. Purpo,
KPI,
that would honestly make
you know,
the
best
most
players,
sense, I think.
come from the Spanish league.
Because Purpo's been putting up numbers on initiator.
VCT experience. He only played a couple of matches. He did join Gambit in that transition to M3 Champions, right, through Meg, but he only screamed one time and then he went on to play that one time. The performance wasn't great, but he was the kind of player that people expected.
Duelist. That's what the rumor was.
He will come into that top tier. We also could see in the graphic the last agents that he played, a lot of initiation, info gathering, but he actually is a super flexible player.
This is the thing though, this is a good pickup, you know.
Have I reacted to or commented on the podcast with Boaster saying that they can beat every Madrid team in Fnatic's current form? I mean, just prove it, I guess is the best way to say it. Everyone should think that anyway. Everyone in a team should think that, otherwise I worry for your team. Because you gotta have confidence, but you gotta just prove it now. Last stream APAC 2, yeah, doing everything. The only thing I can't do is like China on, what is it, Saturday, Sunday, wherever they overlap.
Very flexible. So is the 1-for-1 Nuke the
Is Liquid vs Koi a clown off or an okay off? I don't know, man. Let's find out. I'm hoping for a bit better than an okay off, but we'll see. That's such a savage way of putting it. LXX, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 13 months. I am the true blue with the 2 months as well. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate
How are we going to counter that to make us again a very good contender for titles?
Well, you guys have heard from us. Let's hear from Giant X's coach Pipson.
Do you want VODs again? Yes, please, Ryan. That would be great.
I'm now joined
I'll try and communicate with you before if I'm going to do the Friday games or not. But I think just upload everything, Ryan, if that's cool with you. And then we'll just do the same thing where I send you over.
I don't think that there is one exact reason why it happened. We worked for a pretty long time, like all together. I think we didn't make any changes after Champions. It was Ryan retiring himself and the stuff like that. So it's just like, with a matter of time, we had issues which we couldn't fix in general, and it's not related to only like Ziggy. It's related to the full team. So it's not us making the change. It's not only changing Ziggy. We're changing a lot of stuff. The way we will approach the game, the way we will play, the roles, like to make people more comfortable, to also take a look on players' personality, like for example, what is the traits of the personality and what fits him more inside the game and the stuff like that. So we did a lot of changes, and it's not only about changing like a certain player, but so there are a lot of different reasons to make that change, and it has nothing to do with Nuki personally or something. I think we're still like in a good relationship. So I worked with him for like 2 years, starting from G2. So it's just a matter of time.
I will say the purple, great pickup. He's very
Is
very
Clove
flexible.
available for this tournament
next
next week?
What role
Snowy
can
Val,
we
thank you for the
expect
Prime, bro.
to see
Appreciate that.
Purple
Thank you for the
on,
30
in
months.
today's game,
And not
perhaps?
carries as well. I think I said you earlier.
Let me
but thank
remember
you.
what was the map, Vito.
I mean, in general, what's being shuffled around? Because he's very flexible.
Yeah, so you will mostly see him on proactive roles, like being more proactive, and Vitinho will also flex more, like in that sense that sometimes he will play dually, sometimes he will play something else and stuff like that. So we are just trying to make everyone a little bit more comfortable, and it's also switching other roles because Gigimantas was playing a sentinel role, so someone else has to take it. And so it's a lot of different changes and a lot of different changes, not only inside the roles, but also inside the game, the way we want to approach. We kind of forgot all of our fundamentals, which lead us to champions previous year, and we just played garbage on kickoff, so it was unacceptable, and I hope we will show right now that it's much better, and we are developing rather than regressing, you know.
Thank you very much for your time, Pipson. I can't wait to see it. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Now, we've heard a lot from Magnum and Tommazi on social media. They've been spilling some tea, and I thought we would also spill some VCT. See what I did there?
Bam, hello, mate. How you doing?
We're going to talk about Casey in just a second, because I felt like
Coutinho flexing a bit more. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see
as well. What did you make of that?
I love the fact
I think
that
any
he
teams
is
will try
always
Clove.
so
Yeah,
honest about why
C9 for
Purple's also
sure.
such a big pick
I
on
reckon,
the
man.
way
I
that he's
reckon
talking about
we're
we've
gonna
lost
see the
all the
most judge
fundamentals,
we've
which,
ever
by the
seen
way,
out
as a
of
coach, like, admitting that about your team,
out of
it's
Vanity.
probably admitting that you made a
I
mistake.
would
You're
imagine
admitting it in front of
Navi.
everyone
I
and,
would
like, taking that
imagine
blame. We've seen
like
it from other coaches, but to be
teams that
so
like to
open, so
experiment.
specific
EG
about such a big
could be a good
mistake.
fix for some of the stuff Loud's doing.
Yeah, I love Pipson. He's always like
We'll
super
see.
straightforward when it comes to these types of things. So
Obviously,
it's
you would
super
need
nice
more
to
of a
hear, you
fix
know,
as
like,
well, but
kind of, you know, like see behind the team as well a little bit.
Yeah, well, we've spilled some tea on Giants, but let's hear what the tea
your hot
has
take
been
for
spilled
stage 1 is
with
Fit
KC,
will
because
win
I'm gonna ignore everything
their
Magnum
group.
has been saying on social
If they
media.
lean more into
Kukuka,
KO,
you
I kind of
heard
agree
any
that they
rumors,
should be good.
anything,
What
coming
do you
out
think of Jin
KC?
going back to
I
Paper
do
X?
hear
I
a
think
lot
it's
of rumors,
solid,
right? There are
man.
some that I
I
believe,
mean,
some
it's like
that
the
I
best news they
don't.
could have had,
What
really.
I heard is that from
Because
the
now they can just go
beginning,
back to
they didn't
old
actually
form. It
intend
might
to
take
win
them a little
Masters,
bit,
they
but it
just
shouldn't
wanted
take
to
them
get the
too long.
reps. Also, they think that they're like so superior that they just wanted to
Sentinels,
get
yeah,
the reps
Sentinels
also in
might
the
try
box
it
for the
for
other
sure.
teams. To actually see and spot where the flaws are early in the
Just
year,
having someone
so
on
then
10s
they
that he
win
can
champs.
go
They
super
give him a
aggro
chance.
on. It's pretty good.
No, they want the other
Feel
teams
bad for Mon
to
yet.
study them, to counter them, so
I
they
still
can
think he put
learn
himself
how
on
they
the
can be
like shop
countered, so they
window.
can
We'll
fix
see
it
what
right
actually
away.
happens
It's
if
a
they're
great
like
That's the Yang
the
method.
bad.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
bad
yeah.
time for him. He
Anything
probably
you've
misses
heard,
most of the
Bonko?
year.
I mean,
I imagine.
some people have been talking about, you know, like it was Casey, you know, like honeymooning, you know, like through the first split.
You're not
and, you know,
wrong.
like
It
into
is
Madrid,
bad
but
timing.
From what I've heard and, you know, like just what I've seen as well, I don't feel like it's a honeymoon. I feel like they're playing super solid.
What about you? Have you heard anything?
I've heard many things. And the thing that I like the most about what I've heard is very much same as you, Kukuka. They wanted to give Americas a chance, you know, let them have one.
Exactly.
For this one, and we go to Shanghai and champs and stuff, it's going to be their time.
They just wanted to get comfortable because otherwise EMEA would have been on top on like trophies, and they
Team
just wanted
Paper X
to
will
get
continue in
things
no
even,
duelist
you
comp
know?
on
Yeah,
Sunset.
makes-
Yeah, that's
makes
the
things
one
a bit
map
more
that is like
interesting.
their
Right,
best map
is
at the
it?
moment.
What are we
That's the
fighting
one
for?
map I don't
Yeah,
expect to
and
change.
I also heard Narrate is actually from EMEA. I heard he's not. He's a fraud NA. Did you hear that as well?
No, I haven't heard this.
Well, now you
Well, they could go
you're
back
not
to
on
their
the
old
right
stuff, I
channel,
guess.
Because I've heard that as well.
I've been missing out on the wrong discords.
Well,
Maybe
now,
you have.
now we have heard that though. What are we expecting, Bone Cold, from a player like Narrate? Does he have an even higher ceiling than he's shown?
I mean, he's been like mechanically, he's been like unbelievable. So I'm wishing to see, you know, like that this team, you know, like they can come
Des,
like
hello,
more
mate. How you
together
doing?
than what they were in the first
Aramelx as well with the
and I want to
13
see
months. Thank you
Narrate,
so
know,
much.
like,
Ready for
taking
some
the-
Valorant?
like,
Yeah.
taking the responsibility and, you know,
The
like
grind starts here and
bringing
should be
his,
pretty
like,
fun.
standards even above what they were.
For 5 weeks
I
of
feel
just
like they wanted
solid.
someone
I mean,
else.
literally
I'm missing a
solid
bit of, like,
Valorant.
Tommazi action. I feel like last year he was great. I feel like
There's so,
Narrate
dude. There's so
has
many
taken
teams I'm
all
excited
that
for.
spotlight,
Even some of
which
like the
don't get me
lower
wrong,
down
he deserves.
teams.
He earned
I'm so invested in this year, I'm not gonna lie.
But to me, it's like I've had enough of him.
I'm invested
in the
every
sense
year,
that I
but
wanna
I'm
see
super
someone
invested
else,
this year.
you know, like taking that role of surprising all of us.
Yeah.
Would love to see like
Right, the legend, thank you, man.
Martini
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
What do I think about Purple? I know. I mean, we used to practice against Purple like what every other day. Back when I used to coach, so I know he's outrageously good. And I mean, he puts up the numbers in tier 2. I think sometimes he feels the pressure, so I'm not expecting him to look like insane straight away. But maybe like more in the season, maybe like week 3, week 4 or something. Maybe even week 2. It'd be cool if he came out performing.
Returning to the region that they now rule.
By week 3, I'm gonna look ghostly, bro. I look ghostly already, man. I haven't seen daylight for a long time.
Martin, Tamazi, and Shin. KC beat them before.
I did get actually that's a lie. I did get blinds for here now, so that I can make sure that I don't get any daylight. We didn't have blinds last time.
Cloud and Hoodie. And rounding up the squads, of course, they couldn't be here without their coaches. We've got Aang and Pipson.
The kings of EMEA are back here on stage.
I mean, Papo used to be like the 6th man for
they have a different look, they have a different player, and you have to
Papo used to be the 6th man for Gambit most of the time, so
Casey might have been getting
they definitely,
all of those reps in the international tournament, but we brought the best teams in the world to Prague here at EMEA, and I am sure that Giants was on the better end of that, right? Bringing in a new player, trying something else, and finding a way to counter everything that I've seen in the international
thank you so much for the 18 months, appreciate it. I missed your sub, dude. I think that it might happen today. Vision BP as well, I nearly missed yours.
The last time it was
Retoxicity, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, Giants. Whoa. We're already getting the new colors out. Sure.
Interesting to see. Oh, we have Sunset as well.
I mean, Breeze,
Giants get rid of Lotus, Kickoff get rid of Ascend.
And it's so
They
interesting
pick
because
Breeze?
Casey,
Sure.
just this year they've played 25 maps. None of them have been Breeze. On the side of
Giants get rid of the split, they don't want to play it and bind. So it's not that bad. The fact sure, I mean, we have no idea how Giants look in terms of map pool-wise, so...
Also knowing and hearing from Pipson that Purple might be on that duelist role, on that more flexible role. They just think, what crazy things are Giants
often the players have a bad game.
Super smart.
I mean, it definitely happens. Like what?
What do you make of this?
Thing is, it's kind of map dependent. Some people don't feel like as confident on certain maps. It can happen like what? At a high level, maybe like once out of every 2 best of 3s in terms of like a bad map. You could have a really bad day. There's been a few of them.
The way that KC play it, the way that they're so well organized, especially when it comes to the retakes and playing it from the defense, it's a good pick to ban, right? After all the performance and all the reps, even though the VODs are there are things that you cannot prep against.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, when Purple played VCT for M3C, it was Breeze, right? And it wasn't good. So this is like a redemption thing, because when he stepped in as a sub then, he was very shaky, but
dude,
this time around, he's not a sub anymore, he's coming in as one of the main players, so he's got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I think that it's different because I asked him, like, because he was a 6th player, right? It's not like he's subbing in for a map, but he only practiced with them 1 map, and it was Breeze, and then he got into, you know, and I think it was also like the final against Liquid for Last Chance qualifier, and we know that is the Liquid Champions qualifier, so there was nothing that he could do against that.
I mean, on the other side of this, Bone Cold, KC, they're coming in as
they normally have Zesh doing that kind of stuff.
Of EMEA. Madrid,
he had a dream Haven is back.
Oh man,
that would be a nice world.
Do you think it's on their shoulders to make sure they have a good season and start well?
White SSL, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you with the 4 months.
I feel like the players themselves
appreciate you, bro.
A lot to prove, you know. I feel like you as you gain the confidence, you get to Madrid, you know, like you kind of get the privilege of looking down to other teams, being like, you know, like, hey, like, where
we start with Breeze.
Okay, the agents of
Okay, so Vitinho, okay, so double duelist, and honestly, they might lean into double duelist a lot. Redgar playing Cypher. Redgar plays Cypher.
Interesting to see them going with this double duelist, you know, playing the extra pressure. They're going to be starting on the attack since they picked this map. KC, they're going out with a very, very standardized composition. Martin there on that Jet narrator.
Marzi on Cypher.
I really like this. What do you think, Bonko, about the compositions?
It's so nice to see the double duelist. I feel like, especially on a map like Greece, where we have so much space, you know.
Yeah,
like
sure. There's a lot of mad stuff going on. Cloudon's comfort should be interesting.
Like Jet and Yoru, and how will Purpo and Vitinho, you know, like play together to get the space for them?
Totally. That is something that we need to see, that synergy between these two new duelists.
Also, Redgar Cypher, I'm all here for
Yeah, I've never seen a Redgar Cypher.
Yeah.
No, it's like ever. I mean, he's always had Nats on his team.
For today, it is Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much to our analyst desk. Yes, Tom, it's time to kick this one off, and I'm excited. This is a first time for everything, and Vitinho coming in with a Yoru. It's exciting. This guy's always been a star duelist.
What do you think of the take? The Sentinels have a better chance of winning against 100 Thieves with Curry. With practice, yeah, you might be right there. Also, it's like the whole nothing to lose aspect can be a thing. Like completely no pressure compared to a little bit of pressure. And especially as you might even play on 100 Thieves mind in terms of like, well, this is embarrassing if we lose to a stand-in. But yeah, I do agree with that. I'm on board with it. The vibes will be high also, yeah.
So definitely some large shifts coming in, something that was mentioned by Pipson when they were going into the interview with Sue. So it's a new look for sure. The question is, are they going to be able to hold up against a team that
always talks about Breeze being a huge map for mid-round calls and shows adaptability. Yeah, that's true. It's one of the better maps to like slow play, and you can find a lot of timings, and it's one of those maps where you can give people freedom to make plays. So yeah, for sure. Oiko, thank you so much, man. Good to see you here as well. Thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Elio as well with the 33 months. God damn, bro. Hope everything's going well, Elio. Good to see you, mate.
Stakes are even higher. They're less favored. The good thing is, though, they've had the time while that international event has been going on. I'm sure they wouldn't
Walden with the prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for that, man.
Now, at least. But it is something that might stand to them coming back in here now. KC had a grueling international schedule between media days, coming in, makeup, hair, all the stuff that they've got to do on that international level. They didn't have time, very much time to prac throughout those days. They're focused on officials with a couple pracs under their belt. Giants X have had weeks now to sit back and plan everything meticulously.
Weeks, but when did they actually like know that they were changing players? Is the real thing.
They've made a roster change. If ever there was a chance for them to win that matchup, it's now.
I think the more interesting thing as well is going into the map pool, because although you say that KC haven't...
You think Jin coming back, Paperx will have their confidence back? Honestly, I think Paperx had their confidence back like after the first game of Madrid. I think it will only boost it a little bit more. They only looked like they had no confidence first game in Madrid, that is all. Everything else looked relatively
back to normal. Schedule, something I spoke about with KC, and the fact is they had little turnaround, but they were still able to deal the damage to some of the best teams in the world who had a lot more prep, a lot more time under their belt.
On defense.
Now,
Giants
coming in here with a couple days.
K-Cup on attack, Giants on defense.
With a couple days could be a scary thing. Time to put them to the test on the side of Giant
Straight up retake wall as well. So retake wall that will go up. You can get a kill from the tag of the camera or the trip.
Defense, wasn't it, Tom?
Yeah.
So that graphic is
an interesting default as well. You put the trip over towards here.
Still being transported over from Madrid, so it'll be here soon. Don't worry.
You saw a different guy with the knife hit as well, and two people on site. And the Cypher lurk in middle.
That space, and Vitinho, well, his debut has not gone fantastically on the Yoru. The rate is just holding line, already managing to reposition. I think a little bit surprised to spot Purpo in that corner. And
that's not the best start.
The debut of one agent didn't go fantastically.
Okay, it is a 1v3. I know we don't have the HUD for a little bit.
Gonna work.
All right, I mean, the pistol round Yoru on attack, sure. I don't want to say the debut's gone to hell just yet, but yeah, for Redgar, maybe there's a chance. He could pop
draw it? Dude, I can't draw every individual player. I can give you this. You can give you people that are alive.
They go down 1v2 with info to play with, and look at the reaction.
That's about it.
Immediately, they put him in a box.
Look where the
they know he
spike is as
spawned,
well.
and they
Like,
run to the
yeah,
site,
I can
take a fight
even do
together.
this.
There's no way. It's going to be a triple swing on contact.
They don't even need to take the fight. He doesn't actually have.
Bro, I've given myself too many binds, man. It's way too confusing. This should be red. This should be blue. That should be okay.
Vigilant, and that's what we've enjoyed so much about
I might
this
have to
team.
change
is
that up at
you're
one point.
coming
It's
in
too
with
much.
a group of youngsters, a very experienced coach, and a brand new IGL, or brand new to the role at least. And somehow this team has always looked incredibly structured with everything they do. And that's, I'll be honest, that's the one thing I'm a little bit disappointed with going into this map is the comp they're playing is old school. Like, this is something we've seen for a long time, like running in with those double initiators, basically.
Actually, nothing, nobody. Hello, mate. Thanks for the 3 months, bro. How you doing? Dude, surely come on, guys.
I don't think it will matter.
Get that hard up and running.
Wow.
I think this is like there's a world where this solid default with the Cypher on attack, it can actually be good. What?
Suppose I will start doing a little tally up here.
Somehow you're gonna write the.
Okay, I mean everything's wrong.
Hold on, we can draw on the screen.
Let's not.
Like everything's wrong.
There we go. Perfect.
Oh, there we go. He did it for me.
On the wrong side, so it doesn't really help.
Yeah, I was
too
gonna
much.
say this should be.
Get a blue color. You've got time, Tom. You work away on that.
So it should actually be this.
I'm a
Oh my
genius.
goodness.
What have you done?
These guys are coming in and doing the actual hand.
That's actually good.
But I only have the number 1. So after this round,
Dude, I don't have to do anything anymore. These guys are just taking all of my rolls.
That is currently the scoreline.
It's perfect. Well, at least there's some semblance.
Okay, so Giants are on
what's
eco.
going on anymore, Tom? Well, for Giant X, they're pulled back. They're on the A site, nice and cozy, looking for a little bit of mid control down through the doors. They haven't seen anything there. I mean, this is a round where they come in with a decent amount.
Scarf. Bro, did we think we were going to have just a flawless first game?
Giants, they'll blitz in.
Doesn't happen like that.
Space through that tube, though. No one, I mean, it's being watched from way back in spawn. That's
It's also just timing now. How much damage can they do? Well, shit. It's just going to fall.
Clean on that
Getting
door.
himself halfway to that Viper's Pit in a singular round is definitely going to help out in the future. And for Cloud, well, at this stage, it's more so.
I mean, he's got to die.
Like, you've just got to go down. You don't want to be holding on to just a classic Martine. We'll
Yeah,
get
not
that
too
final
bad.
frag.
One of the better agents to farm as well in defense, Viper ult.
good start. Expected after the pistol. Tidied up nicely. Now we see an opportunity for them to take it even further.
The replay sound is so good.
I mean, for Shin, it's not bad as well picking up those orbs early. I think a lot of this is similar to the broadcast. They're going to iron out some of those little issues as the rounds go on.
He's trying to teach him. Where's Zesh, bro? He's trying to teach him what they do normally.
What's the default for KC? They're getting back in the swing of things.
Okay,
Give them some time.
big buy
The
rounds.
2-0 lead is good. This is their opportunity to capitalize. Giant X are going to buy rifles. They're going to invest
Coming back.
pretty fully.
Wait. On the bonus, they decide to double push here, and this guy's been spotted.
Sneaking up, but does he check the left?
Yeah, and he has no idea about the guy close. I love this from K-Corp. Instant reaction, group up, hit over towards B. Wall goes in, Cypher, retake wall, and double trip setup. They even have the normal trip. This is like the trip to get the Yori TP.
For that defensive side, of course, something we didn't talk too much about is the fact that we haven't seen much of the Sentinel at all out from Tamazi. For most of the time, he's basically just been playing on other agents. Nice work from
Yeah, this
Cloud,
guy's
though.
so crisp, man.
Managing to
Okay,
put
it's a
this round on his
1v3.
back.
They're on the bonus,
For Martine, though,
so
he
don't
does
worry
still
too
have a
much.
rifle. Has
They did
something
enough
to play
damage
with.
to
We
make
can
sure
try
the
and
next
do a little
round
bit of
is
damage.
a
You can
big
see
buy
how
round.
safe Giant X are being using that drone late in the round.
We mentioned this is around the KC.
This is nice as well, just waiting
Got a chance.
for the wall to come back up. I also think K-Corp did pretty good. They flooded heavy, just Cloud just wrecked everyone.
It has to be cleared, and
I
Cloud
mean, literally
just a
everyone.
little too quick. 4 kills.
Yoshi, thank you
in
so
that
much, man.
round
Appreciate the
for
17
Giant
months.
X.
Thank you,
That's
thank
a
you.
lifeline. If he doesn't pop off, they could have traded that round out.
Along
and
for the
ended up
hard?
with
Nah, I'm expecting the
next to
hard
nobody
now.
Or just nobody online.
Bro.
All right.
Man, it's all going wrong, man. It's
That's
all
one of those
going
things
wrong
that- that's what I
today.
was bringing up during the round is that this is actually within this team. Thomasy, I believe, first time playing on a Cypher. Now we were told he was moving to a Sentinel, and then over the last couple of months has played Viper.
Production's
19
just on
times,
fire, man.
and played a
It
couple
is
of
on
other agents
fire
along
there.
the way. So
Still
again,
no
new
hard?
ground for him, at least within this team. But for now, at least,
Where are we at?
we are going to be
2,
seeing this aggressive push into
2-1.
the site. Giant X taking that space, and not really anybody actually looking to hold on to it.
Yeah, they know what they're up against at this point. They just create that space instead. Vitinho being an annoyance up close at yellow, now just backing out. Having created the space, having found it all, here comes a drone up and over from Magnum. And they're looking to barrel forward on the back of this as a decoy that hasn't quite distracted
Even on the Cypher duel at middle is pretty important.
As KC close in towards the site, the fight is good
Whoa.
for Shin.
And literally everyone's dead.
Exactly
okay, 1v2 on this one. Sorry, 1v3.
But his util could buy some time. One snakebite already used, but he's just about out of toxins. Now it comes down to a 1v3 fight, not one he's likely to win. He needs to hit these opening shots. He'll find the first, but that is all.
Relatively close, and this pushes him down to an eco as well.
On round 3 when they were expected to.
Here we go, Chad. We got it.
Right back in the game.
And this is something they were good at throughout the entirety of Kickoff, and when you went over to Masters as well, the retakes from KC. I think one of the better teams within EMEA is sort of giving up that control and then moving back in as a unit.
Dude, we gotta just mute this replay, surely. I think that's the...
There is still going to be a purchase, though.
Hey, Chad, they got one down, though. We got the HUD back, so now they can focus on the next one. Just a guy going around with a fire extinguisher, just putting out all the flames. Honestly, that sums it up well.
Oh, we can take stock of where we are. You can look at Giant X's credits.
Yeah, Giant X can just buy into this one. They're missing a little bit of util, not much.
From this early
start,
one that they're
a
likely
flash
to
and
just
that's
run
it.
away with.
Guy is so committed.
Internationally, not a map they're known for. And with Purpo taking the opening and dropping Martine.
That was a really bold play. It's not too bad in terms of like being able to dash away angle-wise, right? You would normally get out of that angle, but respect for them at least.
They can afford to commit.
Like thinking that it would happen, thinking that someone could be there. Ooh, that's great as well. Ult goes in, they realize the site's clear, and this guy gets out of there with no swing.
Just about, and it will give the space over in towards the site.
Plant goes in, and this is pretty nice from Redgar. He's actually mixing up his luck. This is the first time he'd normally been lurking over towards middle. It's the first time that he actually goes tube. Bro, Redgar can wreck this round. Yeah, I mean, creates so much pressure here as well. Pretty much all came down to the first kill, right? They gave him a kill when they had a Cypher ult. They got the instant infos. They were looking for the kill back, and they just realized the site was clear. It was a really bold move in middle.
They traded out decently as well, Tom, as far as ults go. I mean, Giant X are going to have a lot coming online, high impact ones later. But for them early on, it's a good sign to still be able to compete like that, make these rounds work. Redgar even getting his slow play up through mid. You know, he used to command one of the best.
It forces them down to eco, and they can still do a good amount of damage here, but...
It's going to be very fun to see him attempting to do some of that himself.
Second round, so on the bonus and on the eco, this time they 4 people push.
As I said, ulti's coming online for the next round.
I mean, you're not going to expect 4 of them, I guess.
And if you look at what KC are working with, well, pistols. So for
and they got spotted, so you would imagine they fall back, but the fact they carry on going with it is not too bad. A good reaction from Giants.
So, we've spoken about this before. Purpo, I would say, was somewhat harshly, given his debut in the VCT, playing for a team called Mech.
Yeah.
Do you remember what map he was subbed in for?
It was this map.
It was Breeze. So he's
it was Breeze, and he went like 7 to 14 or something.
This time
wasn't
on the
great.
Same map that he was subbed in for. Yeah, it's all swings and roundabouts. The streets never forget with someone like Purpo.
Oh, that's
Although Hoodie, wow, what a start to the round.
Yeah, it's huge. They have pistols, but actually it's good that Hoodie gets those kills. That's Viper's Pit online. I mentioned that it might be next round, it might be the one after. Well, it is next round. A big ultimate to have, especially when KC have their own pit to play with.
And they gotta die apart from the guy that saved.
Weapon, so he is out of here. He wants to save that. But Tamazi and Narite aren't too keen.
11 to 16.
Yeah,
a little bit better than I thought.
Some money. Those sheriffs not worth quite as much.
It was savage, man. In a best of 5.
a 6th round closed with 3-3, neck and neck, despite a pistol round to KC.
The observer audio is bugged as well, just the third person audio.
Already. And I guess this is the question, right, for KC, letting this map through. Tom, you mentioned
guys, it's not your audio. It's the replay audio and it's the third person observer. Don't worry too much.
Maybe it's because it's early season as well, though. We don't know whether they've worked a ton and this has been their speciality, or whether they're like, hey, let's try it now, see, and we can figure out our pool as the season goes on.
I'm out or not? Straight in. Another big round for K-Corp.
It could just be that they felt a little bit less comfortable on that map.
Okay, definitely starting to sort the sound out on this one.
Like Giant X, who just brought in
she needs to be a little bit careful. There is a lot of people here. What ults do we got? Cloud's ult, Hoodie's ult if they get over towards site, one away from an orb as well. I've been enjoying some of these aggro trips that they've been doing, right? We saw this one on the pistol, we've seen this one from here. We need to keep an eye on K-Corp just going super proactive. The only thing they heard was this trip. The guy at door heard it, but they just really early on wanted to go aggro. Keep an eye on the Cypher, can he find him?
One waiting to watch the tube. They are about to have a flank that could catch players off.
Yeah,
this is nice, and this is probably what K-Corp just do is like an anti... I mean, they at least create pressure like they were going to fight for the orb.
They haven't just yet, and they've taken a kill. This is where
Cypher?
presumably Redgar turns around and finds them, but a little too late to the party. KC have already
it's a nice ult, but it doesn't reach the spike. We planted a little bit too aggro over towards the site, so this Viper needs to kind of get involved a little bit on the site. Does have 2 mollies, does have his smoke that is not down yet.
Very much, if any, impact, especially with a Vandal. Those sprays through the smoke aren't going to go too well. Well, here's a real test for Hoodie. They know where he is now. They've echoed. Well, I thought they did. They're still looking in main. He almost snuck his way back over, but
what a weird round.
Bodies to deal with.
Okay, nicely done. Nicely done from K-Corp in the end. 4 people as well surviving. The money's good.
A team might have if they're not
I mean, Redgar could have won that round.
Giant X are running a Cypher, so that the fact that they managed to get that far with absolutely no one realizing is a big problem. And I think either you're going to see a pause taken or just something from Redgar to say, okay, we can't allow that to happen again.
Wait, what did I miss there? What the hell happened there? God, this round was full of disasters, bro. That at middle and that at spawn.
Gave them a free round. Like, they're able to get all the way through, have the players within the site, so even the players pushing.
Yeah, and they faked that they wanted to go aggro the round before. And then now they're actually going to go aggro. So this is a bit of a classic and just condition them, and then maybe they don't think there's numbers behind it, but this time they have numbers behind it. Life goes in as well, doesn't hit anyone.
You can sometimes commit the player to it. It's one of those things.
Cloud has his ult.
That happens to be the gap that KC walked straight into.
Yeah, and they're really aware of this question mark.
Giant X still full bot. Still with some of those ultis to play with, and they've managed to surround these players on A. The door is open, the players are blitzing out. Giant X not winning the engagements to start with, and Redgar's gone down to one of their own snake bites. This is a disaster.
Yeah, they molly over towards stairs. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
The smoke and bail back into main. The attackers are now the defenders, and they're surrounded. This is a terrible round.
These 2 rounds back to back is oh man, it's really bad right now.
Still a 4 versus 2.
It's really bad, bro.
That's a bigger problem. You are surrounded on all flanks. They're going to have to almost try and fight forward, baiting them in on the plant, but you can see Thomasy waiting deep and Martin on the corner.
It looks so detached as well.
Absolutely nowhere he can go. They might even allow him to get the plant down just so they can get into position to try and clear him from that angle.
Holy. I mean, yeah, you have got to try it. It's not as bad as the last round, at least. Dude, this was a disaster. How did he go down so much? I guess he just got spammed through a cage.
So there was no way for him to sneak his way out. All in all, that is a
damn, dude.
Oh, he was already walking through a snake bite, got hit by so much utility, tagged down low, and then just that friendly snake bite beckoning him in.
And he jumped down. I mean, that's probably his normal pathing with the strat. And then I guess he didn't realize how much HP he's on. That does force them down to eco after these 2 disasters.
A couple of rounds, I think Redgar is going to want to forget.
Instant recon over towards A as well. That clears out everything. That means a heavy rotate can come in.
Fantastic so far, I'll be honest. Definitely some gaps within it. And they're going to go back to this.
Pretty much the pistol.
Now, bear in mind, last time out, Cloud absolutely farmed. It's not gone well to start.
Yeah, but they've gotten a lot of space, so they've lost a player. But
yeah, and this wall is nice with this stuff.
Able to convert by the looks of it. What was that shot by Martin? quick kills.
Okay.
And Giant X are way
Nicely
behind.
done. Man, they might just run away with this now. What was that?
That was snappy.
He snapped his DPI button in the middle of that fight by the looks of it.
That was ridiculous.
Oh, you gotta give me this replay.
6 and
It's a
3,
timeout.
any sort of danger in
Replay
this
guy
half
gets a
is
second go at it.
somewhat diminished. Oh, here we go again. Like it looked like he was even sort of surprised by the peak timing, and then also just catches the second player.
They're vibing, man. That's a
Yeah, we can't play his mic.
No,
I know what he said.
that's muted. That's muted right there. Same reaction though, Ang. I gotta say, Giant X immediately call a timeout. And I'm not sure there's anything you can do about the late round there, him just popping off with those last 2 kills. Yeah. But the first kill and the player
XOZ, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you as well, bro. Thank you for the 22. Thank you for everything.
Why they take a breather here.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and again, I feel like the rounds that they've won, you had Cloud obviously getting a 4K to win them that bonus round that could have gone the other way. And also, there's 2 duelists. You've invested into having this Jet combination alongside the Yoru. Both
Need to
players
clean stuff up a little bit.
Like, we've seen a bit of space taken by
I'm enjoying
Vegeta,
how
but
they're
they've really been able to
approaching,
capitalize on it most
in
the
terms
time.
of
And I am starting to
A-Corp,
get a
I'm
little
enjoying
bit
how they're
worried
approaching
because,
like the B site.
again, this
B
was the
site's
thing
constantly
with
been
Purpo.
mixed
He
up.
was someone that I think, as
And
I
they're
said, if
either
you've
like
been a
fighting
fan of
heavy
Ari,
behind the
watch
wall,
any
or they're
T2,
like fighting
this guy is
the
someone
other
we
side of the
wanted in
wall retake
VCT
with
for a
kill
long
trips
time
on
with
site.
Mech. We were expecting it
It's
to be
like
this
it's always a good
explosive
mix-up.
performance where
This wall
they
is hard to
finally
deal
have
with.
this star jet,
Good
maybe
for
you want a
retake,
defo fan, you're
good
like,
for
"Oh,
blocking the
it's just
spike
a
in terms of
guy."
after
And then
plant,
he played and you're like,
and good for
"Ah,
literally just
okay,
warming the site and getting
pressure
kills
maybe
with
got
this.
to him a little bit. And so far,
I like this change up
we're
as
not
well.
seeing
They
it
now
yet.
get
Now,
the
I'm not gonna count
camera
out
giving them
after
really early
what
info.
is 9 rounds in a game. Yeah, it's never going to be easy. But this composition is kind of built for the attack. So on defense, it's not going to get any
Don't want to get
easier.
tagged by this when he has ult.
To find those
Oh,
openings,
he's
but you need
ripping that,
one
right?
Purple
Yes.
Coutinho to be hitting. If you're not, you're getting space, but you're losing advantages, and you don't win rounds that way. At least not many
Re-site. This
teams
time
do.
the Cypher's lurking over
Fury
towards
used.
short.
It's caught one, and the updraft is saved. Purpo, but he's caught. Unlucky for him.
Yeah,
but
someone's
Redguard might
gotta
be able
shoot that
retrieve
recon,
some
man.
advantage, but they saw
seen
him.
him.
They just caught a pixel of him. And
But that's sort of fine for
refocus,
Redguard, and they're
push
both
him
going to
back,
hunt him, which
and
means
move
they need to
towards this
speed up over
mid-rotation.
towards
They know
site.
that one player's out of pace. That's a 5v3 on the side if they get there.
Got double
quickly
molly,
enough.
double molly, and
We can
Sova
see
ult.
that
This should be a
players
done
even in the
round.
two, with the Viper's pit down, they're going to find it hard to fight their way back through.
That's
Snake
it,
back in.
halved.
Toxin's running out. There's one kill for Hoodie, but the immediate re-aggression, it stacks up the advantage for KC. Cloud,
That's too late.
oh, he's going crazy.
Oh
He's
man,
popped
this
it
is
way late,
this
and
is a
even then,
disaster,
in a
bro.
1 versus
This
3,
is really
was
bad.
always
I don't know how he survived, but
I was kind of alluding to Martin killing him, but you know, whatever. The
How
other
did
way
how did
around,
some of
all
the
good.
other people go
Someone
down
else could have
on
defused in
site
the
here?
meantime. Would've
How
worked
did
out.
Cypher die
again,
middle?
it looked kind of scrappy.
Cypher
Like,
needed to
you got
like
yourself
really
into an
slow
afterpart
play it
with the snake
because
bite.
they
I
had
don't even
util to
think the
delay.
snake bite connected
How does he
because
die
they
at
put the
middle?
Viper's pit and instantly started defusing, got it to half, and he had an orb on it. So one of the pieces of utility must have not been on top. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to defuse.
Let's go!
Nice. There is nothing better though than when you take a round.
Fully
and
giving
just
it,
as you're
man.
winning, you hear that old popular. Yeah. Don't got that anymore. do
Yeah,
you?
and I just don't think they expected. Was it
Fatiga's
Magnum
clearance.
who
It's
got
good.
half?
That's
They
what
pretty much
the
just didn't
dimensional
expect
drift is all
Magnum to get
about.
half. This is looking like a much better round, but the fast flood comes in. They got to fight in again. Like I said, this wall is a bit of a nightmare to deal with.
Not bad from Vitinho. At least gets rid of Tomazi. But Martin is just looking at
Bro,
trying
why
to do
is
this alone.
Papo
Has support from
constantly
Magnum.
tagged every time I watch him
it's laboured,
by like
but
you? Whoa!
eventually the second shot
By
from
util.
Moody is
What the-
wonderful. Leaving it into a 2v2 scenario.
And they keep-
not going to get anything done. And
They
now
keep
it's
playing
left
over
up to
towards A
Cloud.
main.
There's
I mean
no
B
other
main,
man
but they kind of
you'd
can't
want in the
because we
sword
got the wall
scenario,
that blocks
but
this.
Already being pinged up by the drone. I think it's already going to start being
Damn, nice
diffused. I don't
util.
think that's actually connected. He can't quite
Yeah, nice
correct.
util on this one.
Magnum will get
Bro,
themselves
Keiko Ball
another round
owning
and
this over
8
towards
onto the
B. Their
board.
setups are
Bear
so
in mind,
nice.
This was 3-3.
You know what I've really liked about Magnum? I'm glad he gets this round because those are the rounds people remember. You get 3 kills, you did good, your kills go up on the board. You're 8 and 6 now. You're positive, fantastic. That gets you into the good graces of most of the community. But the reality is his utils.
Makuso, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate it. And that emoji as well. Thank you, man. Thank you for the 16 months.
A couple of times I've seen this. I think when he used his ult, he'd already popped a recon over because Purple updrafted and got revealed again. Add to that this round here where you have the flash that came out of Narrate, but there was a reveal popped as well. So that player's blind, spraying.
Oh, they're going aggro with this one. Smoke in, he dodges the recon.
It's been really good to see that utility, even if his teammates haven't followed up on it.
This creates a lot of pressure there. We get the off out.
On a couple of those kills himself. 8-3.
Bro,
right
3
now.
on the
Last
attack,
round of the half,
and it was
full
their
investment
map.
for both
Oh,
squads,
man.
Of course, no real ultis in play. This could be a game changer. The op in the hands of Purpo, but there's an op in the hands of Martine, and it's a head-to-head battle that Purpo
He'd been
wins.
holding up for so long and then just decides to swing.
But they're putting that pressure onto Redgar again. He's been having a bit of a rough time. I'm surprised Magnum is still going for this. He's being revealed.
There's no way he should ever win that. Bro, where is Redgar's confidence, man? It is in the bin. There is no ounce of confidence in what I just watched.
Catch one on the way out, but no. They will be able to fade away. Giant X for the first time in a while, going towards that B side with a man advantage.
And they've got the perfect read. They know Viper's A, and you're pretty sure that someone just shot at you from tube. So at that point, there's
he's
only
real
one
committed
player
here
on
with
B.
this, though.
Only one.
Got any
That's
KO
Tamazi.
util, a
With
nade,
deep traps as
knife?
well. He's got to take the fight on them, normal as can be.
Okay,
And the
knife
trade
hits
is coming
everyone,
from
so they
Purpo.
know there's no luck.
Narrate already on backside though. The pace has caught them off, and he's standing strong, taking every kill, leaving Hoodie alone. 2 orbs away from grabbing a Viper's Pit. Oh, if he had it now, that could turn the tides in his favor. But the spike is down in the open, no wall to work with. He's already got his down. It actually might get him to the spike.
Damn,
if he
nicely
used
done.
It, but instead,
9,
goes
bro, what
walkabouts
an
for a kill.
absolute
The
shocker
kill
from
found by
Giants.
Viper on the other side.
Oh, man.
3 at the half, Tom.
Jesus.
This is not looking great for Giant X, considering this is a map KC don't really play. Don't play. Just don't play.
No, they are yet to play it within the entirety of Kickoff and Masters, but evidently it's something they've been working on behind
this
the
their
scenes.
pick?
But
Yeah.
Again, I feel like that's just something that comes default with this team having like such great synergy with each other. That I think they're going to be able to, unless
Zins with the Prime.
against a
Thank you so much, man.
very
Appreciate the 4 months.
well-orchestrated team on the other side, I think they're going to be able to pick
Thank
you
you so
apart
much, dude.
just with good team play. And I think that's what this team has in spades. They're so good at just trading off each other, flashing for each other, putting utility in position to basically allow someone else to go for these swings. We've seen it with Narrate's flashes. We've seen it with their aggression into A main and across the map. I also think Giant X
Yeah, I forgot we don't
didn't
get
do a very
halftime
good job of stopping
pauses
them
in
taking
this.
Space.
Go straight in.
I think that, yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
And now on their,
Well, Giants need a
the
pistol.
defensive side, let's hope that's not the case.
And
Giant X this time
multiple
around.
other rounds.
There's definitely
First
gonna be
buy,
some challenges for them.
bonus,
Coming back from the
etc.
scoreline is very tough. Sunset up next, somewhere KC wanted to
Bro,
fight,
we're missing.
and Bind
Chat.
as a decider. It's a long
Look
road
over here.
for Giant X if they count
Can I use my
themselves
arrow
out
for the
of
first
this
time?
map, and
We
they're
just
not
missed
willing
it.
to do that just
Guy,
yet, but
is
Martine's
he
trying
really
to help
doing his
them out.
TP
Quick
here?
shot delivered to Cloud's head straight down tube with the Sheriff.
Like, bro, even our
And
TCs
KC
aren't
have
great.
a man advantage yet again.
Yeah, I think that probably has been where the
Like, our
golfing
first
class
original
has
TP
differed.
goes into
I'm
this
not
corner.
certain, but I wouldn't be too scared.
What,
to
you want to
almost
fast
back that
rotate in
maybe
case they
Martine
come
might
through
actually have
tube
more
or something?
kills than both the duelists
don't
on the
know.
other side. Like, he has
I
been
don't
on
know.
one, and they have been missing. Tomazi as well. Oh, the timing of the peak is so good on the trade. 3 players are waiting. 3 of them fall. Redgar.
Red Provides, good to see you, man. Tier 3,
It's
18
worse odds
months,
than the first pistol.
1,070 something gifted. Thank you so much, man. You're an
The
absolute
1v4.
hero, bro.
The
Appreciate
1v3,
you.
no, but the 1v4, Tom.
Arson as well with the
70
Prime.
on
Thank
Shin,
you so much.
74 on Magnum.
Red Provides,
Do you
man.
believe?
Good to see you.
No.
Glove available
That was
next week.
toxic. You for a second, you almost convinced me. Never mind. Narrate is going to put him in the ground. And
Oh
I'll
man,
be
this is going to be a
honest,
short
map
one.
is
It
looking
really is.
pretty
Laham,
much
thank you for the
done.
19
It
months.
has been a pretty ludicrous streak. 7 rounds in a row now for KC without much of a response. I think they very quickly warmed up into this
Oh,
game.
what
And
the?
yeah, that'll do it. I don't really know how you deal
Yeah,
with
that's a savage way to go down, but...
Well, he saw his elbow. That's,
So there you go.
Iristaz, thank you with the 14 months. Thank you, thank you. To hear about the accidental Viper nerf, yeah, I want to look into that a little bit more. I know they were meant to do a nerf for Viper at one point, and I wonder if it actually went live in the patch where
last time we see this one from them, but
where it was
and especially
essentially
having the
going to
attack
happen.
side already under their belts. This is a comp that. Put it
Because
this way, don't
I heard
expect them
rumors
to
that they were
thrive
going to
in
nerf Sky,
defense
nerf
quite as
Viper
much.
after the Sky nerf,
go.
and I think that might line up in the
Outlaw on
patch that
one
they actually
side.
went live in.
Marshall on the other.
Maybe they cancelled it, but didn't cancel it.
The only real investment is that onto Purpo. Everything else is being saved for the next round for Giant X just to give themselves a chance in the buy rounds.
It went live in 7.09. Is that the one after the
It's
Sky
looking like
nerf?
a bit of a golfing class. Bear in mind, the
Zerky,
last
thank you
time
so much,
these two
man. Appreciate
played,
that.
it was
Thank you for
a
the
close
Prime.
series. Like, Giant X went the distance, but I think they got bullied out of the third map. The first map, not so much. So I think we're definitely seeing how far KC have sort of leveled up in that time. I think Tomazi is probably a little bit confused that he's managed to just
709 is when ISO got released. Damn, bro, that's a long time ago.
I think he got far enough and he's like, I don't actually know how I've got this far without
Wait,
anybody
really?
really
It's been in the game
spotting
for
me.
that long.
And in fact, Giant X are rotating away from this. They go, this is the ruse. But at
Dude,
this point,
and it
he's
still
gone,
looks this sick.
I've got the whole site. There's no one here.
That's so crazy.
Just come plant.
Did you see where the cam was from Redgar? I didn't spot
None
it
of us
this time
noticed
around.
anything.
I don't like. I mean, I would have thought it's B with their setup, but it was broken somewhere. But yeah, clearly a misread from Giant X. And these are the rounds.
Yeah,
where
I mean,
you
they
wanna
went
have
for the
those
gamble
stacks on
stack.
the
It
site,
didn't
so
pay
you
off.
can
They're
just
going
use
to
the
die
numbers
here,
to
but
your
it looks like they don't want to
Getting
make
back
sure that
in.
anyone can get
I
any
mean, maybe Purpo hits some shots.
ults. And
and
Narrate
stays
gets
alive
dropped
to
the
still do damage in the late
ghost,
round.
and he's allowed to farm because he's the
Best hope
closest
that
to
I've
his
got
ult.
for you. And the timing couldn't have been. Oh my! Narrate has just slipped by a pixel.
Oh,
Well,
man.
This
He
pretty
could get
much
so
puts
many.
a pin in this one. The question is, how many orbs can he get for himself? That's already
Ah,
two.
it's
and
so
a third
good,
with
though.
his death.
Yeah, even the death is
bad.
just so worth. They
Farm
don't
them up.
lose a gun from it.
And the rest
Everyone
of
else
Giant
goes
X will
down,
just
but
go
it's
down to the spike. That was
beyond
the
worth.
plan all along.
Yeah. No surprise to see the round going the way of KC.
Gotta
now
meet
just
that
a couple
third,
away from
third
a
overview.
very, very dominant victory in map number 1.
The crunchy audio.
Again, it has been a long hiatus from the board now. A 3-3 scoreline. Now 11-3. It's like the beast awoke midway through, and well, not even sort of midway through the
Purpo
first half.
can't catch a break.
The
And
first
now-
quarter.
Yeah, his
This is where you're going to look to see
his
if those
record
rifles can get
of
anything
playing
done.
it
It's
at like
still
tier
not a bad
1
purchase, though. That's the
has
thing for
been
KC.
an
They managed to
absolute
keep the
disaster
3
in
rifles and the
comparison to his
sniper
tier
in.
2 stuff.
They could still win this, and with the way they've been playing, I wouldn't be surprised. There you go.
But
There you
did the
go.
quality
That's
just
the
get
first
worse in
already.
front of our eyes?
Brave to stick around. Vitinho
Hit the
now
tag.
down to 30 HP. Must have been a tag through the wall, otherwise he'd be 10. Or maybe onto the leg through the wall, but either way,
Man, he's having a nightmare.
he's holding on for dear life. He's escaped towards the A site with
Last
his
time was
TP,
Breeze as well, yeah.
but it hasn't helped Giant X out.
He standed in for
With a player
Ascend
low
against
and a player
BBL as
down,
well, like 2 years
KC
ago.
are definitely in the advantageous position.
That
They
wasn't
can group
too
up,
bad.
look
It
to
wasn't
trade
great.
out fights, and with the weaponry they have, it's not going to be impossible.
Okay, they need a
This
hero.
isn't a
Hoodie's close.
very hard
With
round
mollies.
for them if they
And
can
Yori's
use the numbers
taking
to their
contact.
advantage, and I think the
Wait,
first
Yori's
thing they
swinging
need to
after
do
Hoodie's
is
contact.
clear out this man on the corner.
But they
If
gotta
Hoodie can
kill the
find some
drone.
value
Oh,
with
man.
Vitinho baiting for him. A lot could be done, but he's spotted immediately. Now he's going to get out of there while being revealed. He does actually escape. Cloud gets one from afar, but a very aggressive push
whoa.
leaves them blindsided to Vitinho's attack. Even still, though, he's only good for the one. Cloud has to do so much more. The damage done to Tomazi, though. 38 HP.
crossed.
Shock dart through. Magnum caught as well. That's it. It's got to be Tomazi with an outlaw in hand. Only one player that's one shot to him.
Yeah,
Spike still
one
to be
shock dart as
planted.
well. As soon as this
30
guy goes
HP
to the plant,
himself.
he's dead.
Still a shock dart for Cloud. As soon as this
Yeah.
is tapped, that Shocky's on the way.
He's trying to work out if there's some better weaponry. for
Why
him
no
to
player
take.
cams? Oh man, they got
Check out the sound.
they got a lot
Oh,
more to worry
Spanish
about.
and the shot onto Redgar puts this into a 1 versus 1. Cloud already looking to.
We
wrap
got like
back
retro
around, but
game audio
Thompson
going on
might
in
have
replays
actually
and stuff.
Figured this one out.
Well, the timing's
Trying to
really nice here, but
spot where
honestly,
the man on the other side is. That time
might be on top of
ticking
it.
down, neither player really knowing where the other is. And
it was a nice try from him. It's a big savior run from Cloud as well. He had to kill 3 and gave it and had a pretty good recon to enable other kills. Dennis, thank you with the 21 months, man. Appreciate you.
That's the main thing. You know, he basically saved them, as we can now look at it, considering the 3-3 to 11-3. He saved them from what could have been a devastating bonus last half. Now the same thing here. If he doesn't go big, if he doesn't find every single one of these, they are right back down and basically out. Not that it's much better now. 11-4, and the rifles come through from KC. We've just seen what they can do with, I think, 2 Vandals, Bulldogs, a
Yeah,
pistol.
and imagine they lose this
outlaw.
one. It's going to be a very,
Now
very
they've got an ult on the
dominant
right and rifles
scoreline.
across the
And
board.
I mean, it does it
Last
justice.
time
This
he
has
went
been
running in with
such
the
a
ghost in
dominant
the
map.
prior
It's not even
round.
funny. Where the
They
hell
were
does this go?
gunning to get
There's
this
a
one
lineup for this
online
that goes
as
here.
soon
That's
as
kind of nice.
possible. Now, I do like the fact that Giant X, they've done the classic, put the Cypher setup,
That is nice.
but then the Cypher's going to go to the other side of the map. So there's no chance that that utility is going to be online. They've read or seen that the ultimate's available, and they've stacked up on the A side of the map. That's going to mean that they
Our
are a
team
little bit shallow
has
when it
4
comes to
people that he
utility
can
to serve
one-shot
from. But
right
they've done
now.
the same thing with the Viper Wall as well. So They will be online when
Recon goes towards middle. They realize that no one's pushed over towards middle, so Siphon can go aggro, which ensures that they also know that they've created pressure from door.
Full rifles, submitting the outlaw still in play on Martine. I see your game. I like it. Some good opportunities on this map as well, with so many sight lines. But he's diving in first. You know, crazy to see a player doing this. He swapped over weapons to grab the Vandal. And he'll be dropped down up close. Magnum didn't even bother taking the outlaw. He's run out with a classic in hand. Let's hope he's not needed to fight with Narrate down. He may well be. He's finally recovered the outlaw with a chance.
Still no plant play.
From afar, but the spike is isolated.
And Cloud has a recon.
Being spotted. Could be spammed from that wall any time now. They need to close in the distance and find some control on this attack side, because right now it looks like everything is playing towards Giant X's cord. And in a second, blink and you miss it.
Yeah, bro. Shin on sight. Killed two.
And Redgar's alone. The information now finding its way into the hands of KC. There'll be no element of surprise for Redgar. A weaponry disadvantage, but he's got the HP on them at least. 25 shields. Tamazi's tagged and Shin is very low. Problem is, they're not looking to move, Tom. They're just grouped up, waiting, confirming he's still there. And the time is on their side. They'll take the fight. I love the reposition.
Lovely reposition from both of them. Go close, drop wall. Massively in control. 8 chances to finish this one, and yeah, I mean, man, if I was Giants, I would want this to end as well. It's been a disaster, bro.
That's what I want to see, because there's something about Shin and finding ridiculous kills and us never seeing it. He just swings off the back of his teammates going down and insta-kill. He didn't even see the second player. And at the same time, Tamazi takes a fight. Like that is the thing again. So much depth within this team in terms of individual talent. It's the Eng sort of mantra. Let's just pick up duelists and put them in other roles. It means that you can win.
Didn't UK leave or get kicked? What was the
exactly what that was. Now
what was the wording?
What Giant X have to fight with for what is the final round potentially of the map.
Couple weaknesses in there, Tom. I think it's fair to say.
Couple.
They parted ways? Okay, then we don't know.
Yeah, there's one not weakness, and that's on Purple, who's having a rough day at the office, I'll be honest.
It looks like we just missed Redgar getting tagged up as well. I was thinking maybe it was Decay from something, but a glance at the map sees he's on back B site with a Sheriff in hand, 56 HP. And Vitinho's popping the ulti to try and close some distance.
They know everyone's here, but there's just a Cypher on his own.
Gate crash. Flash was a little shallow, but he's on the site. Just wants to be here for
this is
Redgar
it,
and fight
done.
with him, and he picks up one for his trouble, a second as well. They weren't ready for Vitinho, but he needs to do so much more still. Waiting to see Shin's head, but it never comes. Never crests the horizon instead. Purpo and Hoodie are left to do it all. That rifle still yet to find its mark for Purpo. The wall is up, keeping him out, so Hoodie's isolated in the duel. The dash leaves him still in the open, but Purpo recovers. 1 versus 1. Martine,
and just for pure confidence value, it would be nice for him to win this.
Not even that cloud burst.
Confidence can't be great.
On the spike to get it near half. Instead, he has to win the fight. Bait Martine into open combat. It'll be
Martine's played it pretty well though.
Thereafter, but Martine's wise to it. He's just playing with the clock, running down the timer, and finding his mark in the end.
Holy.
13-4, a convincing opening map for the side of Karmine Corp.
An absolute slaughter.
In this series, if they can't recover from
I think they did good to get 4 rounds.
Yeah, this was
with how bad that looked.
Well. This was an absolutely brutal.
Echo played well though. I like their setups over towards B. I like this whole ready to flood, leave the site, play off the site, play the site heavy, change up with the Cypher util. That was good. Okay. Let me upload this VOD. Where on earth is my... Oh, jeez. It's gonna go front screen. It was brutal. Yeah, man. I don't think that... I mean, the next map can't be that one-sided, right?
Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Lord Nieve.
Split 1. Do I need to write split 1?
It occurs to you
or just season? Season play. Season.
Careful of the Andalusian crush.
Maybe I'll do right split one.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Okay, VOD is uploading if you, and don't watch that again. To be fair though, if you did want to watch that again, some of the kickoff stuff on defense was pretty cool.
Gives you wings.
Maybe you want to watch that stuff again and kind of work out what they were doing over towards B, because that was good. Fio, thank you so much, man. Appreciate everything as well. Chat, let's get a lot of slug spam going for Fio. Thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for the prime. Chat, I'm going to spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. We got Sunset coming up.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us.
All right. Oh, man. What's the next map? Sunset. Map 3? Ooh. I can't remember what map 3 is. What did they get rid of? They got rid of Split.
For a reason, KC, they win that out dominantly
Bind?
against
Oh yeah, it
Giant
is
X
Bind.
on
That's
map
all.
1. As you guys can see, Martine here warming up in the AIM Labs warm-up for the next map. But before we get to talk about that one, what did you guys think of that first map? Very uncharacteristic, I feel like.
I don't think he needs to warm up. I just, listen, I don't think that there is a reason to sugarcoat this. Like, this was a 13-4.
Man, what's Bone Cold going to say about this? Is Bone Cold going to be a savage?
information and reacting onto it.
You could definitely just
If
pick
you
up on
add
most
that
of the good
onto
things that
Breeze
K-Corp
being
did
a
if you
map
didn't
where
want to be a
can base yourself
savage.
off
You
the
could be a
individual
savage,
performance,
though.
knowing that in KC
You'd
there was
definitely
no
be a savage.
downside to that. I think it was a very rough start for Giants.
Yeah, I mean, Casey just looked very convincing, but then Giant X, I don't know. I feel like they just fell flat in that match. I feel like there wasn't like, you can see Martina narrate, you know, like going in first, but then you see Vitinho and Purpo going in first. There's a clear difference, you know, like how in sync Casey was.
Yeah, exactly. And we're looking at the head-to-head, right? That
Yeah.
we're mentioning about the Jet, of course, Porpoise, first official
You still,
map
oh man,
with
still would
the
have ripped them.
Giants, and I
Still
think
would have ripped them a
Martin
new
was
one,
feeling
man.
it. Do not
Would have
forget,
been,
he's
it would have
actually
been
the
savage.
coolest of these teams, even
I
though
probably
that
would have
Ray
had to
always
have muted
has,
it.
that kind of performance that
But it would have been
it's a little
accurate.
bit of an eclipses a bit what Martin does.
The,
but I feel like, especially what we were seeing in Tube, the way that he was controlling the area, getting the kills, the way that everybody.
Dude,
in
you could do
KC
a
was actually
whole,
moving
you
around
could
the
do a
map,
whole
how
YouTube
confident they
bit
were
on the
feeling each
Cypher,
time that
I
they were,
think.
peaking, but I feel like we also saw them
It
from
was
almost
not great.
everyone in that team. The position that Tomashi was taking on mid just to shoot onto side, it felt like even
Third
though
guy
we
on the
hadn't
desk
seen that play
is
that,
Bone
this
Cold.
map yet, they know
2021 champs winner.
I mean, this is the thing, Purpo, a bit of a rough start here.
Vivtex
Honestly,
with the
get
Prime,
my
thank you so much
boy
for the
off
3
of
months, man.
Breeze.
Thank you.
I feel like every time Purpo has to come to VCT and play Breeze, he's always having a little bit of a rough time. And of course, he had to take on Martine, who was incredibly consistent at kickoff as well. We can ignore this a little bit because Bone Cold made
Damn, dude.
nerves, right, having to step in your first game on stage as well. It can't be easy.
Yeah, that sums it up.
Like 100%, it's not easy to just, you know, like come to the venue and play your first game out. But I was still expecting, you know, like for Giant X to actually put up, you know, like a little bit more of a fight against Casey.
I think that we
I can't
need to be
catch a
mindful
break.
of
Yeah,
the
it wasn't
the
like
state that both
the thing is, it
teams
wasn't
have
like
arrived into here.
it's
Casey
not
just
really his
coming in,
fault, to be honest, from a lot of
Madrid.
stuff we
saw
saw.
them, when they were playing on stage just here. They were vibing with each of the wins. You get both pistols on both sides. Like everything is going on your favor. And as I said, individual duels, those individual fights, we're getting in at the perfect time each time.
I also want to have a coach cam of Pipson as well. I feel like we didn't see enough of Danny molding. Here he is now, but we will see Sunset coming up next. Bone Cold, what would you like to see Giant X do differently on Sunset?
I feel like we just need to get, you know, like some light, you know, like into their eyes. I know the first map was hard, but I want to see, you know, like I want them to like set up Purpo, you know, like for good fights and let them pop off, you know, like let Purpo, you know, like have fun after such a long time, you know, like coming to Berlin and play. Let the guy just roam
What is
free,
this?
you know?
Give me a little zoom in on that. The default's down, I think. Tom, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for the 14 months.
What's on those lines?
Well, they have played on Sunset, and Giant X beat Keiko on Sunset the last time they faced each other.
Yeah, and not only that, ever since kickoff, Casey has not played Sunset, so they didn't play it during Masters. Of course, there is that preparation coming in there, but also just thinking and seeing how prepped they were on Breeze, and also thinking that things might be different on Giants. I think that Casey, you know, has an edge on this one.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time,
has an edge.
This is a map where a Giant
I say it's
before
about
didn't run
dude, it
the
can't be as
Cypher,
one-sided
so,
as that.
Bone Cold,
There's
they
no
don't have
chance.
to kind of shoehorn Red Guy into a role that Nuclear was previously playing.
I haven't been really like going into the comps, but
Dark
just
Phoenix, thank you
looking
with
at,
the 10
like,
months.
the
Thank you,
previous
thank
match,
you.
I just hope that we can get. I don't know.
Would you like to see the double duelist, for example? Again, they did it on Bruce. Would you like to see
God's
it on
hoping for any
Not
kind of
really, to be honest.
positivity,
I would
man.
love to see them,
He has
you know,
none.
like, Giants are always they've been playing very you know, like by the book, and I feel like when they're doing it well, they're actually playing like super well. We saw it last time in the last chance qualifier.
My question is, will we see the Sage? And
That's
if we
the
see
thing.
the Sage, who's playing Sage?
So hear me out, right? If we see Rega, for example, taking in the Cypher, it actually fits him. We know that he likes to lurk, that he likes to be the last one, and is kind of the player that you can live on his own. But will we see him?
Well, let's find out now as we take a look here at Agent Select for Sunset, and it doesn't look like they're gonna do the Sage anymore.
Now,
and this time around,
Hoodie's on Cypher.
Bone Cold, they got Hoodie on the Cypher. They've shuffled things
Right,
around
instead
again.
of Red Guard being on the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean the
And
comp is
then
actually,
Cloud
like,
consistently
I really like, you know, like,
over.
this is something that I expected, you know, like
Vitinho's
very
on a
defaulty.
breach.
This is kind of what I wanted to look
Which
like,
I think
see
he's
them from Breeze,
played
but
before. I
I'm
feel
really
like I've
happy to
seen a
see them, you know,
Vitinho
like, just
breach. Not
going
in
with something
Giants,
a
I
little
don't
bit
think,
more
but
solid. Liquid.
Yeah,
And then
Fuzzy also moving
Purple
away
on
from that Viper, and now he's taking what
Purple's
Magnum
known
was
for
in,
his
and they're
Jett as
adding in
well,
the
so
KO,
I-
more initiating power on the side of
And then
KC. I mean, that initiation
over
going
here
out
we
to side,
got
starting on
Cypher,
the attack is going to be
Tamazi,
stellar, it's going to be
Magnum.
explosive. And Giant X has
Okay.
changed everything. Vitinho's no longer on that duelist.
Yeah.
He's just going to be Purple, playing on the race, also incorporating the Soba and
this is
you know,
like
moving
the,
away, from the Fade, and
everyone's just kind of
incorporating
leaning
the Cypher.
into the
If KC had
original
any
Paper
clue
X
onto how
comp
Giants
before they
plays
changed
this
to
map, it should go out
before
of
they
the window
changed
right
to
now.
I love the Sova, but also I
Stage.
can't help but wonder, Purpo is a good Breach player. He has experience playing Breach, and Vitinho, of course, his Raze, they've swapped these two around.
ban you? I can ban you. What have you done?
Give
me a reason to ban you.
Maybe Fiti wasn't comfortable
I don't think I've
anymore.
ever banned
Maybe they want
anyone
to
on,
give Purple something that he feels more
How'd
comfortable
you ban
in.
on
They decided to
YouTube?
go for this player out of
Bro, am I even
everything
a
that was
mod
out
on
there,
my
so
thing?
there has to be a reason.
Well, Giant,
I don't even
not
know
a
how
great
to ban
start
on
map
YouTube.
one, but they have an opportunity to put it back on Sunset. It's time to jump into that map
Barely
with
just learned
Mitch
Twitch,
and Tom and see if they can indeed turn this around.
Ban is permanent on YouTube? Damn, that's savage,
Well, the
dude.
good thing, Tom, is you never
Can't
really
undo
get
it. That's kind of
those
sick.
one-sided maps back to back,
Kenny,
do
thank
you?
you so much, man. Appreciate the 18 months.
Don't
Thank you
do
for the
it.
prime.
I'm feeling like this is where Giant X they've got the edge. Last time, Comp little
That's
strong
really
when it
savage.
came to Breeze, but now they're coming in. Purpo on the duelist, Vitinho testing out that support. I don't know. It's new. It's different. I'll reserve judgment till later, but it's possible.
I'm trying to figure out why they have the edge.
Odds on them getting more than 4 rounds.
I mean, the odds, yeah, the odds are there for that.
Like 50%
Oh, we got player
chance.
cams.
There we go. I'll take those odds.
In front of the buy. Okay, Giants on defense, K-Cop on
Sure. And now
attack.
moving into the defensive side,
Trying to
here on
make it.
Sunset,
I mean,
they're
we'll get
not
them
gonna
soon.
have control over the pace. That's something KC are definitely going to bring to the table. A quick
Great
pace
trip.
and a much faster play towards this
Flash
B
to
side.
go
That
in,
is the
full
plan.
retake.
Should be coming in
The
fairly soon.
Giants.
Nice and
Oh
comfy.
boy. We get the plant.
This
Is that
gonna
an
be
edge to
easy as a
defuse?
retake.
Am I about to lose my mind again?
Try and close in the backlines as well. Obviously,
Look like
Hoodie
it
now
might be too
taking
small,
over
we'll see.
Cypher. It seems like that role is going to be split between multiple players. Surprised Vitinho's not the one taking it, if I'm honest. I think Hoodie's breach is one I enjoy.
Then are we going to
but
do the whole smoke off?
nonetheless,
Bam.
we'll see how they make this work. This
we
is
go.
something that KC almost
map gets
enjoy,
changed
getting into
in
these
what?
post-plant scenarios. They now have
2
that
months,
KO as well,
hopefully?
which is going to add another layer in terms of the utility, and they may not even need it as
Yeah.
they just slaughter
Nice map.
every member.
Nicely
that
done from
Giant X
K-Corp.
squad.
You can't
Can't even quite
play
believe it just
off-site, I don't
Can't
think
keep up,
anymore.
Tom, and I don't blame it, considering how
Because
things
this
have been
plant's
going
too
so
good.
far. KC, like we said, we expected a quicker pace.
What are they changing
It's
about the map?
nasty to
They
see that
should
B setup
change
as
that
well,
you
but
can't
when you
plant
play
stairs
retake
anymore.
on this map,
Yeah,
on
it's
this
a
site
real
in particular,
easy
it
it's
is
a real
so
easy
difficult to avoid
fix.
just being spammed out from main.
But
There's angles they
it's
can
so
hide
broken now.
behind,
You
like
see
this
this
one here
smoke
for
that's in
Tamazi.
front. Like, this is the
You can't
attacker
really
smoke.
hit him.
They want to
There's only a
smoke this
pixel
off.
or so
That's how
of him
easy it is.
available. A little wider
Fanfest
than
is
that,
just the
but
worst,
it's
yeah.
behind a box, it's through a
They've done it
smoke,
again.
and all he has
But
to do
all they have to do is just
is
remove
aim
this plant.
at a kind of
Right, take this plant
5-degree
off and the
gap.
map's actually pretty
It's
decent.
very easy to stop that defuse, as we saw. Now for KC,
They might just
1-0 on
spam
the
this for a
board.
little
Doesn't
bit,
look like
especially if
they're
they're
gonna
just,
change a damn
especially if
thing.
they're just playing the
Giant
whole
X
we
have
fight one
opted to
side, we
swap up the
retake the
setup.
other.
Obviously with pistols now, they'll stack up on backside. They'll give them the space, but when they look to take it at the last second, the pistols come around the corner. Unfortunately, Martin wasn't so hasty.
This is nice though. They held strong with fire behind them. I mean, it's just an absolute firing squad on this line.
It's about as easy as can be. And listen, don't go in on Cloud, right? We're gonna let
They've been looking
One
into a few
little
Sentinel
lineup
stuff
with,
as well, rushing over towards save one trip, do the aggro trip.
practicing that one for days.
My flank is clear at all times because I'm shock darting behind myself. Oh, for Purpo, this debut, it's definitely not started as he'd hope. Any damage he can do here would be nice, and it's not going to be happening. Narrate is going to add him to the death toll, getting ever closer to Thrash as well, which is not something you want to be facing off
John
against
is
in the early
watching?
rounds. And this is where Giant X should be able to get themselves.
Maybe we
in with a
arrange it another
purchase. Now,
time.
the one thing I do like compositionally is they're going to have quite a lot that
Too
they
scared
can
of
use
opening
to
up
try and set up Purpo on this
There's no
one.
need.
Discord and leak and everything.
There was no need for the replay of that.
Purple sub or permanent? Permanent.
Yeah, Thrash.
I wanted a slow-mo.
Very
Okay.
dangerous for Nara. Yeah,
Bonus against the buy rounds. What do we got?
Not to be confused with Thrasher.
Giants
That's what they
off
call
to
Magnum when he's
not a
super
great
cool.
start.
There's an opportunity
Just check
for
out
them
their
to get this
default
online pretty much
camera.
right away. An orb and a plant,
Sorry.
which you know you're going to get with Gecko.
Just
quite a lot
aggro
of
over
the
towards
time.
here.
It's
Do
been
we waste
retake
anything? No,
setups
okay.
From GX towards B this time though. KC are here to
They
test
boom
out
bot
the
over
control.
towards here and then they...
With a
Oh, this
stride
isn't
of
too
bullets,
bad,
the
man. That's
paranoia
a solid
and Dizzy
push,
used
though.
so much space
Redgar
claimed.
has to do it
And
all.
KC now, they have their way with the A site. Redgar is isolated. If anything, they've turned their back to kill Purpo as well. And where does Redgar go? There's a player in front of him, some behind him, and they're all around. But
Redgar actually
got
did
two.
sick.
Maybe there's still a chance with a 2v2.
Yeah, there's a possibility.
You get pure info in terms of where they are as well. Are they going to tap the spike and then go all the way out? This is pretty cool.
Somewhat being faked.
Yes, they are. And the rate can take a lot of space if he wants to.
This is such a
this is such a nice way to play it.
You can see the Giant X players, they're slowly encroaching on A. They're making their way in. They're checking their angles. They're looking for their opponents. And they're not there. They're gone completely, all the way over to
Issue
the other
is,
side of the map. You can even
camera
see
for retake,
Tomazi's got
info
time
trip.
to reclaim some of his utility. And
Good news is they're
assume
going to get official.
for Hoodie, the penny is going to drop because he's cleared the entirety of the A site. Finally, they're going to start their run back to
Did
the
they
other
need to
side
do
of
the
the map.
camera here, Ali? Probably should have
But now
saved
they
it.
do have that Thrash online ready. They expect them to be closer, Mitch. They expect them to be much closer.
So yeah, he brings it back. I was gonna say.
Yeah, and he didn't want to jump because he would have hit his teammate.
Not retrievable.
Couldn't get around the corner.
Recon drone. It buys them a little bit of time.
But it is
But
worth
there's a
looking
drone on
into
the
this
other
just
side.
because if you win it, they
GX
have to
will
go
claim
down
back
to
that space,
eco, you
seeing
win
one,
the
but they didn't
bonus,
see the
like it's a
player
huge
close. It
round.
was destroyed too quickly. Tamazi has the jump, but he loses the fight. And
One
Narrate's
low
now
HP.
alone. He's good in these positions. Clutch in.
Bro was calm with it as well. Insta tap the high
And he
HP.
doesn't even flinch.
Yeah.
The funny thing is as well is it's almost like he let the first player run across. Because the thing is, again, Giant X, I feel like they played that right. Hoodie runs across because he's low, and then Cloud
Yeah,
is the one to peek.
he played that really well.
Player and then goes back to the low HP one afterwards. I don't know if that's planned, intentional, but look,
Yeah, he's tracing the first guy and hit the second guy. Kind of unreal.
And 3-0 up, from bad to worse for Giant X. They're now going to have to go in with a weak buy.
Oh, that's a devastating one as well. Just beaten out of the round by some innovative plays from KCGX. They have some tricks up their sleeve. One of them just shown, early mid push, flash into the double blast packs, but it hasn't worked. And again, the target seems to be the B site. Close nade, not going to clear out any traps. It's the most important one to clear because you just
I like this though. They send out Wingman and it looks like he has the spike. So you imagine he's going into plant, and then that pulls the rotate, and then you go hit A site. You're kind of just sending him in, and they're going to kind of heavy focus because they think that he's going in for the plant. Not too bad.
What are you going to do in terms of utility to
Especially on the
delay?
eco
Is
when
Red
people are
gonna
like
use
more
Paranoid
likely
here
to
in
stack
an
as
eco
well.
round?
I think this
No.
isn't too bad.
At least not until they get back into a retake scenario. Cloud at least having a weapon to play with is something. And they're going to try and at least clear out mid. The fact is though, KC, they're just playing this as a unit. Normally you would have a lurker. Normally you'd have a player behind. You don't need it when you've got
And
such a
Kickoff
high
saved a lot of their
weaponry
util, huh?
advantage.
These guys aren't really going to go for it. They just want to die. Who, I mean, Narrate could just go farm again. Narrate and Martin can definitely farm at one point. Is that gonna... Shin? Shin? Thought the breach damage wouldn't hit higher.
If it even goes off. In fact, Fatino's got 3 in just about enough time. Tomazi needs to be quick, getting out of this smoke.
Lovely.
And he's hit the diffuser. He might
Close.
just have won them this. It's close on
Bro, this team can't catch a break, man.
Disgusting.
Even with
I
K-Corp
love
messing it up
just
slightly.
The brains of the players on KC. They shouldn't have even been in that scenario. Ultimately, not a great round for them. They lose everybody. But the fact is, it's that split-second decision of, if I'm going to kill someone, it has to be the guy defusing. And that's exactly what it does. And from another young star. Like,
I mean,
that's
shots,
the thing
bro.
I always enjoy about KC.
Nice shots.
Is they are a team that are playing above their experience level. Above their age. Like, you expect someone who's been on this stage a million times to come out and do a play like that. Tomazi,
It looks like we go
he's
fast for
been in tier
K-Corp's
1
next buy
for a
round,
couple
which is
of
going to push them
months.
to an eco. Omen flash in, double satchel. Wait, what happened there?
Purpo, though, leading the charge in this one. 2 quick kills, and they're
Yeah, how can Martin the satchel didn't work?
But maybe a little
Did he
too
hit a
much.
wall or something?
Overcommitting to the duels,
Get
perhaps,
blocked by
until
something?
The support comes in. Cloud and Vitinho tying that
Hey, well, they
one up
wrecked
nice
him.
and neat.
He like
And
stopped
that is one
mid-air.
hell of a change from the round we just saw. But round we just saw was Vitinho going in.
Yeah, I mean, the
kills
breach
on
stun
the
there
breach
was...
with a sheriff. The
breach stun just stopped everything.
A little bit by GX.
The breach stun, yeah, but it
was
shouldn't
the
stop you
economy.
mid-air like this.
Remember the last rounds that we've had it was coming down to the wire. A single player surviving and then 0 players surviving the round after. So actually the main problem that's there for KC is their finances are about
Okay,
as
first
bad as you
rounds.
could
And
ever
good news for them is they
have
kept
to
everyone
actually
alive,
buy
so they
back
get
into
all
this
the
win.
money.
So sure, they have themselves thrashed, they have themselves
sorry, one person died.
but that's not what
Two
you
people
expect
died.
to see for a team that have won this many rounds.
Wait,
Oh, what?
What?
That didn't get a kill. It
bro, what's going on in this game right now?
Scratch the surface, but not right. Okay, a return of something for KC. A Rolling Thunder still online. A Cloud Burst as well.
As is
but-
tanking
I was going
ults.
to say no chance to use the Rolling Thunder. Narrate's actually had a little bit of a whiff. Vitinho a little closer.
And dude,
than he was
Giants are
expecting
playing
him to be.
aggro.
These pistols now left for
I could
Volkanov.
definitely see K-Corp
Magnum
calling a
won't find
timeout
space.
after
Shin
this
will
one
be
and
left
just talking
alone.
about the runs that they've done. 'Cause they've gone
down.
super aggro twice.
Not really a chance for him to get out of this one with a win.
No, it would basically be down to damage. Can he do anything? Can he remove some weaponry? And you could see Giant X all grouped up as a unit, a firing squad that he should never be able to connect onto. And it will be another round onto the board for Giant X. Again, though, not much, if anything, really invested into that round
Big
for
buy
KC,
rounds.
so
There
this is
could
again
be
when
a
you kind
world
of expect
where
to see
they
a
could
bit of a
time out,
response.
but
And the last two rounds have seen a lot of aggression.
Yeah,
Actually, the
very
last
much.
few rounds have seen a lot of aggression out of the side of Giant X. Now here, they can feel confident in taking those duels, considering the weaponry
Woot doesn't play
disadvantage their
until the
opponents have.
third week,
They
I
also
think.
started it out with a
that's right.
showstopper, which is obviously something you're going to use.
Yeah,
to
2 in a
break
row,
the
and they kept a lot of
momentum
people
and
alive on
charge
this one, and they
forward,
have
but
so many ults, so they really
it's
do have a
something that
chance.
can
And they're
get a
going
little bit
aggro
predictable.
again,
I
right?
don't
Or is this
expect to
just
see
an
them
Omen
throwing it
flash
out
if they
round
Omen
after
flash?
round, but here
No, it is
again,
a
the
set
blast
Omen
back play
flash.
comes through. The stun has
This
actually
is
caught
nice
Purpo.
though.
Yeah.
You got a
Which
recon
isn't
so you could
ideal.
get a kill through this
But
as
even
well
with
if you
the
went super
rotation as
aggro,
well,
or
that's
they
the
have to
main thing.
180 if you
You
wanted to
already
carry on
have
pushing
yourself
forwards.
the majority
Insurrection over
of the
towards
players
B, I mean they'll be
rotating
so happy
over
with
on
just
the other
planting
side
and
of the
just
map
doing this
to
whole
get
B
themselves
main
set up and ready. Now the thrash is at least
spam
going to
thing.
clear some of the utility, but actually sending it forward is only going to
Yeah,
slow them down. An
and
immediate
Giants have just kind of
response
talked a little
of
bit
that
about the
rolling
fact that they
thunder
can't
with
let them
showstopper
plant here, so they
is
got a
gonna
flood
drop
retake
Redgar
all from the
immediately.
same
The
place.
flash
That's a
through,
nice
however,
kill.
is only going to garner a trade, and now that pushback coming through from the side of Giant X, making things more costly, making things close, as it will just be Tarazi left. A 1 versus 2. As they look to peak this
Okay, this
one
was a
together.
lot better
Great
from
work
Giants.
From Giant X and a
Yeah,
good round
and it was similar in terms, and the reaction from K-Corp was good. They kind of learned from the pistol, right? They just know that they can't let them get that spike down over towards B because you're just going to lose. If they get the plant on stairs, it's done.
Blitz when KC go there, they take a lot of space, they overwhelm it, and although we've seen Giant X play retake before and it really didn't go too well a couple of times. Now we're
Rolling
seeing them get
schedule?
ahead of
Yeah,
that,
rolling
actually
schedule.
Fight, take down the wingman, not let the plant go in. This is much more.
Okay,
what we
forced them
need
to an
see from this
eco.
squad.
Giants,
They're getting
2
involved.
people alive in that one, so
They're
money's
digging
still
their teeth
getting
into
right.
this, a third round already
They're gonna
found.
do it again.
On the heels of KC, aggression. No, it's this is what I'm saying. It's not the
Yeah,
same. from
I
Giant
tell you
X.
what though, I like this
You can't
default
just
from
push up
I
like
like.
that every
Wait,
round.
this is like
Eventually,
literally the
it's gonna be
same round that
5
happened the other
stairs.
day. That happened the other round, but this time they go
Jump
left side.
already.
Yeah.
I thought Martin might actually be able to get away with that, as he does get very far forward again.
What the?
They make these rounds look competitive, but the amount of
What
HP
happened
they've
here?
already
Oh, okay, that
lost
was Redgar. Okay.
should make this easy pickings for the rest of Giant X.
And they have no
have to
idea
be
if anyone
crazy
pushed over
around
towards middle.
them to
Great
recover.
stun.
Even with the smoke down, those players aren't going to go barreling through.
But I do like the
time
Giant.
you
I mean,
want
Giants just have a
to get that
simple
spike
default over
planted,
towards A.
because they've got
Boom
the
bot, if
numbers
it doesn't
advantage
hit,
to
they can
work
just
with.
know that they can set
I do
Redgar up
like
with
that
the
they're just
smoke
sticking
over
together
towards A.
too. Just a blob of defenders, as I see Redgar go the
Default,
other way.
thank you so much
A
with
little
the
worried,
8
but
months,
he's got
man.
the
Appreciate
HP
you.
on them. And he was only holding it for a moment. 45 seconds, a ton of time. Looks like we're going around the world for both squads.
It's a pretty good
KC
call.
might just get an open A
Yeah,
side
good
plan.
timing on it.
Either way, this is the plan for Giant X all along. Let them plan. Maybe we catch them off guard here or there, and then we play the retake as a team.
The big thing is how much utility is available for Giant X because of how fast-paced this round was for the side of KC. There's not really going to be any opportunities to wean out that utility. So you've still got Paranoia, you've still got Nade, Aftershock, Flashes, Stun. Like, they should have everything needed for them. Now, being in mid, they will be able to, well, they should be able to hit
Guys, you think it's...
what direction they need to go in. And the main thing for Giant X is that they
I was
don't
gonna
get
say,
caught off
guys,
guard.
do we know it's
They
the
don't
right
make a
site?
mistake giving up a kill. And for now, at least,
This
They
gets
are
smoked
still
off, it's
sticking
done.
together as a unit. The only worry for me is they are moving very slow.
Yeah, the timer's going to be ticked away.
Oh, floor smoke.
There's some
It's not
weapons
done.
to spam with. Narrate, not really. He's on the Vandal. A chance for Shin. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be down to blind luck, essentially. They're willing to gamble this round with the lower HP on spam wins. It's not always going to work out. Defuse underway.
Oh boy.
Bullets. Spray from Shin is good. A few bullets connect and Narrate closes it. They gambled this round.
Why do we do this smoke and not the one-way smoke?
No.
And it's worked out in their favor. KC can't put a foot wrong. The lead will remain in their hands.
I mean, I can't even. There's no positives. I can't. I'm trying to think of a positive way to spin that. I got nothing. Why would you give him the chance to spam that?
What's that?
That's a headshot.
What even is that? It's just a blind random
Nice
spray
spam, nice
that
pings.
just takes out one player and gives him an easy 1v1 on the second. I don't know how they've managed to take that one home, and actually, but maybe they agree because KC are going to be the ones to take
Kickoff,
the
yeah,
balls.
Kickoff did
What
the
a
second
weird time
smoke
to be
there.
alive, man. I've got Zelsis convincing me to be a fan of Sentinels.
Regard
and
did
then
the first
Narrate,
one.
possibly my favorite player in the MEA as a North American. He's one of.
Yeah, I was about to say,
I'm not gonna talk about the next match.
we all know who your favorite player in the NBA is, so no one believes that for a second.
Wait, there wasn't even a first one. I'm like real sure it was Redgar's one.
Your hair out watching KC.
That's true.
Actually, maybe last year.
Yeah, it should be on YouTube. I can watch it back.
Melons. But yeah, no, this is like, Narrate is such a fun player to watch because he's the kind of guy that genuinely I'd be calling hacks on if we were in a ranked lobby. The things he does.
You're not
just
in ranked lobbies.
No, of course not. That's calling Smurfing at least. The shots that he hits, man, the shots he goes for, I think that's more.
Why am I picking this video? Do I sound like I have little faith in Liquid against Foot? Liquid didn't look great, is my defense.
11-4 right now as a Gecko. Thrash
Like,
is almost back
all we can base
online.
it off of is Kickoff, and that wasn't great.
Also, Tomazi again, like as I said, I think before being in this team, he played Cypher 5 times ever. It's his second map in a row. It looked pretty decent on the last. It's looking fantastic at the moment in this map. It is showing just how much depth a lot of these, like I said, duelist players actually have within. Again, they're going to have themselves a
This is just
free
not
reign
a
into the
plant
site. Now, bear in
and
mind,
after
there was
plant no matter
early
what.
contact
Okay,
last
how on
time
earth
out.
do
The
they want to
after
deal with
plant
this?
didn't happen,
And you would think
there
it
was a log in
could
terms of the
be...
retake.
Okay,
They
that's
had a
nice.
rolling
They stopped the
thunder.
plant,
Now,
but they
there
still get
is
the
a
good
Hunter's
plant.
Fury
And is this going to be
available
Sova
for Kyle,
ult?
which he's going to try and throw through here. But he's actually had to give up an
This is
well,
done,
didn't have a
right?
choice
I
because
at
of the
least like this
knockback.
from Giants. They know that they're going to plant like this and that they have to go heavy here, but it looks like K-Corp are a step ahead. They want to fight over towards here. This is probably the weirdest after plant I've ever seen, and it is kind of right from everyone.
He's given it away as 3 look to push forward, but the
Oh, he's
reposition
owned
from
this. Man,
Tomazi.
K-Corp was such
You
a step
mentioned
ahead
his
on this
Cypher
one.
looked good, but this is just him looking good. Fantastic play. And even though he's
Yeah, bro
gone
doesn't
down
even
the
need to
hole, he stopped
activate on
breach.
this.
Vitinho
But yeah,
from being able
in
to
terms
put
of
in the
Giants,
info
right, they
down,
realize
for
that
being
this
able to
plant
fight
goes
with his
down. They can't
team.
go over towards site
Maybe
because the
that
after
trade
plant is
would
too
have
strong for
changed
B main
the
with the
course
plant
of this
against the
entirely
wall.
with the
So they
players in
try
main.
and fight behind
80
here.
HP,
And then once they
30
hear no
HP,
pressure
they
over
just needed
towards
that
B,
extra
they
gun in
realize
the
that they're
fight
going to
that
go
they couldn't
fast
get.
behind.
Do
They
we have
ohm
a
and
rule
flash
that
here
we're
and
not
just
allowed
create
to
so much
show
pressure and kind of just walk out. It was nice. It was really good. That was honestly, that wasn't too bad from Giants. They had a very good plan on this one. K-Corp just step ahead for sure.
We should have been
Any
following
B
Tomazi
fighters?
there,
No,
because
B
he
site
had
was
the
just a
right
lot.
position
Like
there.
B site
He
was
also
just
did
empty. That's why it was the weirdest after plant. Like look at this. The spike is down. It's not like an eco. They're chasing ecos. It's full bite.
His own individual level last year, it wasn't even comparable to what we're seeing from him, even from Kickoff, from Masters, and here today. And what again? We were at a scenario where Giant X gets
It's
to
gonna
3
have another
rounds,
official.
and immediately it's like KC just flip a switch, turn back on, and they're far in the lead.
We've seen this. We've seen
Now, this
this.
has been one of the major
this round 3
successes.
times.
That aggression coming out from Purpo spots nothing but gets them info.
Again, though, that info's worked well when it's an A site play or a slow B.
Flash
This
is
time,
going
though,
to
much
annihilate
pacier
everyone.
again. And the paranoia has delayed them entirely. Shin just about snuck away from that bullet, dodged it. As GX look to wrap back around, that spike still needs to be planted. They want to take advantage of the chaos. So
Ooh.
quick kills coming in. And Thrash used up. It's actually caught them. Huge with Redgar down.
Keep an eye on the luck as well. Luck decided to cancel.
He's got Redgar in the end. Bought
Did
some
he
time
also?
perhaps for Tomazi to come up and find this quick kill, make it more awkward, but he's
Got a
left it at
cage. You can
1v2.
cage yourself off there.
Tomazi to do it all.
Cage yourself off.
The defuse down right underneath his nose. He's going to go for the spams instead, but they're off it. They're willing to run down this clock a little bit, and the cage didn't quite reach
nicely
where
handled
it
from
needed to.
Giants, to be honest.
On his third kill of the round.
It's the same thing once they realize that the plant goes down, that they're wrecked. So they make it look like they're fighting over towards site, big group up, fight early. Drone was nice.
They're sending in a lot of utility to just
the mid-round calling here was pretty good from them.
I don't even know who got killed there. But then, yeah, just moving as a unit and allowing him to just put that raw individual aim. And Fatinho as well, really putting up some numbers here. Now they got that showstopper back online once again. And Rolling Thunder's not far away. So things definitely starting to look a little bit better for Giant X.
I mean, that was probably their best round that we saw. The flood over towards here was pretty good on the other round. This was actually a nice round.
Well, fighting to equalize this scoreline at
They
the
seem
half.
to
Giant X have quite a battle on their hands. Looking for
this is a nice collapse on this one. Omen flashes in. That nade should be getting a kill. 26, okay.
Magnum, but Shins fall into the spams. They're running through this util.
Running
They're losing
through?
their lives to it. A showstopper used confirms the round.
Okay, that was a little bit weird for K-Corp, and I don't know if they felt like someone was pushing behind them or something. Like, I don't know if there was pressure over towards middle that I missed, or maybe they were conditioned into it, that they kind of just carried on sending it. This is a nice pinch, though.
Yeah, it's been a sort of back and forth.
Contact into Omen Flash, into Nade, and then everyone goes aggro.
To level it up after what was a pretty rough start to this map would really not be a bad showing from Giant X whatsoever. I think as well, the fact that we are seeing Purpo come more and more into this game is going to be really important because he is the pinnacle. When it comes to
K-Corp are really not on the same page there.
He's going to be the focal point of their entire move.
Okay, last round. I'll tell you what,
Again, though,
Giants really pulled this one back.
KC, they are
They had a bad start, like a really bad start.
But feeling comfortable in their post plants once they can get there.
Yeah, and it's the same thing in terms of loads of sound here, and they can't. They got to stop this plant again. Man, this overview sound is bad. I like this. Late Omen Flash for this swing. Oh, that's nice. Omen Flash for the right side. KO Flash for the closer. That was sick.
It's spiked down now under their control. Giant X might have something to work with. They know the Purpo's here. They know the site is lost, at least they're spotting that as we speak. A costly bit of information. Good blast pack, but the player's too close. Cloud got his
Big Jewel. Ah, man, that decides it, you would imagine.
To the 1 versus 1. The sneak around from the right, 45 HP, spotted, trap destroyed. But Hoodie hits the shot.
Hey, this is on, man. They got 6 from that.
Just about.
6 from
we're seeing,
that start.
Like in some of the early stages of this matchup,
one Joey, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 4 months.
I won't lie, Redgar's still not been having the best of days. I think.
I love that though. That additional play where you tap the spike, they're going in for the spike, and they just take market control. The KO Flash close and the Omen Flash to get to the right side.
And now, as said, heading into that attack side, that's where Hoodie's going to be able to get on those lurks a little bit more. And as said, that's where Purpo and Fatinho is still going to be that double duo. Those setups that are going to have to be put into place well for him to get those opening kills.
Yeah, considering this. Pretty strong.
Well, the second half is sure to be exciting. The pressure on for the side of Giant X. They don't want to be kicking this off with a loss. Already making this map close against a team that did so well internationally and regionally last, I don't want to call it stage, but in kickoff.
Cover going out.
But that's not an accolade that they're looking for. They want to beat them. They want to
Pretty
take
cool
that
pistol.
spot in Shanghai, and it's going to be a long road for them. Even in this series, 6-6 pistol round, carry some weight.
Wait, this Omen Flash though.
Yeah,
that was a little bit bold. But they originally used their smoke here, and then he used his other smoke over towards spawn, so he had no smoke for this extra area.
Players waiting. The flash should actually be able to catch. Martini dodges it, but still isn't able to.
Hey, what? Fatinho's util's doing pretty good.
Quick enough on the trade. Narrate also looking to push in. He did damage.
Actually looking pretty good on the breach. These guys are wrecked though, right?
This death ball. The swing's coming out. It's not pretty for Magnum, but eventually he gets the job done.
Any HP?
Cloud dinked at the beginning of the round. Left on 20 to try and find 2. Spike planted, not in a bad position for him, but you can see Magnum already just pre-firing some of the shots. The smoke onto it is going to make things all the more difficult. Needs his kill immediately, and even
nicely handled. Double pistol for K-Corp in this one. I think it's 3-1 for pistols. I'm not entirely sure. I think that's right.
As well in this map should give them good opportunity to convert it, but we already know that Giant X are pretty good
on
with
using
those
util and
comebacks
set
so far
plays
in this
early.
map,
I mean, if you get map control, it can be worth.
Yeah, they definitely have been.
They're 4-0. They didn't get a pistol on Breeze. Oh man.
They can pick it up towards the end. That's all good. Just the pistol makes it
not
that
gonna,
little bit
not
more
gonna win
difficult.
many games.
It swings the odds into KC's favor. They've got the lead in the half, and they've got an
I actually felt like their
injection
pistol
of
strat
rounds.
on this
Don't
wasn't
expect
too
to see a
bad
force
at all.
fight coming out of Giant X,
It
probably just
did.
take
It
it
didn't
on the
make
chin
sense
and
that
move
the
on.
Omen would
For round
swing
number
after
15,
using
as we
both
can
his
see,
smokes
indeed,
here.
it will be just
So I liked it
classic
up until that
Ghost
point.
on Hoodie. An opportunity to fight together. They use their utility off rips, stuns, nades. Actually, no, the nade wasn't even thrown out from Purpo there. I thought it was. I guess KC just using a lot of that utility to push Giant X back.
So
They
K-Corp
pushed them into a
are
wide
allowed
open
a death
side,
on this
barring
one.
the traps.
This is the classic setup, though. KC absolutely love to play retake on this map, so they are more than happy to give up that space, allow for that plant to come through. The only real
We gotta
danger
keep an
in
eye
this
on the
round is
lurk
gonna
on
be
this
Hoodie
as
on
well.
the lurks. It's being checked for, but
What
he's
util have they
so
still got?
passive.
Nade.
He's not
That's
gonna
it.
be found.
They got one nade.
The only thing will be if he can hit that timing just right. The thing is, the main problem, that weaponry disadvantage.
They're close range, though. They got the numbers to work with.
Whoa,
Cloud somehow
three.
three with a classic in his hand. This is unbelievable.
Guy killed three. Guy got four.
Cloud got 4
Ow.
kills.
I mean, I know they had a good crossfire between two of them, and two made sense. How's he getting the third one?
I have no idea how he managed
I'm
that.
fairly sure that they've lost every single pistol so far in this game, and every single time in the map there has been a point, and most of the time it was the bonus round, like where they were coming in with rifles.
Oh,
This time
these
he
two
does
are
it a
just
little bit
solo
earlier,
focusing
where
on
he
this
comes out
guy.
with a multi-frag that they never really should be winning.
He's got him back.
He's doing it, yeah, doing it back to him.
Firing back, and 7-7. We're tied up again. I said the pistol was a big factor. I said I
And
didn't
Martin
expect
gets a hero
Giant X
stinger as they decide to
force
pretty
fight.
much do the exact
Well,
round the
They
Giants did
didn't.
earlier.
They still won the round. Now we're neck and neck, and in fact, the ball's in their court. Weapons for the attackers, and none for the defense.
A stinger.
Oh,
Instant
sorry.
reaction.
My
When
bad.
they check
Yeah,
this
watch that
cam
before
though, what's the
kills.
timing? They saw two.
It is
That's
Martin.
it.
When there's a will, there's a way.
Everyone's here to fast flood.
I don't know if the Mitchman curse is that strong, but we'll have to wait and
Yeah,
see.
so they realize they gotta take
Are they
some
gonna
map
check?
control.
They are. No
This is
way
nicely
the
done from
Twazi
Giants.
side's not
Honestly,
gone
some of the
for it
mid
now.
rounding's been
Magnum
pretty good.
already gone. The rest of them just looking to run around the corner, and while Martin is the only one left, it will be one kill at least, but for the first time.
There's the one that's high up here, but it is right because the flash hits like your body, right? So you don't have to, like that would hit people on the floor and the person on top.
And it was the map that
I'm pretty
Giant X
sure.
won. And that was the thing that sort of surprised me in this veto. Obviously a map that KC have been very confident in, and maybe with the changes, scrim results, we don't know. But the fact is, right now they're down.
Well, barely anyone died as well in that previous round. With the context of that and a full eco win in the round prior, the economy for GX now looks pretty solid, pretty secure.
One that goes over
for the
towards
coming
site.
rounds. A big challenge for KC on their
Go
map pick.
fast
as
to
their
market.
defense is now
Recon
really
doesn't get
under
shot, so
threat.
they realize that there's no one
Defense being
close.
challenged.
Knife misses everyone. Damn, this is looking good for Giants.
Paranoia's used
Wait,
as they claim
that's pretty
control
cool.
of the site. It hasn't pushed anyone back.
Nade
though.
goes off through the
As he's
window.
playing the retake.
They back to sight.
Part of the plan from the get-go for Karmine Corp. And if they,
And they
do
get the
go
good
for
plant
B
down.
main post plan,
Do they have
you've got a
the...
showstopper on Martin.
Doesn't look like it. The Omen's sending it.
Fury used proactively though. I like the idea.
Dude, it's nice though with this ult. They can just hold this line. This was a really good round from Giants. This was sick.
Adaptation from Giant X is wonderful. They know exactly what their
Yeah,
opponents
this
are
whole
going
set
for. As
play
said,
was,
we set up this
honestly
map
very nice.
knowing the KC love to go for the retakes. If you think Pipson and Milan aren't also looking at those VODs and working out the way they want to play, and so far Giant X have done fantastically well just to be disruptive, get in their face, put the Hunter's Fury through the second they're setting up, throw in Purpo to take some fights aggressively.
And I think K-Corp need
just not allow
to...
those positions to be
I don't know. I guess
Solid
Giants
round
here
from
kind of
Giant X.
gambled and
Okay,
won
the
in the
showstopper
fact
will
that
still
they're
be
fighting
there. A
A
couple
and
of
just
rifles will still be
solo
there. There's
retake over towards
nobody
B, but
remotely close to clearing out these players. The
and that might
problem,
be
though,
because
for
K-Corp
KC,
are a
the
little
scoreline
bit
now
too
starting
obvious
to
with how they
slip away
play.
for them.
Well, this is it. Yeah, a position it didn't look like they were going to find themselves in. And GX
You have a question, why did they pick Breeze if they look so much better here? First of all, they might have felt like K-Corp were going to pick this. Second off, you're pretty much just going off pracs, right? So I guess that Breeze worked in pracs loads. And I think K-Corp really haven't looked like incredibly great at Breeze, so maybe they thought that as well. They might have felt like it was their best chance.
They push forward. They take those fights to them. It's a much, much better look. They're finding success. And in round number 17, double digits.
All you have to go off
now
is just like
possible
scrim
for this
results, and it
attacking
can
squad.
only give you so much, really.
It's the same thing from KC, the same setup, I guess, because they didn't use...
No, I mean Giant X, I think they were expecting aggressive elements in this round. So for the first 30 seconds, they just sit there. They go, okay, they've got double flashes.
Do they want to use
pushes.
Razor
They're gonna
with
wanna
this one
send
if they
Martina
decide to
maybe
just
with that
force into
showstopper.
sight?
So let's just wait and see. The thing is, though, the read out from KC is fantastic. 4 players within this site this time. As said, most of the time they've been playing retake. The problem is they have given the game away.
They did.
Yeah.
They did damage
And
to
Giants realized that
Purple
they're
down to
just
40
fighting for this site.
But all that utility
And then
coming
now
through,
is the call good enough to
the
cut
spams
sound and
as
then
well,
hit
it's
all the way
scared
back
them.
over towards site again?
GX, though, might not be changing direction so much as changing their approach. Fighting for some mid-control. Split through market possible here with still the B lurk. I'm expecting that's...
This was a
what
nice
they're
idea.
aiming
They're
for.
using a
The
lot of
smoke's on the
utils
left
to
side
enable
of
like
mid.
one of the only
Not
guns
using
here.
it more passive like you'd expect to cover their
30 seconds
cross
left.
through. I think that's just trying to keep
There's a gap
players
through the
in
smoke, so
position.
they're getting full
To some
info.
extent, it's worked.
Util goes
As
in.
soon as they
Raze
hear
does
that
have
util,
ult. 20 seconds
Wrap
left.
is
I would
back
be so
around.
tempted.
Players move to the site. Magnum good for one. Showstoppers caught another, and this has slowed down the push from GX. But still, the man advantage isn't that far gone. But 12 seconds is the main problem.
seconds
The
left.
plant needs to come through, and it looks like it will.
Oh
but
man,
the blitz
what a
right
flash,
afterwards puts them in the ground.
Yeah, they played this really, really well.
Oh, really good round from KC.
Shut down the initial
Again,
hit,
I don't mind
and then
the
like the
initial
extra
setup
flash
that
to
we saw
enable
from
Martin
Giant
to
X.
actually get the
They were
info over
passive, they were
towards middle.
patient,
They
were
double
waiting
jawed
for their
middle. It
opponents,
was
but this
very
time
good from
KC were just
Kickoff. It was
happy to
nice.
stack up a site, get the read right initially, and then just almost stick around ready to have all of that utility remaining for the end. And I think that was the main thing, is that Giant X, because of their slow pace, because they weren't really pressuring them until right at the end, you still had a showstopper, you still had a paranoia, you still had
this
pretty
Omen
much
flash
every
at the end
single
was
piece of
perfect.
utility available to then delay to the very last seconds. And well, for Giant X, not around, you'd be
Ecos,
hoping
bro,
to
there's
lose.
been like
Luckily,
a lot of
because the
ecos
way
in
the
this game
rounds have
already, like
gone,
3
they
maybe?
have a lot of credits, and they have their ults building up as well.
Yeah, everyone's got pretty good money. This is it. Magnum, that's about it.
This is going to be a blitz. Or at least I thought it was from the defensive side. It's a late paranoia. They were
Yeah,
waiting
that
for the
Omen
contact.
flash back here hit so
Four
many
players
people.
here,
So the
and
fight
this
for
looks
A,
more like they're
K-Corp win
trying
this one.
to push Giant X back than to actually catch them with a quick play. Drone goes up, free
Oh,
smoke,
boy.
rolling thunder, time to run. Showstopper searching
Wait.
for a target, but not found it. Martin
What?
dies in the end. And
There's still a
Thrash
lot of people
finds
here.
a target, but there's no way to capitalize on it. They've got to fall back. Giant X have earned that advantage.
God, this is now problematic for KC. A man down already, but I
And they
like the
decide
way
to
that
go
they're
aggro over
pretty
towards
aggressive,
middle as well.
trying to take back some control. It's
They
being
might get
watched
really good
by
timing.
Redgar, and there's a trip there as well. Giant X instead have just opted to slow right
And
down.
will
Because
they
with
throw a knife to try and get through
aggression
this?
from this defense, they could catch them. Pop flash.
Oh,
looking to
okay,
go
flash
over
if
the
anyone's
top,
facing them. This is
trying
kind
to
of nice.
reclaim some
Especially with the
space.
molly
They had
behind, that
close
was not too
angle
bad at
cleared
all.
already by the Gecko utility. And
Oh man,
Magnum
they're
is
so
now
locked
cleared
in right
with
now.
Redgar, who seem to be lost.
I think they genuinely didn't notice the trap was broken behind, and the chaos and the noise. I don't know, the flash would have helped that much, but they were definitely unaware. KC, though, unaware of the player towards the backside. Cloud's got the perfect position to pounce. He's found his one, but he won't get much more than that, and KC quickly stormed the site. I was all in on Cloud stocks there, but wow, they
Yeah,
were
he had to kind
plummeted.
of get 2
I
here.
don't think it helped that his entire team
I mean, K-Corp
died.
played this really well.
That was it. They buy one more second? Maybe.
Yeah.
I think that's the moment where
There
he's
were like
guys,
some
I'm behind them,
miscoms,
just
and then they weren't like
got one.
decisive
Who's that?
enough. They
No.
just had no map
yeah,
control,
I
and then they got the
genuinely think
spike
that
down when they didn't have
Redgar,
map
I don't
control,
know
but
if
they
he was
needed to
setting
get
up a
map
smoke,
control
but
first.
They made it very clear that they were coming from behind. Like, they broke the trip, they threw a flash over the top. So I guess that either it just wasn't commed or
They threw
just...
the knife, too.
Yeah.
From behind.
It just seemed like, yeah, just got a little bit lost, and that was what gave them the space to basically come back in on the retake.
And to be fair, if anything, maybe I'm misreading it, but I'm fairly certain he was hit by that knife, so he could not have been setting up a smoke.
Maybe.
Is
Oh,
just
boy.
lost in the sauce for a second.
Balls at 2,
and I guess
2,
trying
that's
to
not great.
coordinate the push, it got a little chaotic. These things happen. It's been tough. And at 9-9 for the side of Giant X, they've at least still got rifles. They'll have some ultis, but not actually any good ones. This rifle round's gonna
Redgar having a rough game, bro. He had a rough
hard
game
for
first game as well.
Pause is called
It's a rough
through.
best of 3
I
at this
think this
moment
is
for
the
him.
worst time for both teams, really. But if you're Giant X, you're a map down. The momentum just switched hands to your opponents. I think now they're left to just sit in this situation where they're a couple rounds from losing their opening matchup.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be if you're Giant X. Now, obviously, this is not similar to kickoff in the sense of the format. Like we're not sitting there going, you lose 2 games, you're done for the season.
The quality
like,
of gameplay in this match so far. Am I
within
including Breeze or not?
Now, obviously,
This one's not too bad. Breeze
was
was
a little bit more difficult to do.
Breeze wasn't great.
At the same time,
K-Corp did good
be
stuff.
still given an opportunity, and I think losing to KC, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Do I expect Clove to be played next week? Yeah. I think C9 will. That's like my safe bet. And there'll probably be some APAC teams.
Signs that Giant X, like, say for example, they play against the likes of a
Moosey
Koi,
with the 15
like,
months.
probably
Thank you.
that advantage spot, whereas KC, we expect them to be a Masters team. Like, that's what we're looking at now. They have proven themselves at the highest degree. The issue with this map, I think, though, that will be frustrating is they've had opportunities. They've had a lot of opportunities, in fact, and some of them just seem like, okay, some quieter performances, like Redgar especially, just hasn't really been there in either map, and I think that we're even seeing just blips and mistakes that are happening. And for the other side of things, you've had a couple of switch-ups, like Thomas has said, now moving over to that Sentinel role, and it looks good. Like, it doesn't look like he's out of pocket, uncomfortable at any point. So I think it's just proving again that this KC roster, even though they haven't had much time, they've had like a week, they've still been in the lab, they've still been working.
And that's another aspect to it that we didn't even mention, because obviously I said KC
Down
being an
Clove, yeah, that might
international
happen.
event, having limited time to prep for their matches, let alone think longer term, further ahead, think about Clove coming soon as well. But the other aspect is Giant X, whatever they've been practicing, whatever they've been mulling over, it wasn't really an aspect of Breeze, I suppose, with KC. They haven't had to show anything, whereas KC have. Like, the week preparation they have is trying to build on something that
China, yeah, they actually explore a lot with agents.
Which,
that's true.
Again, just puts you at that major back foot. I think the thing that stands to them, despite, you know, obviously their prep, they were one of the teams that was, I think, scrimming the most when it came to Madrid. Despite the schedule, they would still get back late at night and go right away into scrims. They've got the hard work and the dedication, but they just have this insane depth of young
ISO?
talent
Nah.
that no matter what
people won't
they
play
can clutch
ISO.
out a situation. Players like Narrate, like
They need to be
last
careful with the
season as
ISO
well.
buff,
I would say we
because
saw
the
them do a
vulnerable
lot,
is pretty
but we
legit.
saw the impact of it, I suppose. and you know, this is a squad that even Magnum, he's had his games. He's also had
The
his
wall's
bad
just
games,
the
but
wall's just not good enough,
need
really.
You
Cobbs
do
with the
keep
Prime,
bringing
thanks
it
so much
up
for the 18
every
months.
time.
Thank you,
This is
thank
very
you.
funny. I don't
Toasty
think you've
as
got
well,
a
thank you with the 2 months. Appreciate the
single
Prime.
match since that day where you haven't brought
Deadlock?
that up.
I know.
See, I think
know.
Deadlock has
It's
some
'cause he's
legs.
Just like, he's my second favorite Spartan.
I think Deadlock maybe has some
015.
legs
Okay,
with
17.
Clove as well,
I like it.
I like it
in
when
terms
they
of
do
like
the
a
helmets on.
combo.
Let's
I think there's
not
some
get
play with that.
Let's not get into the TV show.
At least on defense, it would suck on attack with the
Well,
but
I have some information for you.
maybe not. Ten said they should be able to have 2 walls and stop like Harbor.
What we've been waiting for.
Yeah, it needs like do you know what would work well with that as well? Yeah, I do think the wall is the thing. If I was gonna change ISO, I would have the wall like the old Omen Flash, right, where you had the 3 speeds, but like if you ran back it was slow, if you were like standing still it would be middle, and then if you ran forwards it was fast. I would have the 3 speeds like on how the Omen Flash used to work. And then yeah, if you could stop it, then I think it would be pretty cool.
Basically, we're going to go straight into what will be a
That's how I would do it.
For KC, which it seems to be something they're doing quite a lot.
You missed the first map? Oh man, it was an absolute slaughter.
Messy at times. They're quite happy to go, okay, well, we've seen that, like,
no one can use Clove yet, not until next week. And it's like being introduced at a bad time. Because everyone's got like a week of
this was a mistake
main
that we want to
games,
fix before we lose
and
round.
then they come
And that's
out.
something he
So
does.
it's like,
We've already seen it multiple times in this match.
what are you meant to do?
I think to
Just
some extent as well, the fact that
start
you look at those
fracking for it
reactive
now and
pauses,
sack off the first week?
To each team
Yeah.
their own style, but I think there's an element of trust within the core that you've built there, within the protocols you've established, that if you do lose to something that's blatant, your IGL can pick that up. You know, that's something you don't need to expend a pause on. You can also listen in for a second, go, wait, they're not talking about that thing they need to. Pause, pause, pause. There's always upsides to it, downsides, but I think Aang is a coach that should most certainly be studied. This man has done so much with so many different rosters. And now here on KC, after a splendid regional run.
Did they double timeout? I think it was just a tech pause into a timeout, right?
Now look to start this one off with success. With a one win up with a 2-0 in terms of maps. It's all possible.
Yeah, they'd have
for
4
KC.
Points.
Maybe racking it up.
No one else is even
As
gonna
timeout
be
goes in,
remotely close.
K-Corp
They'll be the only
aggro want to
team
take
still
over
with
towards
points.
A with a flash, a TP, and now a
Giant X still
one-way.
standing there,
In
wait,
reaction,
we're at a 9-9
Giants
scoreline.
just
It
insta
definitely
push over
isn't done
towards
yet,
B.
and it looks
Jesus.
like we're going straight back in
But K-Corp
to what will be
insta
this
take
B
middle.
site
Are they
take
going to get
once
the
again.
plant? So far, Giants haven't been
Already
playing
though,
back over
set
towards
up
B
immediately
main.
for a retake. Thomasy has just
Okay.
spammed
I mean, that's
through the
nice
smoke
timing of the
and
spam.
managed to take 2 heads off while he's doing
Bro,
it.
with the flash,
Just
oh
taking
my.
over completely. The young man from Portugal could have had himself
Bro,
an
they
ace. It's not gonna
only
be
saw
happening.
2
Should have
people in the
stolen
end
it
here. That
away,
was
but
annihilation.
dear
I mean,
Lord,
nice
that was
spam. The
absurd
lineup came
round
in.
from the youngster.
They
What the
really
hell
try
did
and
he say
plant
in
this
that
wall when they
pause,
didn't play
Tom?
backside, or are they just running in?
How do you set that one up?
Tomazi narrates, almost overtaken you on the scoreboard.
Double here.
Wake up, boy.
Oh, look at that flash,
man.
though.
Through the smoke was ridiculous. 2 players, granted, blinded, but swinging out and just popping their heads like birthday candles.
This was much better actual like play from much better play from K-Corp though, going aggro over towards here and then having the faster rotate so they could floods like this and have numbers there, and they go for the same thing because Giants have just been walking into sites, right?
But a man disadvantage now has been gifted to KC.
Oh, did he really try and rotate through middle with no
I
smoke?
guess
What happened
there
here?
must have been some sort of flash that was
Yeah,
thrown
did
out,
I miss this? Is he just
clearly
peeking on
was
his own?
dodged by
He had to have been
Purpo.
flashing himself.
Able
Either
to
that or
find
Magnum's the
opener, and
most
it's not
confident
something like that.
IGL we've
Maybe a little
seen.
bit overconfidence from KC.
Cross,
after
thank
the
you so
last
much for
round,
the
I can't
11
really
months.
blame
Thank you, thank you.
I know exactly where.
them. Already.
I don't think there was a smoke up or
Information gonna be
anything. I'm
taken.
pretty
You
sure,
can see
unless I've just
immediately
missed it. But
Tomazi's
I feel
gonna
like
rotate in to try and take a little bit of extra space off the back of the TP as well. They're going to try and fake information that there's less players on A. I like the
Like
idea,
this.
using
The
the
drone
front
goes
shadows
in.
to try and bait things
no
out
one
a little
holding.
bit.
Well, one person here to hold it, but K-Corp aren't really biting on this
They've
one.
got the right players in the right
Yeah,
place
this
at
actually
the
might
right
work
time.
really well for K-Corp. Problem is middle question marks. That's why they gotta. The rate's gotta look at it.
It's all about how this blitz comes down after.
Wait,
And it
I
looks
don't
like it
know.
won't
I
come
mean,
down
was it
at
because
all.
the nade came in?
GX just back out. KC.
Yeah, Martin
What did
nades
they
over
hear? What
towards
did
here,
they
and then they
see?
realize that someone's holding, so now they
rotating off
rotate.
the
But
A
we gotta
side
look at this.
completely.
Fast rotate
They're
coming in.
stacking up this B side. I mean, the read is once again absolutely perfect from a dead
Got it,
Magnum.
surely.
And now this play through, they're running into Tomazi. They try to deal with him, but they don't know how many more players are waiting.
Again.
The flash through even catches Hoodie. They know where he is. That flash gave it well away, and Hoodie, well, he'll try his best, at least finding the first. Swinging up close, he doesn't know there's a player in the corner, and I heard a few more
Done from
bullets than I
K-Corp.
should have, but
Man.
he got there in the end.
Giants need to
We see.
either speed up or at least
11-9.
push them
Again,
back off
round starts
the
off
angle
well
on
for
A
the
here.
side of Giant X. They get the opener. They actually get the read
Or at least
initially
vision
correct,
block
but
the angle on A.
rotations from KC are just sublime. I don't know if Aang
They
has
gotta
just
do
the gift
anything
of
to push this
foresight, and
A on.
that's what the pause was for. He's like, okay, in the next round, Thomasy, you're going to get 4 kills. Round after that, they're going to initially play towards the A side, rotate back to B. Because it just looked like they had the script. It looked like they could see a
Similar
monitor
thing,
somewhere.
we've got
and
a
they read
KO
and just knew
flash, we've got
exactly
an
where their
Omen
opponents were
TP.
going, 'cause it just
TP,
followed
flash
them
goes in, they swing it, they
all the
see
way
no
around
one,
the
they
map. Martin
hold one
now
person
invested
here.
into the operator
Giants
as well.
need
It is
to
another
take
fight
this
for
guy
Giant X,
off of
but
this angle.
This is slipping.
They have to.
It is, and they're down to their last
And the more
legs in
passive
terms of
angle that he's
credits.
taken
Ults,
as well.
You know, they could come online towards the end. Maybe Purpo and Cloud were particularly looking at a good plant
Oh,
or
boy.
claim for Vitinho. And he's been doing pretty well in terms of kills. Reflash out from KC, mid-control taken, guaranteed.
insta-
by the fact that nobody
Insta info
was
over towards
spotted by
here,
the
knife
Dizzy.
hits what?
They'll move
5?
towards this B side
Oh
on the side of
man.
GX, but look at
So
that,
now they got a
5
mid round,
agents
but they just have
been
no
suppressed,
map
have been
control, like at
detected.
all.
And that op is gonna be
Literally all of these
trained
are
on
question
the angle.
marks.
The smoke up.
Now
It'll
what?
allow them to still get them when they come through. Of course, the flashes you're expecting to see. Nade gonna slice up this attack a little bit. Purpo isolated,
Oh,
spam
Purpo,
down.
bro.
Tamassi takes him in the
You
open.
go in and do
The
everything.
Hammer's getting all the information all the while. They have no
Bro, they need a
idea that
timeout.
they're
They gotta
being
push this guy on A
spotted.
back.
Caught in
Like they
4K
can't.
as
They're not
KC
gonna win
pushed to
unless they push
12.
this guy on A back.
I remember last year, looking at someone like Tomazi.
It's a great timeout from Kickoff, though. They won every single round by going aggro, getting the info, and faster rotating.
If you told me that going into next year, that he'd be one of my favorite ciphers after only playing it for a couple of maps, I think I'd call you crazy. But he had everything this round. The utility was on point, repositioning consistently, finding the kills as well. Currently sits top of the board, 23 and 14. Well, the pause button has been slammed once again.
Yeah,
this time
and
it's
this
gonna
has to
Giant
be
X in there.
either early A
for free,
control.
this is definitely a reactive
There's
pause.
literally 3
5 rounds
options.
in a row for the defense.
Either they go early
No
A
real
and push
blitz
this guy
even on the
away
radar.
fully,
These rounds
or
have
they
been
go fast
clean
over
at
towards the
that.
rest of the site, or they like
And now,
default and
well,
then go back
Pipson,
A.
He's going to try and come
They
up with
got-
something
they
that
got
can
all
not
the
only win
options,
the next
yeah.
round, but maybe the next 2.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I think they have another pause to work with at least, so
Yeah, he
can have another chat.
He can take a pause each round until they get to 11, and then...
Oh, you're on your own, boys. You're on your own.
It also lets Eng
We got to, yeah, I was going to say, we've also got to do this thing. Like, right here is probably the most perfect time for Kickoff to go aggro. We want to see if Giants is going to hold a default for a little bit, because the best call for Kickoff right now is to just go aggro. Giants are just thinking about what they can do. Everyone's just focused on the new game plan of either pushing this person back towards A or fast hitting or whatever. And there is a good chance that Giants decide to go aggro. Sorry, that Kickoff decide to go aggro. Okay, are they ready?
I mean,
Hail Flash goes in, TP close. If it hits, this Dizzy goes out and we reswing.
Points dependent. I wouldn't be upset to see them push the international stage, but I don't think
Whoa.
they're one of the best out there
Nice
right
breach
now.
flash. It might have been an
Cream of the
original
crop.
KO
That's
flash though,
KC.
I'm not entirely
Without
sure.
Shin, they might struggle in this round. Smoke's now down. This gets a little tougher. Narrate is incredibly
This is a much better round from Giants. Like they actually
Magnum
have a very good chance
has
now.
to be forced off by the drone. Has some counter utility. They definitely know he's there. They know that
Hello Cupid mate, how we doing?
is around this position as well. Rotation coming in. This might be the moment to fall back, but actually, Hoodie moving forward.
It cuts sound like they might have gone back. Kind of cuts sound that it might have gone back. Not really. Kickoff just have a stack here.
Pretty much everyone goes down.
Bro, they just have reads on them, it feels like.
One player standing.
Every single time I've just watched Giants descended into like a site where there's like 4 people within the area.
To keep them in this series, to keep them in this map.
They didn't really cut sound properly, that was the issue here. And then they didn't give it long enough as well.
30 seconds left.
But I mean, the overall macro plan of pushing this guy off was good, and then...
Signed and perhaps delivered. Cloud, 20 seconds. They are waiting, biding their time, knowing he can't get that spike planted and kill us all in time.
Yeah, there's no time for this. Raze could honestly just run.
And how he goes down. Not
okay, nicely done from K-Corp. It looked better from Giants. He gave me way more hope than the first map.
13-4 and 13-9. They're back.
Yeah, before coming in today, Tomazi had played 19 games of Viper, 5 games of Omen, and a game of Fade. Today, he picked up the Cypher and has just gone 26-14 versus Giant X, a team that beat them on this map last time around. A lights-out performance from him and the entirety of the squad, and off the back of a decent showing at Masters Madrid, it is safe to say there are no slackers on the side of KC. They are back and looking as fierce as ever.
Yeah, listen, you can talk about prep time, showing what they've got on the international stage. They showed us what they've got on Breeze today, and there's no easy breezy map up against this squad. They are looking strong and determined to repeat last season's results. Kickoff went well, and they've kicked this one off.
Yeah, it's a nice start for them. Dude, I'm well worried for Giants after watching that.
Definitely glimpses of what we can expect to see. Purpo, especially in that second map, was looking pretty decent for Tino as well on the breach. Actually ended up top fragging, so it's not affecting his numbers too much, but I think it's definitely going to take a little bit of time before they get to the form that we want to see from them. And it's one of those games where I feel like you can definitely learn a lot from. You're going up against one of the best teams. Either way, it is the day of KC, and of course we're going over to Sue, who's waiting with Magnum.
Thank you very much, guys. That is right. I'm joined by Magnum, the IGL of K-Core. Now, congratulations on your victory. Welcome back, by the way. We've been theorizing a little bit about what you guys learned from Madrid. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think you guys took away from that tournament?
So first of all, like I think the big thing is we polished our preparation. I think we know how to prepare for matches. That is all about our game. Second, we want to win and what we have to do to win. And third, map pool. Like we have different, like we just have different map pool, different compositions as you can see, and I'm feeling excited.
Let's talk about these differences because you haven't had a lot of
impressive
time.
in
You
a
guys
short
were
time.
at a global event. You got to come back here. So how long have you had to actually prep for all of these new things?
I think I'm not quite sure, but I would say like 7 to 10 days. But what I can say, we are struggling with our internal office, so we are playing with 2,000 ping sometimes. So we count it like we have like 1 to 5 rounds a preg with 2,000 ping, which is like a lot. But yeah, we play a lot of scrims a day, and yeah, that's why we won today.
I mean, you guys won EMEA. You're the kings of EMEA. So why are you changing things? Do you even need to? You feel like?
I mean, first of all, like we already showed everything, and second, I think we are quite a young team and like a new team, so we didn't understand like what's our strengths. But I think now we polished our strengths. We know like what we want to play, what agents, blah blah blah, you know, and yeah, that's why. Especially like if you change comp, you have new ideas, and yeah, it's much harder to play against you.
How much of this is coming from you, and how much is you know the brainchild of N and Zeish?
I think it's a team decision, but most of it always is Ank and me.
The N method, it's working, right? Is he working you guys hard? You're practicing a lot?
Yeah, we play like 6 scrims a day with a lot of review, and but it's fun.
How's everyone dealing with the potential role changes? Obviously, Tomazi on the Cypher, I feel like he plays everything at this point. You on the KO as well, on Sunset. You guys comfortable right now with your roles?
Yeah, like we usually like we try like a bunch of different comps, and then we just like talk which we like the most, and then that's how we choose it. Yeah.
Yeah, and lastly, looking ahead to the rest of your split, you have Na'Vi coming up, Food, Koi, Heretics, and so on. Is there a team that you feel like will be giving you the biggest challenge out of all of those guys?
I mean, what I can say, I don't know like from these 4 teams, but I'm happy we don't have to play Team Vitality, because, oh my god, like, I don't think we won single scrim against them.
Oh.
And we are getting like full destroyed. They are playing real well. But yeah, we'll see the next split or playoffs, how we do.
I hope you get to play them in playoffs. Thank you very much, Magnum, for joining me. Once again, congratulations. Thank you for your time. But don't go anywhere, you guys, because after the break, we're going to be bringing you Team Liquid versus Koi.
Pretty cool. Vitality played Na'Vi first as well, right? Oh my god, that's gonna be sick. How many maps is a scrim? Just 1 map. So most people will just do like this, where you practice like 1 map a day, and that's like your day. But you also have like most people do like competition days, where they'll just play like a best of 3. So they'll like fight against a team, and they'll play a best of 3, and you kind of replicate as close as you can to playing like a LAN, or playing like an actual official tournament. The normal practice would just be like a whole day of a map. You'll probably do like an hour of prep on the map. You play like your 6 games. You'll have a break in between. And then sometimes you can VOD review the first 3 or VOD review at the end. That's pretty much how it is. And that's like your normal practice day, but then some days, let's say it's like Wednesday, you have like official day where it's just like you treat everything as an official. You try and get it as close as possible, and you'll have like, say, that you'll just book, I don't know, like BBL or something, and you'll just play a best of 3 against them. It's pretty much like how the practices go. But it's different for every team. They're like a rough way of doing it. Who did he say was cooking them in the scrims? Vitality, apparently. Atroix, good to see you, bro. 10 months. Thank you so much, man. How's everything going over there?
Hey guys, it's
How did the teams look? Giants looked really shaky, man, straight up.
Stairs, clear this angle. You're gonna be able to fight
K-Corp
this.
looked good, considering they changed up comps. They only had like what 7 to 10 days. Pretty impressive, to be honest. And I think that's a good way of approaching it for them. And they work hard as well. And I was worried for them coming into this that they had maybe shown everything, and it looks like they agree, but they managed to just change everything up. So that's pretty.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. We have We have the rematch of a rematch coming on. Koi, Liquid. I have no idea how both of these teams are going to look, so this could be pretty exciting. Alex, thank you so much. Alexic with the 12 months. Thank you for the whole year, bro. I appreciate you. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown in my prime right now. Hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every
Welcome back once again, everyone, to the opening day of Stage 1 here in the Riot Games Arena. There is a new rivalry in town, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it, but it's called Koi versus Team Liquid. And I'm saying this because Kakuka and Bone Cold, it's because they've played against each other so many times already this year, and they got to play each other again, Kakuka, today.
It's kind of crazy, right? Because I feel like also the expectations of both of these teams were different, right? We love the effect of the payback, especially adapting to a new opponent in such a short period of time because of how kickoff was. But this one, I think that is way more balanced, way more
even.
Yeah, way more even. Yeah, way more even this time around.
Oh yeah, for sure. Is this like the third or fourth time they're gonna be playing against each other?
It's 1-1 right now, so this is the third time.
Oh,
so
the
maybe,
third time's the charm. Yeah.
Charm for who?
For this match, I'm just hoping for Liquid to kind of show me the way that Liquid plays, because I feel like the last split they were kind of flat, to be honest. Like it wasn't really that impressive. I just really want to see Nats popping up on the lurks, being just Yumpy's playground. I really just want to see them pop off, to be honest.
I think I want the other way around. I think that we have met a Liquid before, right? But with this Apex core also joining in, I want to see a new identity. But I agree. I want to identify where their strengths rely.
Chat for the VOD. What should I call this? Because I don't want to call it. I don't want it to be like map 1 Breeze split 1, because split's obviously a map. What should I call it? Just season? Season
and this
1?
kind of things that Yumpy does. I want to see an
2024
identity
season or
coming
something?
in from Liquid.
I mean, this is the thing. Koi eliminated Liquid. I don't think anybody had that
Stage
on their
1?
predictions, bingo, however you want to call it. And in terms of Liquid's identity, what is it? What is actually their identity?
Yeah, it's just complicated because you don't want to be Apex #2, right? You don't want Enzo to take, you know, control of everything. They need to find a way to merge.
Yeah,
EMEA
EMEA Stage 1,
also,
I like that.
They need to be innovative enough, so we are aware that they're also advancing and moving with the game. They're not just 2022 Liquid.
Yeah, that's very well said. Like, we don't want to, you know, like see, you know, like, oh, you know, like just the old Liquid. We want to see something new from them.
Yeah, something
Tao
new.
Wei,
Maybe we'll see it
with the
today.
20 months,
In
thank
terms
you
of
so
news,
much.
They do have a new IG, of course, Enzo coming into this, and it feels almost like weird because Shadow was his ex-teammate, Magnum was his ex-teammate. They both went on to IGL in VCT after being his ex-teammate. Magnum is looking great out there. You know, he qualified for Madrid, looked great.
Yeah, we
today.
talked about the Viper enough a little bit
also,
earlier.
Again, looks pretty like a nice addition.
As the matches started,
so
yeah, you missed the first match.
What do you guys think Enzo is bringing?
The VOD of the second map is worth watching, Aaron.
Complicated because kickoff
First
was
one,
like
not
a
so much. Save yourself
one-time
some time.
thing. I need to see them more comfortable. That is for me like my ask from Liquid in this time around, because on the other side I see a Shadow that was ready in this year, even if he were to stay on Apex, to
What's
get
my role in
take
Liquid?
this
Just content
ideal role
creator.
and make it his own. And to me, his performance, he's making
you were to coach one
Koi
team in the
some
world right
instances
now,
look
who would it
very
be?
good. Is besides, you know, going the individual
In terms of
performance,
in terms
sometimes
of
you see
pure
Koi around,
skill,
you're like, that is a very good idea.
probably, man, Paper X would be fun,
What do you
man.
make of these two?
Not that I envy Alex in any way, because it looks like an absolute, like it would take it would take years off your life watching it, because it looks stressful. But in terms of like how talented they all are, it would be pretty fun. They're probably the most talented bunch, I would say.
From Shadow, I'm actually like, I'm not so sure because I haven't really been watching him play. But from Shadow,
And they like
from
fast
the rest of
strats.
the squad,
I
know they
love
have, like,
fast
very young
strats.
Polish players. So I am just very interested to see, you know, like how can Shadow, you know, like perform and how he has been able to hand the responsibility to the rest of
How
the
did
players.
Purple perform? I mean, he
Because
didn't
it's
really
not
have
the
too
same,
much
right?
chance in the
Joining
first
Liquid,
map.
do
Second
you
map,
think
not
you'd
too
be
bad.
able to teach anything to Nats and Yumpy?
Yes.
But what I mean is, like, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to be like, oh, you're going to swap around the way that you play, the way
Yeah,
that
I
you
want to do.
understand the game? No, that
I
there
do
is
want to
some knowledge
interview
you have
Alex
to,
at one point.
is more of
We'll
adapting
make it
as
happen.
a
Probably in the
group
off
effort.
season.
On the
He's
side of
probably
Shadow,
too
I
busy
do
at the
agree.
moment.
It's more of like,
But
yeah,
not that I
last
want to
year
get
was
into
a-
interviews too much, but I think like some of the
Look,
in-depth
what can
stuff
we
of
do
me
to
being in a
make this
team,
year
I
better,
can
to
ask
think
some
more
like
long-term,
relatively good
and
questions
it's
for that
him
stuff.
picking up the IGL
I would like
role
to
this time, having to teach
interview
people,
some like players more
and
or
having
coaches
to make
more.
the project work. Of course, it
Coach
also lays down
Potatoes, yeah,
into,
me and
like,
Minnie
the
were
stuff
talking
and
about
how
that a
they
little
make
bit. He's
everything
too
work.
busy at the
But
moment
on
as
the
well.
ground basis, this
So-
should be
but I think that can
easier
definitely
for
happen.
Liquid, just looking at it as a global thing, than for Koi.
Yeah, I
And
reckon
sitting here
exactly
today,
that,
tell
Amped.
you,
I feel
don't
like
think that's
the amount of
Koi's fault.
similarities we would get would
though,
be
maybe
so mad.
being Enzo's ex-teammate has a certain degree of an advantage.
Eng?
You know
Yeah,
how
Eng
he
would be fun
calls,
as well.
You know how he reacts to things, so maybe that's why Shadow has managed to come out on top at least one time out of the 2 times they played against each other so far. But let's talk about the 2 former Gambit teammates. Any opportunity to bring up Gambit, I'm gonna do it. But of course, Shadows versus Nats. You know, Nats Bone Cold being this OG lurking
You're coaching a
Sentinel
team
player,
right now and you
then
had
Shadows kind of growing
a
into
day
that
when
role. What do you
EMEA
make
games
of
are
this
happening,
head-to-head?
not playing.
What
are you doing? You don't watch the
I
games.
I really want to see, you know, like,
Like,
Nats,
you
know,
just-
like
you just
being
do a normal
back,
day at
because,
Prague.
There's so many moments that I remember Nats
Like
just dropping like
literally what I described
21,
was like
3
our
on me
old routine.
or something
It would
similar.
just be hour of server
But
time.
I
You
just
work out what you're
really
doing,
want to see,
then you
you know,
would just
like,
play that
you know,
map
like, them
3
just
times,
watching
take a
heads in
break,
server.
play that map 3 times
mean,
again,
on
then you would
the
VOD
other
review.
side, I
Sometimes
do
you do
agree,
like a
but I wanna see
45-minute
Nats
break, so you
being
could have a
comfortable. I think
15-minute
that
break
is something
VOD
that we
review
did
of
not
like
see
clips
this
from
year.
these rounds.
Sometimes he was out of in the
Pretty
wrong
much how we would
timings with the
get
lurks.
to it.
No, these things that are a bit uncharacteristic for him, right? We need to see that.
Zaysh,
clicking
yeah,
in,
Zaysh should
and
be
if
fun
that
as well,
doesn't
and
work,
I'm
he needs to
100%
evolve.
sure
The
he
same
would
way
do
that,
that.
for example, when we're seeing CNET playing right now, right? And he's playing all these different agents, and we want CNET, either you play the Jet or this has to, like, and not everything has to go crazy. For Nats, I think that the evolution has to be, and the requirement for an evolution has to be there as well. Yes, you lurk, but everybody knows that.
But the thing is, to counter this, but when he does do it right, and when the team's given the space, given the support, it is so hard to win against that.
They just need to find the consistency for it.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and where does that lie, you think? Who does that lie
Comfort.
to?
Comfort, reps, fundamentals, and being very aware of the rest of your teammates, right? And I think that just takes time.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like a lot of the times when like a player is feeling good about himself and playing good, it really reflects on
That's
your
on
teammates.
Jet.
Because your
What
teammates
the?
are the ones, you know, like allowing.
I
you,
wanted
like,
something
to
different from
play
Liquid.
like
I'm not
this,
sure
and they
that's
react
the
on it.
route that I want to see them
Yeah,
go.
I want to cope a little bit about this, because even if a game plan doesn't work, even if they're struggling maybe for some form of identity they're looking for, they go Kiko. Kiko is looking really
Bone Cold,
good.
yeah.
I
Thoughts on the
love that you
Boaster
mentioned
video?
that.
I
think
talked
Kiko's
about it a
going
little
to
bit
be one of
earlier.
the start
You
to
need to have
list.
confidence in
It
your
feels
team,
like we've been
so
talking about KC
I
and
mean,
Heretics for
I
a
think what he
very,
says
very
is
long
completely
time,
fair.
right?
Got to have that
actually,
confidence in
one
your
of the
team,
reasons why they were
and then you
able
just got to prove
win
it.
that first encounter against Koi was Kiko
It
dropping
could be
how much
one of
was it?
those,
39
could be one of those classic
kills?
years
Yeah,
though,
on
whether
that
like
first
they
Icebox. So there's not a lot
they
that
keep
you
saying
can
the
do
wrong thing and then they
against
get
that, right?
proven
I think
wrong,
that he is one of
right?
the
They said
parts
that they were going to win
can
3 and
look
then
away a little bit
obviously that
because he
didn't
will
go
give
well.
you that kind
So
of
I hope it's
consistency.
not a
He
year
doesn't
like
look like
that
he's
where
a
they
bit
just
uncomfortable.
become
But
memes.
again, and that's for
But
example,
I
right,
just
when they
believe in
on
that
the
team
lures,
still. I don't
it
think
just speaks
I think
out
the
to a
format didn't
global
help
and
them.
bigger macro
Jesus.
What about on the side of
Reprise, what
Koi?
the?
Because in comparison to expectations,
Yeah.
Koi, they look better than
Bro,
they
that
did
puts you in
last
the
year.
lead, right? I think.
love the fact
Reprise,
you-
thank you
for
so
example,
much.
he starts
Oh,
off
Reprise,
with
I actually have
a
something for you as well.
We see him play
can you-
on the
Reprise,
fade. I
can you
think
message
that
me on
they explored
Discord?
the game in a different way as
You're,
most of the teams. We see
you're
the
one of
fade, we've
the-
seen some
yeah, you're one of
harbor. I think
the-
that they brought their idea of
the
what they want
testers
the
for
game to
some
be
for
them
some
and what
match,
works for them.
basically.
But,
But
again,
don't
I wanna
get
see
it's
it in the
small
long term.
match.
Either
Don't get
way,
your hopes
having
up.
Stark
Don't get your
feeling
hopes up too
comfortable
much.
and you being able to tell
You're
on the
one of the
server, you
testers
are
for it.
going to
Same with the
be
mods as well,
mentioned
but we'll sort
Stark,
that
so
out
you
at
know
one
him,
point.
Bone Cold, you met him?
Thank you for the 20 as well, man. 1,094 altogether. Chat, make sure we get the Slug Euler
So I really
spams
want to see
going.
him, you know, like just bright like a star like he did, you know, like back with our team. I really want to see him, you know, like just laugh, have fun. Hopefully, you
The
know, like,
bed
he also, like,
sheets?
he's
Nah,
like
not the
some
bed
moves,
sheets,
you know,
Elio.
like-
Think way
Yeah.
smaller.
I mean, we spoke to him a
Think
little
way,
bit
way
about that, and I
smaller.
was like, you're gonna get
Am
the
I
return.
listening
It
here
didn't seem
in
as
YouTube
keen,
chat?
so why do you
I'm
think that
watching
is?
it. Yeah.
But there,
Can
it's
see
a
you
there's a
typing.
funny backstory where, you know, like he got kind of told off because
Oh,
he
I
was dancing.
remember.
Yeah. in
Wait, by
Masters.
whom? Who told him off?
Oh, it was one of the owners in a sense. He was he because
Bacon's in Berlin? Yes, Bacon is in Berlin.
Yeah, let the
But
man
wait,
dance.
Bacon should be
No,
on
no,
stream
because
today.
we played
Actually,
against
that's
our
a really
teams,
good
he was
point. This might be
dancing,
the
you know,
this
like
might be
when
the
we were winning,
first Bacon
and
appearance
then
on
he
stream.
lost.
That could be pretty fun.
And then, you know, like
Definitely
the
gonna circle his head.
They were concerned that it would like get into his head and he would be like focused, and also like you know, to keep the right tension on your body,
Excited
you
for
have
this?
to be
Yeah, dude,
seated,
I'll
you know,
double
and,
circle his
His
head.
coach is Barber. Barber is like smashing desks, smashing tables, probably smashed a monitor as
So
well.
maybe we need to tell Barbara that he's the
Wait,
one
I wonder
that's
what
telling
shirt
you.
he's. I wonder what
Let him
shirt
dance.
he's
I
got
feel
on,
like
man.
that's
The
what we're
Liquid
missing right
manager.
now on stage,
The
like
Liquid.
you said, you know, it
I'm
starts
not.
with the player
I'm
that
not
we
gonna.
always
I'm not
kind
gonna
of
spoil it,
kept
but the
the
Liquid
energy up,
manager
and
did
we
him
saw what
dirty
happened
with some of the
Sentinels themselves
shirts.
was keeping them
Let's
energy
see.
up in
Let's
that
see if we get a
best of
chance
five.
to see it.
Bunko, do you think maybe that is something that could push them to the next level if they do have that kind of personality to lift them up a little bit?
This is something that I was even, you know, thinking about in Madrid when I was watching Sentinels play. You see Celsius being like so happy. Like, I didn't think that much of like Celsius, but when you see him, you know, like every single round he's just yelling, screaming at his teammates, yelling at the other team, just being so positive. It was just like, you know, like if I were to come back, I want Celsius in my team.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Oh, wow.
I think anyone would want Celsius in their team. Like having him on your side, as you're saying, it's so important to have someone that is always going to have your
Watch
back
party
on
with
the
John. I
mental
could maybe
side,
see what
especially
John's
with
doing
how
tomorrow
long that
and
final
see
is. I think
see
that's
see
something
how
that
wrecked
would
this
be
guy
you
is.
know, a good addition.
In terms of
He's not EMEA
Yeah.
though, so we don't
For
care.
now,
We
for
don't
now.
care. We don't care about
Might be able
Celsius.
to do it tomorrow if I plan it a bit better.
Stark, so for now we
Yeah,
want Stark.
Stark
Real
is
Gems,
the
thank you so much,
OG
man.
Celsius,
Appreciate
you
the
know,
2
he was
months.
doing
Thank you for
it
the
at
tier 1.
Champs. He was
He
winning
invented
champs.
it.
Literally, he invented it. But let's have a little check-in here while we are seeing game 1 already. I want to do a throwback a little bit to Bone Cold or Bone Hot because obviously Giants played, KC played, we got Liquid and Koi coming up as well. Where are we placing these teams? Let's start with the first match. So now we've seen Giant Hex, and we've seen KC. Are they bone cold or bone hot?
For KC, I mean, they're still like, they're just looking, you know, like they're just looking very solid. I don't know if there's, you know, like that much to add in there. They're just good.
For Giants, I would still put them in the same position.
Tony, thank you for saying that, man.
I think that today's result was a bit expected. To me, what happened on Breeze, I didn't really like it. I think it was a bold pick. It didn't work. Maybe too bold in that sense. Who else? I think that Liquid and Koi are both on the same position for me in the lukewarm.
Yeah, the lukewarm. I mean, you put Giant X quite high up there.
What are the games tomorrow,
Bone
chat?
Cold. I feel like that's less of a Bone Cold. That's like a Bone kind of getting
Do we get
warm.
Vitality
Kind of getting warm.
Na'Vi tomorrow?
To be fairly honest, I just forgot where you put it, so...
Okay, it's just a little bit lower, but yeah.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
sick
you're
game.
sorry,
Yeah,
you're
that could be
so
pretty
right,
good.
you're so
And Fnatic Heretics. Oh man, tomorrow is
Liquid and
stacked.
then both,
Tomorrow is
both
stacked.
Koi
Yeah, let's see. Let's
in
try
the
get John
middle,
on. Sure.
in the medium section.
I would put Liquid a little bit more on the cooler side. Is that on the cooler side? Just because I did expect a lot from them during kickoff, and I didn't see it. So coming in, I want to give them the chance of coming in hotter and actually be the surprise.
Redeeming themselves.
Someone has to be the surprise. We had such a big surprise with KZ and Heretics at the beginning of the year. Who's going to be next?
What do you think, Bone Cold?
It's hard to say. I was just like figuring out the tablet, and we don't have Koi here. I don't know where to put them in that case.
Do we not have it?
Oh, Koi doesn't exist on this list. Oh.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, well,
but
we'll get it for next time. So
confetti.
you can.
We have confetti, yeah?
Are we confettiing
And
for Koi?
yeah, and I think we have some fire. Oops, sorry.
Oh no, you said Giant X on fire! What have you done, Kukuka? What have you done?
It's okay, they're gone.
Are you agreeing with Kukuka though that Liquid seems to be a little bit lower than Koi in terms of the expectation here?
I'd say so. I feel like Liquid still has like a little bit more room to improve. But
John
I feel
is
like,
in
you know,
John
like,
QT
the
from
expectations
Sentinels.
right now, I'd say yeah, they're a bit lower.
Hear me out. Team Liquid, right, is the team that won EMEA last year. We only had one split, and they were the winners. They were on top of that Fnatic that terrorized the rest of the world last year, right? We know that 3 out of 5 players are different this year, but it's not like they're new players, they're not the rookies. This should be a comfort pick in your pickups, and it's not. For now, as of today, it
Get in
is
contact
not.
with Discord
That is
before,
what
yeah.
we want to
That
see
sounds
the
cool.
Liquid that
I'll
changes that.
I'll message him tonight.
Honestly, even that sounds like crazy to me that we're talking about Team Liquid having lower expectations than Koi, who I think they won 1 game last year, 2 games. I can't remember how many it was. But what could they possibly do, Bone Cold, to change your mind? What is it that you are going to see from Liquid today that's going to make you feel like, oh damn, they're taking it seriously?
I mean, I've always been like, I've always had this idea when I see a team play, I want to see them
Surely won't
playing
forget.
like very fluid.
I'll be fine.
And when you have like these
Just need to
simple
set a bind
ideas
for push
that
to
you
talk,
hold
that'll
to
be
the
easy.
perfection, that's what make like it allows you, you know, like them to do, you know, like anything basically you want.
He's
It's
been my
very
favorite
easy, you know,
player
like
to
go from
coach.
very simple and then,
Probably
hey,
Yampy.
let's go and do this, and then go back, you know, like this simple play.
So depth.
Yampy was
Depth,
great.
But I just want to see the
Cryptix
fundamentals
was pretty good
being
just
there,
because he's got
and then I want to see, you
he
know,
just
like them
absorbs
playing off of each
information.
other.
What about you, Kukuka?
I think I'm more on the same, but I go
Ardis?
back to
Ardis
the
was fun, man.
identity
Ardis
to
was
me,
fun.
You know, I want to see if I'm gonna do it again. If we think of Gambit,
There's not a day.
Yeah,
that goes
Yampy
by
was
in my
like
life
Yampy
that I
was
don't
just
think
kind
about
of
Gambit.
unexpected,
So,
perfect in
so
terms of
real
what
with
we
that, you're so real
needed.
for
So.
that. But you can see exactly how they play. You can see how the protocols are like.
It's
so
Ardis,
set,
yeah,
how
like for the
everything's, like,
first
based
2
on
months of the game,
rotations and how
basically.
the rotations are and how
Maybe
they
3 months
read
at a
as well.
stretch.
It's very similar to what we're seeing now in KC. You have these youngsters, right? And you teach them the most fundamentals in that.
Why did I
They can
stop
hit the shots.
coaching?
They will always
I
hit
knew
the
I
shots.
wasn't
They
going to
just
win
showed
with that
it,
lineup,
against
and
Giant X.
no one
For
else
Team
wanted to
Liquid, as of
change
today,
the lineup.
You will hear the names.
So
You will see them on the screen.
I changed the
and
lineup
then
in
you will
terms of
look
just
at the game
removing
and you'll be
myself,
like,
basically.
What in the hell is going on here? You don't know what they're playing to, you know?
Also, they've taken away your bone.
Did I ever get insanely mad when I
taken it off
coached?
you.
Not really. Nah,
I'm looking at
not
Twitch
too
chat
mad.
as well in just a moment on who
How do
you
we
guys
find
are
Yampy?
voting
I
for
messaged
here, whether
him.
you
I
think
messaged
Koi
everyone
are
that
gonna
got a
take
VAC
this game
ban
or Liquid
from
are gonna
CS,
take this
basically.
game. And as what I'm looking at
Asking
right
if they
now,
wanted to
it
move
is
over.
overwhelmingly Team Liquid. Is this your doing, Sliggy? Are you rigging the
some
votes?
slugs.
Dude, I didn't. Why do I get blamed for this? I didn't do anything here.
I think for me, honestly, I just want to see result. I think once the result comes in, you 2-0 Koi or 2-1 Koi, you get a bit of confidence, and you can just snowball from there. Because these are some of these names on Liquid. They're veterans. They're not kind of the rookies we've never seen before. They've been to global
Outrageous.
events. They probably had even tougher challenge than this before. So
That's a winner.
Yeah, I just want to see them get. It doesn't matter how they win, to just get a win under their belt and see Bone Cold how they can.
Did I want to change IGL?
Yeah, they have
I needed
proven
an
players on
IGL.
both teams. I'm just hoping, you know, like both of them have gotten, you know, like their things set and ready for this
Coach
play.
Potato stuff on Breeze? Yeah, I think we
don't
have
want,
2 Breezes.
It's not
I think that's right.
Not much about who wins. I want to see some dominance and I want to see some growth.
John said he'll message me. He's not sure if he'll watch tomorrow. That's fine. We'll play it by ear.
To EMEA, and they've been given the chance to crack against them, to develop new things, also to watch Madrid and see how things play out, not only regionally but also internationally.
How do you handle the stress of watching? It's honestly just experience. I used to be more stressed than. It's literally just experience, man. Like it is stressful, but then you kind of go through it and you're like, actually, it doesn't. It's always stressful, but get more and more used to it, basically.
They missed out on Masters Madrid, but they have had time to fix everything that went wrong. They have had time to come out and give us a better showing. Koi have already improved from what we've seen last year. The new players are settling in well, but the question is, how high is that ceiling? Can they repeat what happened and take down Team Liquid once again? And of course, on the other side, this is
they're blinding them before they get in.
Well, and you love players that we've seen
Opinion on Liquid, this will give us a lot more, because it seems that every single year they have like the worst start ever. Let's see what the bounce back's like. Dylan, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it, dude. 35. Appreciate the 35 months. Where's Bacon? He should be coming in.
We have ever had in this region as well, both under a lot of pressure.
And we see a lot of smiles. We see them having
fun. You get to see Bacon for the first time.
To show what they have prepped for this stage. Remember, this is only the beginning.
Let's see if I can get the circle ready. Where is he?
A lot of matches. It's good to see that everybody's coming in, as I said, with a smile, with good vibes. We have Steel in the blood, so he knows.
I think I saw him. Yeah, there he is. Look at him.
I was actually just smiling.
In all his glory.
Patricia, they're happy, so
he looks too happy.
Wait for this game to start.
Bacon looking happy. Kind of scary.
The last two times they played against each other, Icebox, Sunset split,
minus Lotus, minus Breeze, Pick split.
Icebox again,
split Ascent.
Both of them are pretty comfortable leaning towards those two.
Minus Binds.
Team Liquid is actually going to be
Icebox again. Okay.
It's a map, dude.
Yeah, but this is old Liquid. They used to love this map.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. But then what kind of Liquid is the one that we're going to get? Are we going to see that new identity? Is it going to be a repetition of what we've seen in the past? And they've managed to put these 3 players to fill in just those slots. Looking into the first one, looking into that split, even though Koi got those wins, everything was very close. There was a lot of clutches. It was just a messy map.
Yeah, it's going to be nice now seeing, like, especially like Split and Ascent. I really like these matches because I feel like
yeah, that's the guy.
Showing us, like it's very good for the fundamentals of the team. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams actually, like start.
I mean, you heard it from Magnum. They felt like they had to change things because they've already shown everything. They had to evolve to the next level, and that's coming from the best team in EMEA. So as we take a look at this agent select, I wonder if these two teams have adopted that thinking or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
and
they keep the same stuff. Everyone keeps the same stuff.
Team Liquid. I don't see any changes. No changes. I want to bring back the Starks are playing on the Fade. I think it gives
There's a lot of stuff that they can copy from this in terms of getting better.
I really like it. Going back into the IGL top, Enzo with that Sky, we know how the name has affected the agent.
From the sounds of it, Vitality are popping in scrims. So
yeah, I feel like on Liquid side, like the Sky will come in very, very clutch, like on these situations, because you don't really have nothing more than the Cypher and the Viper taking space, but other than that.
Did I watch the Sentinels Masters vlog? Yeah, I watched it today.
Will be in very big position here, like to see how the split will start.
Yeah, of course, the third time they're gonna face each other on this map as well. They gotta show some depth, I feel like.
Oh yeah, exactly, and we need to see some comfort. We see that the compositions are not
the breach fade. I mean, it combos well.
That wide of possibilities.
You don't normally see a fade on this map, but there's definitely some good stuff you can do. Like, it can be scary for a lot of like the trap plays over towards middle, but
for the attacking side, which they're going to be starting on, adding that to Gorbinho on the Omen, the executes can be so explosive that is going to rely a lot on Naps and Yampi.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, and I can't wait to introduce you guys to your casters for this match, freshly from Madrid and also from NA. It is Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much.
Oh man, there's a good chance that let's hope for a good game, because Josh will just flame them.
Great, thank you.
You happy to be here?
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me again.
Yeah, I mean, we had to bring you back. NA, too much talent.
so we had to steal you over. So let's kind of talk about what's in front of us, right? We have a bit of a mid-table matchup, if I'm being kind, I guess, considering those last results. They weren't pretty for either side. But let's start at the top. Map Veto, anything standing out to you there? Because we've seen this matchup obviously in kickoff, so where does that now land us here?
Yeah, when we saw them at kickoff, we saw them a couple times.
He's avoiding me? Yeah, dude, the day I went there, he flew home.
Was them trying to really just dig into their individual skill.
Okay.
And we saw that on Icebox a lot. We saw a lot of lurking happening. So when I see them picking Ascent, I'm thinking, okay, they're picking this not because they want to do these 5-man hits.
Is this still the DSG guy? Dude, I love that that's how you only know him from DSG. Yeah. Believe it or not, that was actually the peak of his career. It's actually the peak of his career.
That's what I'm looking at primarily here. That's what I'm hoping
his career before then was awful.
Something more than what we saw at the kickoff from these teams.
And I think that kind of then leads into my next kind of question for you, really, is with the little bit of downtime they've had now, where do you adjust?
That's
crazy. With their results, if I'm honest, it wasn't really where they wanted to be. Where do you
that one was
start?
gifted to me, honestly.
What are your tangibles to try and work forward?
Yeah, I think definitely for Liquid, it's their strengths are their individual skill, it's their aggression and their confidence.
All right,
but it's like a double-edged sword because
let's see what this looks like. We got Liquid on defense, we got Koi on attack,
and they're griefing these rounds, so they need to work on their coordination and their overall game plan. But we're gonna start it off right here on Split.
Yeah, I mean, it is all up in the air, right? It's just like, what do we see from these two? How much has been adjusted?
Okay, so info trip over towards B. I mean, it's actual info.
As said, I think there were some high hopes for these squads, and we saw glimmers of it, but it certainly didn't
Camera
amount to the results
contact, Omen flash swing. You might actually see it. Into the dog clear over towards A. I mean, Liquid have been very proactive.
Here for us. Nat's already going to be checked on. The Paranoia going to slow the roll and give him a way out, but looks like Koi are pretty hell bent.
Yeah, they're trying to force into this one, and Mystic probably needs to leave sight, and we got to keep an eye on Kiko. So they dogged over towards A, all the A was clear, and he just went aggro, and it kind of looks like they're ready for a push.
Here. As the map goes quiet, Koi actually just pumped a little bit, saw what was going on, didn't break the Cypher cam.
Oh, I mean, ready, but also not looking at his screen. And they still push B main with that as well. Yeah, that is, I mean, that is just the IGL staring at his minimap.
Opens up so much of an avenue, and look at the position.
They got no map control. The Koi need to go aggro, they do it, and someone has to go. I mean, someone has to pop off.
Looking like this is the challenge they're after, but it's already being considered. You can see the positioning coming out from Yampi. Perfect consideration, and a great bit of work from Yampi there. This is Stunning Starks, a great player himself.
Okay, this was nice from Liquid though. Yeah, it really was.
That was actually a beautiful round.
Yeah, actually was. Trap play over towards Heaven, proactive over towards A.
This is kind of like one of the things that, at least Koi, when they reflect on whatever happens this game, this is like a round that they want to look at for their own defense sides, because Team Liquid did everything well there. They had the setup on B Heaven. They realized, hey, we're getting pressured here hard. What happens? They push through A main. Kiko goes all the way through sewers, you know, helping out the team with a little bit of map control and info. And then what happens was the B Heaven players, they disengage from B Heaven, they go back into site, and then they re-aggress on B main. As soon as they make contact at sewers, they're pushing through B main and taking that contact as well.
And
so
we
really
get the Outlaw out.
Then once they get the man
Outlaws out, can completely farm everyone. We'll see if anyone from Koi overbought. Probably not, because they got the convo.
Alright, Movistar Koi gonna have to really get their heads in the game here. It looks like Liquid have turned up to play. A really good look in the first round.
With his breaches crosshair, bro, Shadow always has the worst crosshairs you've ever seen.
Early flash will connect. So
consistently for years.
How many, but certainly bodies are on this side of the map. And wait and see if there is that.
All the best, depending on which way you look at it.
Fine margin. Don't want to go too overboard, but that's a lot of information for Enzo there.
Yeah, it's great info.
Yeah, and with that, they're holding the line over towards middle, and they can just have this rotate coming from Yampi.
That's not their plan right now. Their plan right now is to kind of like work the econ a little bit, maybe get an opening pick here, and then see what they can go from there. They're not really heavily invested in this. They got 3 classics. They're just biding their time and seeing how many mistakes Liquid can make. And as we pointed out, they have a tendency
Coach's tier list, bro, it'd just be me guessing, man. We have no idea.
Is that composure now key along Team Liquid? Yampi maintaining control, but a quick slip through the vents. This then kind of pours in. Kiko.
Oh, Kiko could really farm this. Oh.
Should be able to hold off quite well. Yep. Does do good damage and dips away. Going to make them work for their dinner. And there's no easy kills coming in here for Koi.
30 seconds
Yeah, and what's happening though is that we're seeing Liquid right now. They have to back up, and they're giving so much space and respect. They have to give this space and respect. But what that means is over on A side, it's just Nats there between them and the site. If they're able to get into Nats, kill him, and get the spike planted, that's a really good eco round.
10 seconds. Can they cause
These two
any sort
playing
of
off.
chaos? Maybe a plant?
These two playing off each other well. The plant does go down. They'll take that as a win. They'll really take that as a win. Extra bit of money for everyone.
It's not ideal. Nats handled the pressure well.
Chonk with the prime. Thank you so much, man. The odds that still flames, it's gonna happen. It's guaranteed.
See what they can pressure and if they could do some economic damage towards Team Liquid.
Yeah, we're forcing out a couple of repurchases of armor. We took out Nats. We got the spike plant. We got the orb from A main as well. So all things considered, things are going decently well for an eco round. You can't really ask for too much there. And right now they're just building towards their economy and their ultimate economy.
Everyone gets heavy armor. No one missing anything because they got the double plant.
Really close to some ultimates, namely the
I mean, honestly, this is not looking great for a bonus. Let's see what damage they can do.
Able to swing some rounds because of it. I think that's going to be.
I like this from Liquid to side. Obviously, there's the guns, big gun diff, so they got to go aggro. Is this just a trap play, or yeah? So it is raise spots, then they sky flash, and then they can omen flash.
A little bit of a repurchase here and there, but Nats didn't particularly invest heavily. So again, trying to keep that money building.
Well, this is good. No one pushes over towards B. They hear no util to push through their one way, and now they have a 4-person punish over towards middle. When flash goes in.
All 4 people or 4 people here playing retake A.
I mean, maybe they, but the like.
A little bit ill-timed.
Yeah, they kind of went a bit early with it, but it's a bonus. Can't be too angry.
Camo lucky to be alive, but still standing. This kind of plays in Nats. This is a lot on his shoulders again. He only has a ghost, so this isn't one of the rounds you're expecting him to pop off, but can he buy a couple of seconds? Can Koi keep this clean? All rifles, you want to see those
he still has a kill
forward.
trip here.
Already site going to be cleared, so they know that they can ferry across the spike. That
Not
should
anymore.
be going down any second. Looks like that's the case. Any sort of
I don't think Liquid's even going to get one here. Mystic maybe has the best chance.
Not a great deal to play with, a very tricky.
They got a dog and a flash.
Still a flash and the dog on Enzo. A little bit of kit, not a great deal.
There.
I like what Liquid's doing. They're not rushing into anything. They're clearing everything. They clear the vents.
Yeah, and this is kind of ensuring that actually maybe they can get some kills. The person they got to worry about is Shados. Shados is like the insurance at the moment.
They're going to take their time. If they have an opportunity, they're going to go for it. But at the worst case, it's a bonus round. They don't care. They're just going to, if they make all of Koi die to the spike here, that's a win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You could already see him trying to escape through CT. Enzo going to grab another. That's Scorino down. And this is
They've done really good damage-wise.
And again, these are
Not bad
rifles
at
they were
all.
losing. Luckily, Shadows
Double armor
saved their
rebuy as
hands,
well.
but that's just 2 standing.
Damn, bro, he got greedy. Got greedy for a gun and goes down as well.
That's a costly
Jesus.
first buy for Movistar Koi. That's going to sting a little bit. They can afford it again, but they lose that nice buffer.
What was he trying to do? Get the skin or something?
Getting a buffer is nicer. We're about to start seeing.
Did he literally go in for the skin?
Especially if we start seeing them going for either of the orbs. So we might see like an A main or a B main control at the start of the round, get that orb. They'll get that ulti online with a kill or with a spike plant. So that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to here to see how they.
That's a real question mark, bro. I think he actually wanted a skin. That is, that's too much, man. Oh my goodness. Even though they won the round, like what cost is that? Okay, speaking of the round, it is a huge round in terms of the econ, right? Big rounds. Cool.
That they can kind of have this first stage.
Massive for where this game's going. No ults. No one's even close to an ult, other than Yampy, 2 kills. Liquid being very proactive over towards B main. Like all the time. Late push on the pistol, trap play on the bonus.
But how much information do they get from that? Again, it is a play for control. They do.
No, that's wrong. Trap play on the second round, sorry.
Banner towards B main, make them work if they want to try and retake that space. But you can already see the lean. They're starting to go over towards events. This has been a pressure point. This is not subtle. And 2 players will be in response.
And yeah, and how do these two react to?
Already see the drift coming through from Yampy as well.
This guy could get into this corner and they could actually have a pretty good crossfire.
Into this, and it looks like that may be the case. Again, caution being aired by Koi. Nats play.
Oh
my!
Boss.
What just happened?
Damn, really?
Gonna find 2, and that There's a fumble and a half.
Yeah, it really is. On a big buy round to not get that kill.
Really unexpected. Enzo is almost played out of this round. It's going to require a 1v3. Incredibly difficult.
Bro, that fell apart. They had such a good chance to get a pretty good crossfire going. Like holding each other's back, and then they could have played off each other, right? Just this guy holding here, this guy holding here. I mean, even the original plan to go behind this wall wasn't too bad. He just missed the shot.
So what did we see that was right from Team Liquid? Well, they got the aggression onto B main.
Thought he killed, yeah, he thought he killed and switched to the next target.
Putting pressure on mid. They got the info on the Omen. They had a really good setup towards A ramp, where basically
big error, really.
all this aggression towards B and B
terms of costly.
Funnel all of the Movistar's Koi players through the vents into A heaven, and that's where Cypher and Omen are playing together. They're not playing one site, one heaven. They're not, you know, split up or anything like that. They're not trying to hold the site even. They're just trying to lock down one specific area, and that's A heaven. And if Nats gets that kill, it's like we're having a completely different conversation.
Yeah,
so
it is all down to that kill.
In itself was good, and I think we're seeing a better revamped Liquid right now.
It does look like it, right?
Yeah.
But it almost stings us because you're still staring at a 2-2 scoreline.
Yeah.
Because this one moment, I don't know if he thought he had the kill.
No, he definitely thought he had the kill there.
Again, but it's so rare to see that from Nats as well, right? Like, he's normally your kind of like rock solid player, makes few mistakes, and seeing that happen early is a little unfortunate. Hopefully they don't lose.
The Gambit boys, yeah, it wasn't the best. It wasn't the best round with Shados doing this and Nats doing that.
And Koi are going to love that. That's a chance to rebuild, get the buffer
Not
back.
wrong.
They are now so close to some of those.
Okay, and that's what forces them down to an eco, and the next buy round is going to be absolute madness. Because we're going to have a lot of ults. Speaking of ults, Kiko gets this orb if he wants it.
They're really trying to leverage
that is his ult, and they could use it into this one. It's one of those ults where you could snowball, sweep 5-person group over towards middle. There's 3 people here. What's the timing like? Earlier they didn't really get the timing right on this one.
Maybe even popping the raise rocket here. Good bait out from Koi though.
Yeah, Koi.
And honestly, if you're Koi right now, this is an easy call, right? You just saw that the raise nade came from B here. You could just group up A and just avoid the raise ult. They go B to where the raise through the nade. I feel like they missed their chance, but again, you don't want to rush into it too early. Yeah, Liquid go for a stack over towards A, and honestly, the cutter sounds worked well for
idea, but they've bought a lot of time. They're down to about 40 seconds now for Koi. Looking for that re-hit. They still have a lot of utility to play with, and now middle control.
This is a bit tough.
Oh, they're actually leaning A though. Oh, they're leaning A, 30 seconds, and there's a raise ult, and the gun. The gun is not here.
Catch them. They might go into you, and that's exactly what you want. But the rifle's not with them right now.
Oh, this is still scary. I know they have classics here, but.
Here comes the A-hit. Do they get any benefits? Camo already going to clear Mystic. There are still 2 players here. Another spotted and another taken down. The gamble stack not really working out, as they did lose Enzo in the meantime. So that's
yeah, I mean, honestly, because with how scary it looked with the time there, it went pretty well for Koi.
And I think hats off to Koi on that round for having the understanding of the awareness that
who's drawing. I'm pretty sure it's Steel.
They didn't go straight into a trap. They didn't go.
They have the same technology though.
We're going up here.
They actually have more technology. I think they can zoom in and stuff.
And they didn't go with that. They were just waiting to see what the reaction was, because Team Liquid, they don't have, if they're on eco, they don't have a lot of abilities, right? They don't have the money for the abilities. So they basically, once they see anything happen, they have to act on that. So they get triggered.
What I draw with mouse. Okay, so this is a massive buy round, and that's interesting. So they now know the trip is here, but I'm telling you, this trip is a night.
Toyed with, and Starks are rewarded out of nowhere. That's devastating.
Why peek that early into your Viper ulti? Once you pop that, you just wait behind the wall, have someone protect you to make sure that it gets up all the way.
Yampy, you have a trip here.
Spam. You know that's going to come. Every Viper player knows this. So a little bit of an
Molly
moment there by Yampy.
If you're scared of them gonna go break the trip, just Molly.
The action from Team Liquid. They lose a player, they lose mid, they're gonna take something else. They're gonna take B main here, and now they don't even care. Go up B heaven if you want, Koi. Go up, because you're gonna get to the site. Now we're gonna pinch you on a 3-prong attack on the retake.
There was an Omen TP and he wanted to clear it. Yeah, but that's fine. You can go get your team to clear it.
The route that Koi likes to take is through that vent, slicing up middle. Garino already noting the players over towards B main. There's no subtlety towards this. But if anything, it just encourages.
I mean, it's nice from Koi, but at the same time. And every single time Liquid, see, Liquid are doing the same thing that they used to do. You lose someone over towards mid, go aggro over towards B. And although it is the right thing to do, sometimes it's just a little bit too readable. This is going to be interesting. One either side of him.
Nats survive, already being pinched here. Player left, right, and center. He goes down again. This is the pressure, though. Mystic still amongst them. in a lot of danger here. Has to swing.
Yeah, they are just on top of them fully of everything that's going on.
No chance they're going to bring that operator in for this one. And I've got to give credit again. Koi looking like they're very aware of what Liquid wants to do. They've identified that very early on now.
Yeah, they look like they have a lot of layers in their attack, but I think that's nothing new from them. Like, we saw this all throughout kickoff.
Yeah, it was a nice run from Koi, and again, Liquid, in terms of what they showed in kickoff, especially when you look at this map, like, in terms of just normal fundamentals, right, you lose somewhere, you normally take it back, right, and this is something that they were doing, and this is something that, like, Na'Vi punished them with, and sometimes you can, this is going to sound weird, but sometimes you can play, like, perfect Valorant, and it is easy to work out what you're gonna do, right? So like, even though they're doing the right thing, sometimes you need to like throw some like gambles in there or something like this. And I think that Liquid need to rely on, after doing some of this stuff and maybe getting caught out, I think they maybe need to play a little bit more gambly. Not with the first kill, like not with the first kill, more in like these 4v5 situations.
Liquid there is that Mystic came all the way from A all the way to B, but he just kind of like started standing around, like walking around with no real purpose or direction there. I think if he was able to get closer,
Koi looked drilled. Oh, they were so ready for this push, like so ready.
To get into market to help keep Nats alive there.
Yep. Yeah.
They're back.
Yeah, I was gonna say these two are fully back again.
I'm looking at the ults as well now. This is gonna start
and
adding
this
another layer
is
to this.
a nightmare. Two big ults to get over towards the site, and this is a good ult for Shados to secure it. So Op comes out over towards B, and they put a lot of emphasis on taking B. Rifle shoots this, so they don't know about the Op. A comes in as well. Enzo gets his ult.
Maybe playing Kiko on this.
Don't block the dog.
Gonna have the info and has the angle. That's big. Nice pick there at the start.
Yeah, nicely done on this one. They take out a big player in terms of the ult, and this was just a nice round, right? Too many ults for them to sit back and just wait to get exec'd on. So they played off-site over towards A and aggro over towards B.
I feel like they've had them for a few rounds now, and now they've just stacked up 3, and now they don't even get to use one of them.
And now it's interesting to like, are they gonna try and use this? And this is good fake pressure now if they wanted to go take middle.
Play the Sky getting wide, then
oh, they're actually gonna fade ult,
and then trying to bait out with the dog.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
Peeks into the Opper, and that happened. They got their man advantage. They backed off of the setup, but now here comes the B site hit.
Yeah, Camo gonna take down Enzo. This now has to depend on the likes of Kiko to do some damage here, but already you can see the threat that he's under.
Oh,
Camo's gonna take down
yeah, nice nade, I guess, on this one as well. Couldn't hear it. Ult goes in. They have the safe plant on this one. The ult's nice because it wraps around here, so you have like a lot of pressure either side, and it gets a little bit of the choke point over towards spawn. This is a nice ult. Does give him a little freedom to just kind of spam, but it also gives him a little cubby at the back. Yeah, and this is why he has to be scared of all of these areas.
Position here, trying to clear.
Gotta keep an eye on the guy over towards main. Are they gonna save?
Looks like they're about to save, maybe?
I mean, they've got to call it soon, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're out.
That's it. Mystic. Going for a repeat on that. A little dangerous and a little risky with the operator. Prize possession at this point, but again, another
yeah, and I mean, nice side hit from Koi. It felt like Enzo probably with the numbers had to play retake.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good for Team Liquid at the start of the round.
When he's out of control for Koi, oh, it's really good, yeah.
You know, in the middle of saying like, oh, look, the way they did
like, what, this is 9K, 9K.
They gave the pick, they got out, they were able to reset. Everything looked so good to them. And then here comes the fade ulti into the site, the full hit from Koi. And what happens? Team Liquid lose 2 right there on the entry, and they don't even get another kill. So it's like, what are we doing? Like, we have the man advantage. We know like all these ultis are coming. Why are we still kind of in the site in this type of situation where we could get punished for this? Okay.
What the hell? Bro, we get a whole season of these two?
Pardon me?
Do you not like Barbar's camera?
No, I love the camera, but I don't know, I'm not sure about the noises that were coming out of the mouth.
Well, hey, it's working. 5-2. All right, that's how you beat Liquid.
Yeah, well, I mean that's part of how you beat Liquid. It's nothing new here. It's
This is just a kind of look back almost on that last season. A lot of the key things still looking good for Koi.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, in my mind, Team Liquid did look good initially. They came in with some nice ideas, a nice, a couple of competent
Bacon's first chance to have
there were some unfortunate rounds, to be fair, but again, there were also player mistakes that opened up that opportunity. Now it's going down at ramp, right? Repeat that round, he may get that kill every single time afterwards, but it is what it is. It's how it works. Yampi getting caught in the ult as well in middle. So these key rounds slipping away. has now pumped the brakes. Liquid going to call the timeout. I don't know what the adjustment is, though. What do you say in this instance?
If I'm the coach,
well, only mid-game impact, keeper. Relax yourself.
The right idea. It's our
Nick, thank you so much with the 4 months, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
So, you know, we got the opening pick on this other round, and then we give it up afterwards because we're getting site exec on, and we're trying to hold this site.
Okay, no armor op gets thrown out. He buys his teammate a gun. Shadow still has his ult. And what is the change up? Koi? Dude, Koi are just in for the insta-B here.
Everything's going well. Just stick to the plan.
Ults they got. Just another breach ult.
Let's see if that
And
resides.
do we actually leave
Looks
site
like
this
a
time?
quick
Yes, we
evacuation
do.
of the site.
Ooh,
If they are
nice
feeling
smoke.
these full execs are coming, and I mean, you can already look at the site itself. There's so
Damn, they
much
got onto
fresh here.
site
Camo
without
pretty clear
using the
all way up
breach
towards
ult.
heaven.
Oh man, Koi have
Seek is gonna be
owned
coming
this
through.
round.
This should force Camo away.
And it's a
Give away
good
the
plant
game,
for
but it does
B
eventually
main.
fall back. This should be the springboard towards the site.
Koi has the breach ulti.
Yeah, dude, they're in such a good
That's
position.
gonna be really scary for
And they
Liquid.
have the
know
smoke
that
down to
As soon
spawn.
as they start trying to do something, it's gonna come out.
I get
They
spam though,
can't all
maybe.
get caught by it.
Looking at
And
where
as soon as
Shadow's
they
closing in
drop,
towards heaven.
they just
First bit of
ult
contact
in.
comes in, but
Don't
Koi
even need to
clearing
ult
out,
in, they
still
just
leaving a
stun
couple
in,
players
they
here
save the
to
ult.
capitalise
Oh,
on the
okay.
ult. Buy the
Really
time.
want to
Yes,
secure
Mystic
this one.
wins
Ult
out, but they're
comes
already
in.
down to 2. One being the operator.
This is nice
Looks
from
like
Koi to
another
straight up hit
round
over towards
that
B
Liquid
site.
are gonna have to fall away from. Koi, these site takes are great. To be fair, they're great. They're looking well
Baku, how we
rounded,
doing,
but
man? Thank you for
there's
the 14
nothing
months.
beyond
Appreciate you, dude.
expectation. They
Good
are
to see you
playing
as
a
well.
good game, but
Dave again,
Liquid
yeah, they
needs
might
to get a grip on this
not
now,
even be
'cause
able
they're
to.
about to start falling away. Nice shot, but it doesn't really matter. Rifle gone.
Guy over towards heaven.
And
Omen
at this point,
should
there's
have him.
financial reasons to chase.
Yikes.
Yeah,
That's
strong.
Not good.
This
That's
is a
not good at all.
really strong
And,
attack half
you know,
already. They actually look
just
very
looking at
good.
Team Liquid here, it's slipping away from them a little
Yes.
bit. Like round by round, it's slipping. And I have to go back to the point that it's not too like far gone, but what we see from Koi was pretty brilliant actually. We saw a pace change. Usually they've been kind of like slowly working.
Yeah, they've been
towards
doing
extremity,
slow
maybe
default and then
setting
they
up
just
the
mix it up
Viper
with a straight up
Shadows
sight hit.
across a ramp, maybe the Fade Prowler to help set them up. And then as soon as they do that, they go into middle, but they don't do anything right away with middle. They usually go back and re-clear the extremity first.
Force them to an
Liquid's just taking
eco.
a gamble that they're not gonna
Koi's
be
money
quick,
is
and then what
really
Koi
just,
does is
it's done for the
walk
rest of
up
the
B main.
half, no
They
matter
run
what.
into the site for free because Team Liquid's playing the retake. They're not expecting that.
Yeah, this is going to be now an uphill struggle. Of course,
It looks like
have to
Liquid have
respect
been
the
wanting to
financial
punish over
position they're
towards
in,
middle
opting for just
at
the
one
sheriffs.
point during this game, but it kind of never
I'd say
came.
some sheriffs. I think it's
It went a
just
bit
one
too
at this
early
point, and that's about it.
when we saw
So
it the other time.
Liquid need to figure this out fast, otherwise Koi gonna just start walking away with this game. Credit to Koi for playing well, but as I said, those opportunities slipping between the fingertips here for Liquid.
I wonder, with that info that there's a player in vent, are they going to pump again like they did in the previous round and just throw a flash, throw anything to find out, hey, are Team Liquid still here? If they are, maybe we see the Sky Flash and the Raise Nade coming out right away, and then we could just like run to the other site. And right now, we saw that disengage from Koi. They kind of gave up middle. They let Team Liquid take a peek, see nothing. Now Team Liquid's moving to the next spot. Honestly, so many good things from Koi right now.
Yeah, and they actually look good.
Very impressive.
Look really good.
Feeling the pace of the game perfectly, kind of got Liquid wrapped around their little finger.
Ball comes in again, stack over
they're gonna
towards
hit
A,
us.
and I
That
mean,
is
Koi have
all.
options. They
They're
got
gonna
one
knock
over
the
towards B,
rotation
one
through
over
that
towards A.
side.
Ball goes
they've
in
made a
for B.
misread. I mean, if you're Liquid, you
Liquid
do
have a
take
camera,
gamble.
that's
There
about
is
it.
part of that, but again, you got to give credit here to Koi. This wasn't just a
Yeah,
random bit of
and
luck.
they're
There's
so
double
like
pump in
calm with
middle,
it.
that kind of, as you said, that
They're real
quiet
calm.
disengage,
They're taking like
falling away,
no
letting them
actual
re-clear,
chances.
seeing nothing, and then going for the gamble stack on A. And to be fair, in one of the previous rounds, Koi did go for that A hit as well, so it may be an educated guess, but credit to Koi in this for reading it and really playing this to the best of their capability. And really, at this point, what are you meant to do?
It's like that martial arts stuff where you kind of like use your opponent's momentum against them, so you like flip them on their backs, whatever. That's what Koi is doing to Liquid right now. They understand how Liquid's playing their defense right now with all the proactivity.
Yeah, and look at this. They're even aware that they might just try and all die from the spike over towards here, and they have a guy set up to do a crossfire. Oh man, this is this is two good ults that could farm.
And then we're going to be able to like walk into a free site.
Who gets them all? Wow, I thought they'd be.
Keep in mind the finances
thought they'd be able to
behind
get
Koi
more
are
than
very
that.
robust. Yes, Liquid will take it, but
I mean, it doesn't matter about money now
really,
in terms of
gonna
Koi.
matter
It's more
from
just trying to
this
get some
point.
ults
Koi
online.
Comfortable. 7 rounds to the name after what looked like a great start from Liquid. A lot of key things we were taking. We're going, okay, this is good. Late round re-clearing aggression, taking map control, all of the stuff you tick the box for, and then we go to round 3.
Yeah.
And it's not recovered since. I don't really know what Liquid can do at this point. It comes down to the players now, as you said, kind of executing the plan.
7 on
keeping
attack.
That in mind, this is a huge chance for them. They have I mean, one ult.
This is like one of those comps that's meant to lock down
The only one
defense.
with it online at this point. Same to be said on the other side, but still, nothing key to change the outcome.
It doesn't matter, because last time they had ultis, Yampi instantly died after popping his ulti, and Kiko popped his Raise Rocket and just used it as a zoning ulti until he got grenaded down at the sidewalk. So it doesn't really matter that much.
A bit of pressure over towards middle, bit of pressure over towards B, and then instant group up towards A. Early camera to spot, one kill trip,
I would
eye
say
lower.
both teams, I saw more value from Koi, especially with that fade ulti into B site on that one round, the Raise Rocket entry as well. I think there's been good moments
All
there,
about the
but
fade eye,
Liquid's not
really.
had good value out of
Where
their
does the
ults.
fade eye go?
Nats last time didn't have a
Back
great
of sight,
start
or
into this.
Liquid have a
Gonna
good
need them
chance.
to do a little better here. Normally noted for it. Enzo already
They
falling.
TP into heaven, the
It
Fnatic.
leaves Nats on Island. Does have support from CT and a great shot. Going to alleviate some of that pressure coming through,
Oh.
but now Nats goes re-exploring. This time he's got
lunatic.
it. Clears out Camo and now controls the space.
Keep an eye on
Spike
this
now
though.
left
This
in a
guy's
bit of a
left spawn and
predicament as well.
fought over towards
But again,
site.
this
What a
position,
weird
boy,
round
they're
this
in
is.
CT. This could be a re-clear. It's almost a switch of sides
Let
at
them
this
have
point.
CT.
You know, no paranoid to play with, maybe waiting on the smoke to come back around here and just pausing for a second. TP.
Yeah, I think he was going to grab the spike with that.
I don't think that was a good enough trade here. Now down to a 2v2. They've got to know that Nats was still around by sight. That's not a surprise. I don't know if they've had contact on Yampi yet, probably. But what can Shadow and Shados do? Nats goes walking and gets the timing just right. Spike does
I mean,
go
this guy's
back to
got
handle with
no
15
time to
seconds.
this.
It's limited options here for Shadow and Yampi. Was catching the
Yeah, let's
cross
give
and
it
he
a full
catches
spray.
the player.
This Liquid setup was pretty good here.
levying the
It got
score a
really
little
weird.
bit
I'm
here,
surprised they
bringing
left
back to touch.
spawn.
That was a nice side hold from
Then
them.
it turned
was
really
actually
weird,
pretty
especially with the
cool.
Omen ult.
I thought
But,
that push by Nats there was super sketchy. I was actually getting a little bit
yeah,
nervous.
I like
It
this
almost
strat
looked
though.
for a
This is
second
like the
he flipped
Fnatic
off
one,
that
right?
kill. I
Where
was
they
like,
just do the
oh, I
A
have
hit
this,
and then the
oh, wait,
Omen
no, he was
TPs
like the-
into smoke.
Pretty clear, right? But I think that push into screens there by Liquid, it was actually smart. And the reason why is because they identified that Omen had his
had the
ulti up.
ult, yeah.
So what was going to happen if they just sat around A site is Koi could have gone to B, had the Omen do his ultimate, pick up the spike, and then plant on B.
Koi
for
are
free site. So
like
Liquid's
if Koi
oh, we
win
can't let
this,
this happen.
their
So
chances
we're
of
gonna,
getting
get out of the site. We're gonna
9
get some space. We're gonna try to
is
fight them.
through
We
the
know they're
roof. They're
fun.
so
Let's go
close to
take
so
this
many
fight,
big
'cause if we
ults.
don't, we've lost.
If the right people get the
That's
right
enough
kills
to
on this one, it
bring
could
a
go
little fire back to
pretty good for
Liquid
them.
here.
Dog goes
Enzo
in to set up the AWP.
Playing Kiko again. Saw that worked quite well on the B site before. Just opting for the angle for now. Not going to explore too far, but he's got plenty of targets.
Prowler
he
goes
knows that the
in.
Viper
He
usually
has
starts here,
options here. He
and
has
the Viper usually gets
nades,
set up.
ult.
But he doesn't bite too much. Not this time.
Camo got to be careful. Down to 30.
Yeah, and he
Speaking
kind of popped his ult to save his teammate here though, but the insta Omen ult over towards screens. Nicely done for Yampi here. This is still doable in terms of 1v2.
Situation for Liquid. Heroics from him. And it's all Gravino. The 1v2. He's got time. But he's got
Yeah,
a
they
lot
handled
of
it well in terms
targets
of
to
doubling
clear.
up
Two
here.
of them towards heaven. It's worked for Mystic.
Not bad.
Credit
It's a
out
nice
to
attempt.
Yampi. I mean, he found
Honestly, the
3
Omen ult
there
was
to
pretty
turn
good.
that
No
back
one close
around.
enough to hear
That's
it.
an angle that you love to have the Phantom on. But when we were sitting there looking at the 2-6 scoreline, I was thinking to myself, Liquid need to get at least 4 rounds here to be comfortable going into the second half. They have 4 with the potential to get 5 right now. So without trying to jinx anything, you know, we might have a game on our hands here. But we're so close to so many different ultis here. We're getting like 2 off
this
of
is
the
the
Fade
scary
ulti.
one.
We're getting 1 off the rocket for camo, and then on the flip side of it, we're a couple off of well, we're 1 off Yampi's ult. See if he can get any value with that this time.
So cursed. Kiko still going to get away without revealing the operator, but I mean, it's still relatively telling. Again,
He through the smoke broke this, and you would imagine they think that the rifle's there.
Place that they like to pressure. This has been a pressure point. You can see the Shadow teeing up the utility. Prowler handle.
Guidog clears all of A,
You've got the
so
extremities
well, I
being
say
held
all of
still
A, only the
on
top
either side of the map. So looking like
bit
they
of A.
do want to put pressure towards mid. This should be
Drop it.
Kiko's moments, and a missed shot. Camo gonna find it, and that's a problem.
Flash
now.
goes
Mid
deep over
looking
towards
far
A,
more
hits one as
vulnerable.
well. That keeps the
They have
stack
plenty
here.
more options. Had to use a little bit of utility to clear through, but they're still gonna be happy enough. And this is a problem. Yampi, no way! Mystic went down.
Camo
and Yampi
still got a kill
survived,
with
and
it.
Maybe the survivor's guilt was enough. Eventually, Shadow's gonna find him, but it's Nats and Enzo with a late look through middle, and Shadow.
Yeah, and this one's done, especially as Shadow gets plant, gets his all 8 rounds on attack.
Behind the curve.
You don't need to have that much awareness to deal with someone shooting like that, though.
Cruelty, Josh.
30 seconds left.
Again, sights theirs. Nats can quietly come over here.
Oh, okay, they got the orb anyway. Okay, got the orb to get the ult to get over towards the site. Damn, they really want to take no chances on this. Connor, thank you so much for the 9 months, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
Good things going there. Getting just mixing up the difference between going with the Sky's info, with the flash, with the dog, with the peek, and then sometimes the Sky's on the opposite side of where the opper is, so that you don't know if is the Sky setting up the op by getting direct info or indirect info. Oh, the Sky sees people outside A, okay, you can get the deep line at B. Okay, you're going to move up with the dog and peek behind it. So I think that Liquid had some pretty good ideas there, but it just fell short on too many different occasions. Missed op shot in that last round, for example.
Yeah, and we got to remember that in terms of pistols, 1-0 up as well. So this was like a very, very dominant half. But Koi really actually did look good. There was a lot of nice stuff from them. They handled the situation as well. They were just ready for instant reactions all the time. This fade is actually doing a good amount. 3 people here still? Oh, how's that bounced off of?
Again, Koi just being aggressive in this. I mean, they do have rounds to play with, and they have
yeah, no spike though on this one, and Enzo manages to get out of there. They get a good plant over towards B main.
Enzo's position.
And this is nice. The contact from heaven.
Do they even clear it? They're considering it. They absolutely
yeah, there's a really strong crossfire. Double pistol for Liquid.
From Enzo there. And that's going to give Team Liquid a chance in this.
And I think one thing that we're going to see from this map is also how Liquid's going to probably go into their Ascent. Split and Ascent can play a very similar style in some weird, obscure way on their attack side, right? So we're going to see that, though. We saw heavy emphasis towards A, and then what that actually does is it sets up the 2-man B walk with the spike, and then the players are able to kind of like trickle around and be like, there's like 3 or 4 different lurkers every round for this team. So I think that's what we're going to see them kind of emphasize a lot on this map and Ascent on their attacks.
And Koi not really slowing down on the aggression, putting high priority towards B main control. Gonna get the ult orb, but
yeah, they get the orb. That's about it. See how much damage Koi can do on this one, if any.
And that's about it. So not
really
looking for too much here. Already probably got what they wanted, at least with the ult orb. Can they do some more damage though? Potentially force a little bit more of a repurchase for Liquid. Plenty of players on the right side for now, at least, but I wonder if Liquid continue on this pathing.
Look, at least creates a little bit of pressure, right? Vision block, vision block.
They didn't do a good job of this on defense, was getting an advantage and then keeping that advantage. And I think right now, that's what they're trying to focus on and let Koi kind of make the next mistake. And this is something that Koi did really
Yeri, thank you so much, man. Yeri _ B with the 13 as well.
You know, is Koi gonna
thank you for the tier 1.
Rotate? Are they gonna peek for info?
Yari, right?
Team Liquid right now, and it looks like that's actually happening.
Yeah, being rewarded for their patience here. They're gonna find Starkzo in middle. Now there is a lot of players on this side, but again, weapon should outdo it, and it
one
does.
Armor rebuy, one gun rebuy.
Very well approached, very well rounded. This looks good. This could be a game on our hands now, right? Like we're getting to the point where the scoreline doesn't look as egregious. You start forgetting some of the issues from that first half. You think, oh, 6-8, we've got a game on. But again, this does come back to, does Koi then have those adjustments we were looking through, I guess, from regular season, or at least kickoff, not regular season? Have they done the work we were looking for here? Does Liquid have the capability to keep doing this? Again, this is similar to the start of the first half too, so can't read too much into it yet. But this is the bonus round. I mean, maybe could be telling going.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
when's that going to happen?
What we saw at kickoff between these two teams against each other was that the matches always
instant disrespect of the one way over towards B, and then they put a default grip aggro so they can't re-push into B main, so I like this.
A lot of Liquid showing up. It's not just
they kind of B default, trip to make sure they can't push, and then they can heavily, in theory, send more over towards middle, but they do have 2 B main.
But it's like, they're all kind of, they're not really overheating except for that Yampy 1 round, for example.
Forced out a little bit, but it is a bonus.
Start for Kiko there, looking to pressure towards heaven early, but they have managed to slip the net a touch. Yampy in a position deeper towards the
I like doing this with 2, and then they have to try clear it at the same time.
The paranoia just around the corner is actually going to clip towards Nats, but it plays in Yampy.
This is really cool. That's a nice idea. I've never seen anyone double walk out and then hold the crossfire for when they try and re-clear this. This is a sick idea.
There is still pressure in this, and there are 2 rifles up for grabs. They've got a couple of upgrades here as well. Mystic makes the most of his. This is ideal. This is a fantastic round. As Starkzo, his options are done here.
Yeah, and he's saving on this one as well, so they get upgrade money? Bro, it's a nice snowball.
Because like we're getting really close to an Enzo.
This was just a sick round, right? So this wall is vision block, right? Smoke. You create pressure over towards middle, so they have to fight middle, so you know they're over towards B heaven, or at least this side of the wall. And then you walk in, you get one here. They got to re-clear. When they do re-clear, they have a good crossfire. And basically, this guy made sound, and I mean, I've never seen a double lurk out. It's either everyone lurking or just one person getting to the back of sight. So this guy distracts, and they just don't think there's anyone back of sight. This is pretty cool. But nice, like, it's such a risky play that for a bonus round, it's pretty good.
So I'm going to do that right now for him.
What a nice guy.
It was an impact death. That's what I like
sounds
to
like
do.
the most steel thing ever. Like,
It's an impact
even in my death, I
death.
promise you, it's really valuable. I love the way this is just what you've told yourself throughout the years. But there is validity to it. Again, you got to look at the value they just want.
Force him down to an eco. Oh man, he was feeling it. He was feeling the judge. Puts it away. They got one hero gun, which they saved.
So they are going to be coming in with sheriffs and that one
same
remaining
wall,
rifle that
same
Starks have
retake
managed
wall.
to get away with. But beyond that, this should now be, I don't want to say a walk in the park, but this is Liquid probably closing the gap. I'm a little worried about
Done to enable the gun.
though, but how much does Starkso get? He is chomping at the bit here, and the reveal is dangerous. Starkso, can he live? Can he survive?
Still
He's still here. He's got to back away from this. Already finding value is great.
Yeah, and once they're getting fought over towards middle means that, sorry, once they're kind of fighting over towards A means that middle's clear.
Yeah, and we're going to see this actually.
A lot of space while that's happening.
Coming through the vents. They're going to be able to get the crossfire and the backstep onto A heaven here.
Yampy, yeah, beautiful work.
Yeah, they just weren't expecting them to take so much space silently.
Waiting for them to clear through from heaven. It's a great recovery from Liquid after there was genuine threat and danger. For the last player remaining, Gravino, not going to have any play this round. Very well maintained by Liquid there. You could see the idea from Koi, but again, that pressure in heaven clearing back through, not falling too foul to Starkso's, I guess, attempt towards main.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that, I had a few things written down for Team Liquid here, and part of it was like what their strengths were was their individual skill, their aggression, their confidence. Their weaknesses was overheating and coordination, and especially it's the coordination
The
on
Koi
their
wall,
attack side, because
it's
they
just
rely on the
blocking
individual
vision at the
skill so
beginning,
much,
right?
because they
So
rely on
when you have to go
lurkers,
through this, this is like, this is B site, right? And this is, sorry, this is A site, and this is just like the entrance into it. Blocks the entrance into it where you go into like this area, so you have to worry about sight. And then, but that's like one usage, so you can play the crossfire like this, hold it strong, and it just blocks off the site for retaking. Hopefully that drawing makes sense.
Would be going, when they have a red light, and not enough people were going when they had a green light, and it caused like this mismatch of, okay, Yampy's all the way up there, but these guys are all the way back there.
The perfect crosshair, bro. It's all personal preference, man.
As soon as they get a little bit of pressure at A main, they're like, oh wait, they're fighting us right now. They're backed off. Oh, you should have some space at middle. Go up middle. Okay, the middle guys are up. They're in A heaven. They're fighting. Okay, now we reactivate. And I think this is kind of like the change that we expected to see or hope to see. Yeah, we hope to see it. I mean, we expected.
How was that drawing? You're
but
still, yeah, he's been talking a lot.
What you get. And right now, does it look like they used the last month to
once we get the minimap, it'll be easier.
Get to the VOD review, look at kind of what was going wrong in kickoff. Hey guys, like we're on the right path, but right now what's happening is our coordination and our timings are whack.
Yeah.
We're going, let's fix this. Let's make sure that once we've done our job, we chill, we wait for
I'll have their visas. Is that true? That's nice.
We can't just like
Did they get back in time?
That signal.
Yeah,
and
they would.
We're seeing that paying off right now. Obviously, 8-8 isn't the scoreline that you want to be sitting here talking about when we're praising them. But considering they had such a deficit in the first half, 2-8 or whatever the scoreline was.
Do they get any practice? No.
They're doing pretty good.
Pretty much no practice.
I think this is marked improvement in areas that were worrying. Again, if we'd come into this game and we're an 8-8, and let's say, I don't know, Nats and Kiko are having a nuts performance, they were just kind of not necessarily hard carrying, but that like they're having big impact. It kind of then hides all the crimes and the sins of the actual roster that maybe they hadn't adjusted throughout the little bit of downtime between kickoff and now. But it's not the case. We're seeing everyone on Liquid doing pretty well for themselves. We're seeing them looking like they've adjusted some of those issues. So this is all kind of looking like it's teeing up to they could have fixed some of the
Both
problems.
update,
I do
it's
wanna
next
flip
week.
I guess the look then towards Koi, because first half looked kind of like
Just
we
John,
not
yeah, John's the
expected,
only
but
one
again,
without it at the
hope
moment.
to see a similar look where they still looked as confident, comfortable, individually impactful. A lot of things that Koi looked great at during kickoff, but now it's like, okay, do they have that adjustment on the second half here? Do they have that growth area as well? Because we've seen Liquid kind of tick in the box. They've closed the gap here. They've looked good doing it. Now we have to ask the question towards Koi. Obviously, we are in a tech pause here. This isn't a tactical one. I think the producer did tell me what it was. Didn't listen. Sorry, Alberto. But they're investigating, that's why. Someone is out there with their little investigator hat on, figuring out what the problem is. But still, it's are those key markers there for Koi as well to show that
Woot,
improvement? Because
yeah,
it is a rare
Woot
treat to
is
get
meant to
downtime
be here third
during,
week.
you know, if you're a team, if you're finishing towards mid to
How have
top
Liquid
bracket
been
this
doing?
season,
Oh man, the
and
first
especially if
half
you're in that top bracket, when
was
you
the
ever
first
get time
half
to
did not
readjust,
fill me with any
come back out
confidence.
with a new look. But these
Second
guys
half
did
has been
have
a lot
downtime.
better.
They didn't go to
But they
Madrid,
also
didn't
have one double
qualify that
pistol,
far,
so
they've
we
had
need to
time
see
hopefully
more Byrons.
identify those issues. So the question is, how are we going to see that with Koi now?
Is Weber
right?
playing for
Because
week
they
1
had
and
that
week
great
2?
first half,
No,
they'll
they
be
said
happy
the
enough
mini
with
boo's
that,
gonna
but that
fly
was never
out.
their issue, right, from regular kickoff.
So it will just be the
so I mean,
same
just to
lineup they've
tie up
been
the
using.
Liquid thing, it's like they really focused on playing into their strengths and making sure that their strengths are sorted. But when we look at Koi right now, we know that their strength was their attack side and their weakness was the mid rounds and their defense. And the reason why defense is so hard is because you can't have all 5 players on the same page going towards like one coordinated effort. Hey, we're gonna take middle. Once we have middle, you guys are gonna do that. And once you do that, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna end here. It's very
Liquid always
easy,
start
like
slow,
flow
at least into the
charted,
year, if
everything's
you're looking
all
at
laid
that,
out,
yeah.
Everyone knows what to do.
Do you make flowcharts?
I don't make flowcharts,
Okay,
but
I was
like
just
I mean, it's like a more of like a mental.
Woot,
you know,
yeah, Woot's
whatever.
pretty unreal.
So when you go into the defense side here, you
Why
have
did
to
Mini
have
step
this
down from
individual
Fnatic?
decision
More
making.
of just
You
a
don't have
lifestyle
that same
thing. I think it's a
flowchart
lot
where
of
you have, like, really
pretty
clear-cut
full on.
protocols and if-then statements. People need to make their own. Internally, just decide like, hey, if this is gonna happen, I'm gonna do that. And you can't have
I
one
can't
person
imagine
kind
that
of babysit
the assistant
and hold the
coaching
whole
is much
way
more
and
chilled out though,
kind
to
of
be
like
fair.
micromanage. You can't do this. It starts
Okay, in
from
terms of
square
where we
one
are,
where
money
you
is low for Koi, so second Byron for them.
Control these unit groups and whatever. Like you're not a commander, so you're there, you're doing your own thing, and you're part of the map. And you're like, oh, they're doing this stuff. Like I can suggest something across the map to you. Like, hey, they're doing this. These are your 3 options. Pick one and do something. And if the players that are on the other side of the map don't make a good plan, or don't make the plan in time, or don't execute it on a timely fashion, then that's when things fall apart. And you know, if you're Koi and you are the coach or the IGL and you're on this off season and you're looking at what do we need to focus on? Well, our attack game plans are solid right now. We don't really need to focus too much on that.
Maybe.
Let's focus on our defense a little bit. Let's focus inwards and figure out what are we doing.
They can't talk during tech pauses? Nah, no one can. That's why we paused after.
Between our attack and defense.
But it does feel almost harder because you are.
I think this is a good timeout for them in terms of like second buy rounds. This could be one of those halves where they could get nothing into it if they don't actually win one of these big buy rounds.
You either get the IGL, it's a very clear-cut plan, you can kind of work through it. You don't get to determine that pace or whatever thrown at you on the defensive side. So this will be quite a test of the individuals and their capability to question, to find out, to find those answers.
Okay, what do
And again, it was
Koi want to do on this one? They changed up the wall. The earlier wall was this that I was talking about, right? Pressure over towards here, crossfire, and then retake on site.
Curious at this point, right?
Bad arrows.
Time to step up and
So they
show
changed
if
to just
they've
the
made those
normal wall. I'm pretty
adjustments
sure
that
they're
they
only
would
doing
like
this wall on
with
pistol and
Can
eco,
Koi do
just
something
because it
similar
creates
where
pressure and you can retake easy.
I guess relieve us of any of those worries from that kickoff side, which I think we're being very honest about this, but neither of these teams would have been happy with their kickoff results. I think that's a
Aid
very
I
obvious
goes
sentiment,
deep
but
over
still,
towards A, clears
back
all
into
of this
Liquid.
out.
Be taken towards middle to begin with.
Yeah, so
think we're starting to
Nats
see
goes
the,
back to clear. Just make sure that no one pushed
the
up
issue with
close to
Koi's
his
defense
wire.
here, with our composition, they don't
Enzo
have a
gonna
central
go dog
here
towards
to get
A to try and
the
pull a
passive info
rotate,
to
and then
kind
they're
of,
gonna
like,
walk
lean on
towards
certain
middle.
places so they can gamble fight
Or
and get
flash deep.
real value with this breach stun. So right now it's a hit and it's a miss. They don't have a turret to get triggered. They don't have a camera. They don't have trip wires. They don't have alarm bots.
I'm just gonna get pretty
Without
low here
that,
though.
They have to spread out. We see,
Yeah.
you know, over on
And
A,
maybe
the
this
Fate
op
now
is gonna
has
get
to use
thrown
her
to
prowler
someone
again,
else so that they
sees
can enter the
nothing
site.
Immediately, maybe she can get on a deeper
Yeah.
line, but then Omen's sitting standing here holding B all by himself as well.
If they get over towards the site, they have ult, and Grabino has flash and smoke, and this smoke just came down, so this is going to be this smoke here for 15 seconds, and then he has a flash. Dude, I don't think they can win this round. This flash is going to be so good, right?
This is a lot of pressure in your hands. You got to find a little bit of value.
Yeah, that's it done. That was the only kill that could have saved Liquid in terms of this round.
Back in from heaven. 13 seconds. Liquid leaving this so late in the day. But Mystic on the bailout, Nats on the follow-up. They need a
no way. Oh my, that was...
They got to get it down. Spike's down, but so are the rest of the side. Nats the only one standing in a 1v1. Ult going to come through looking like Quake. But already Starks are going to reveal his position. Going to drop on down, and now there's problems. Oh, Nats! You are filthy!
Oh my god, how on earth did they manage to win this round? That should never have happened, bro. Some of the whiffs over towards back of sight, that was not the one. Nicely done from Nats, that was huge. But...
He's so clear cut. He's a good boy.
And such a big buy round.
Like nice one.
Well, when in Germany. So,
later.
I love how, like, so many people would start freaking out with, like, 12 seconds left on the clock, and you're like, oh my god, there's 12 seconds left. It only takes 4 seconds to plant the spike, or whatever, you know, roughly. So, you don't have to stress out in those situations, and part of the reason why those situations work is that Koi's going to be in positions that they can't really get
big
great fights. They're
going to be there, bro, they had no right winning that round.
So, Team Liquid...
They were like, if you're watching that one back as like Koi, gonna be kicking us off.
This practice game,
VOD review
we're
round.
not gonna do anything but hitting in the last 20 seconds, just so we can get
most rounds of VOD review
being
rounds,
on
but
low time and being able to still get into the site, get the spike planted.
Yeah, this default with this trip is so nice. K-Corp, like, you know, old K-Corp when it was like Nivea and Scream, had like 2 really good things. This trip, in terms of default, was really nice for taking B main, and the smoke on loads us over towards C is really strong. Yeah, look how hard that is for them to clear, and then they know that they're going aggro again. It's really cool. It's a nice shot from Grabino though.
Had to do something. You're working with bits and pieces, and actually Grabino's found a bit of a problem here. Gets the TP back away, and he's got
and TPs to back a side to help him out. Breach all comes in as well. This is a nice round from Koi in the end though.
They made a mountain out of a molehill, and Mystic and Enzo are in tatters. Enzo looking to try and recover. He does well to find 2, but this now is down to Mystic. He's got to do so much.
He gets a stun on the breach, gets a spike.
Hello, what is going on here? This is
I mean, the breach ate the Omen flash, so we didn't hear it.
A great deal to play with, but you told me it only takes 4 to plant, so it's not a problem. Mystic now, what do you do with this? You've got to commit to this one. And he does. Oh,
nicely done, Yem from Koi. So the only round they won so far on defense was a thrifty. Grabino honestly hit the shot that made it all doable.
That's like a prime example of Liquid not kind of having that coordination. What happens? They go 1 for 1 at B main. Not the end of the world. They know Koi's fighting for B main. What does that mean? It means mid's probably open. So what happens? Liquid moves up mid. 3 of them. They're backstabbing B site. Yes, Omen ultis from A over into the back of the B site, but what happens next is Nats, the solo person B main, walks into them when he knows his teammates up B heaven. He doesn't have to go anywhere. All he has to do is wait there and wait to see if they push him. If they push him, cool, he kills them. If they don't push him, cool, his teammates come from the back, and then he
that's a nice fight, bro. You get a lot of space over towards him.
He goes out too early, he overheats. And this is the prime Liquid issue that they had all of kickoff, and that's what you hope to see them
some
fix.
of this money's low. I mean, honestly, if Koi lose this, might even be the map.
That's gonna be you know the coaches are kicking themselves too. You know they're sat there and they've seen that and they're just devastated. Again, it happens, but you don't want it around like that. And
oh my god, 6 HP, 7 HP.
It doesn't really matter.
There is a heal, so Nats at least goes back up.
Yeah. So Enzo being alive even on 6 HP is so valuable. Nats is back to breathing.
3 Parson stacked. Original A hit's been stopped, so they try and just prod over towards A main. They've definitely been watching some Sentinel stuff, I feel like.
Exactly why.
I mean, it's hard enough as an IGL when that happens. It's like, oh man.
Don't do this to me. But at this point, I mean, what do Liquid have here? They've got Heaven control, they've got a little bit of a step towards A, but there is still 3 players here. This is a lot to handle. Mid is out of the question, it looks like, at least for now. Maybe they want to test this, but that Viper's Pit is going to be holding. This is hard to clear.
Trying to pinch this guy, but 25 seconds.
The problem is, look at Cameron's position. I kind of like this, going late lurking, but again, Nats gets rewarded. That's better. That's what he wanted probably in the previous round, but this patience
15
pays,
seconds.
and now they're rewarded towards
Reach
Heaven.
on site.
There's one player on the site. How much damage can one man do? These late round hits now starting to become a factor.
Great smoke for him to play around with, and that's lovely. Just realizing that he might push into the smoke. Safe plant goes out. And
everything looking good here for
Liquid kind of still this round.
And stabilization is it's like one of those things where it sounds super obvious and easy to pull off, but it's one of those things where when you're in the moment and all this chaos is happening,
I think Nozo is the right play no matter what. I mean, it creates, yeah. You
want
to,
even though we're kind of
depending on how much
field,
info they've
we can just
found out, yeah, pretty much.
And let things simmer, and then maybe something happens in our way. And I think one of the things that was really cool here from what Liquid did this round was they put the pressure on
this
the
money
Viper
is not
from
great.
vents
Like these two are
and
wrecked.
from
I
the bottom
think
of the middle at the same time.
1-9 for everyone that died, and then 1,000 for these. This can be a drop because he has light armor and full util, so they will be able to buy, and it's pretty much just down to the fact that Gravino is
Team Liquid was able to move up into the site again.
saving all
There's
the
like 8
util.
seconds left as they sprayed the smoke. They got the kill on the site. They're able to get the plant with like 1 second left, but that's all you need. All you need is 1 second. So if you're going to bait out all this utility, which you have to do, there's nades, there's mollies, there's smokes, there's stuns, there's aftershocks, flashes, everything. So why not like bait it out? It's going to take a while.
Yeah. It's,
I think Fnatic will qualify for the next Masters. Yeah, I do think so.
Me, like flashbacks that it's all going to go wrong after that. That they're just going to start. You know, that doubt comes in. But this is a really big course correction. Probably puts them right back to believing in the plan for Liquid. For Koi, I'm curious, right? They've only had 1 round on this half so far. The score rate is very forgiving because of that first half.
So they still managed to buy, but the money's in the same situation again, where they're just 1 round from just kind of having to accept that this is 12.
I mean, that could be critical, but again,
Kiko 1 away, so orbs are big. This is the same wall that someone asked about, right? So initial pressure over towards here, right? That you have to walk through into a crossfire that could be a 3-person crossfire, right? So it means that you can't solo walk over towards A, at least comfortably without using the util, and it's good for retaking the site, right? They're on site and you can block here, and it blocks here as well if you want to retake here. It is a strong wall.
Like all the kills have already been decided by then, but
Liquid create pressure over towards middle using aggro Viper smoke, right? Blocks vision, Koi clear this, and probably just in time they clear this, and they know that they can now hit over towards the sites, stack the sites. And there's a lot of people here. Starkso can stay alive.
Quick execution. Now Heaven's being flooded, good damage but no kill. Again, Nat's getting maybe a little ahead of himself there. Maybe he didn't need to take that fight individually.
I love Steel here. And they can't force through this. They got to go Heaven. Guys, you can't force through this. You got to go Heaven.
We're changing, we're learning, we're growing. Mystic waiting as well. There is a very clear choke point. Now they're going to force the hand to make them go through Heaven, and look at the space being taken behind them. I like this. Mystic and Yampi considering it. Spray comes in, but it's not going to come next. So now they've got to try and take that space back from Heaven. They're going to fly towards the side. Actually, Camo doing really well. Clears through. Ult comes in. May not be pretty, but it gets the job done. Shadow and Shados not in a position to do wonders. Yampi
nicely handled in the end.
Starkso
just needed to stay alive, and it was more just the fact that Kiko was literally just like so fast on top of him. When they heard the util, I didn't see how many Omen flashes, smokes they had left, but kind of needed an Omen smoke to help him out on site.
They have to kind of just be like, you know what, let's just do it properly this one time to make him sound silly.
Hey, but it worked. It got them where they needed to be. This is what you were looking for, if anything.
Might be over with this round, yeah. I mean, the ecos haven't been convincing though in terms of cleaning up the ecos, so there's still that.
The round, like, why? It's like, I'll tell you why. They go into the site, right?
Yep.
Kiko does a double satchel in. He kills the Fade on the site.
Oh my god.
Here it is. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, they have the site free. They're gonna flood in and get the spike plant. So where is Team Koi located on the map? They're probably in Heaven or probably rotating to Heaven.
Yes.
So why do you need to go? You have the man advantage, you have the spike planted, and your teammates are all, they haven't stabilized. Bring that word back up from a round ago. So let your team stabilize, get into like
frustration of this one, especially been 8-4 up at the half.
Opponents are coming in for the retake. That's when you can jam them. But like they're still clearing out they're clearing out like Heaven. They're clearing out ramp still, and you're peeking into them. You're giving them what they want to be able to have.
Which region is the least competitive? You put all the regions together, China loses. Like from a 1 to 11, China loses. But they're behind. They've just been, I mean, they're like 2 years behind in terms of when they were allowed to play the game.
Got away with it. There wasn't a huge issue, but you could see that if other teams are watching this and they're seeing opportunities, if Nats is still overheating, if there are gaps still to this, there are opportunities. There's a first glimpse that these players are going to get of the teams after kickoff break, that, you know, during Madrid. So again, for Liquid, this is probably going to be a VOD check-in and a kind of question mark put towards this because, again,
Dude, they managed to force this? Wait, they must be missing util, right? Not too much. I mean, Stinger, Bulldog.
That's almost rewarded early on there, Stark, so got to be very cautious here.
Yeah, we see the Fade ultis online for him. He's down to 20 health. He almost died there. Like, why
Weird
are
having
you
a
even trying to
Fade solo play over
1
towards
versus 5
A?
on the site? You're gonna lose it, and then you don't even have the Fade ulti for the retake. So good decision here. He peels out. He's gonna go and switch weapons and, you know, get a little Bogdan Law going in, kind of.
That's a throwback to about 4 people, remember? Thank you for that one.
No, I think everyone no one forgets that.
Do you think so? That iconic. Well,
it's like a help sewer moment there, kind of.
Let's see Starks and can
They
get
fast flood
value for this
with the
ult, though,
Fade,
right? Like,
all
into the
tap of the
start.
spike,
Is
that's
anyone
the
there to
go,
capitalize
hits
on this
2. No one here to
a
rush
little bit of
in.
information, but closing that gap, what are you going to do with it? Where is the value of this?
What was that?
Like,
There's 3 people on the site, though.
Guys, they're on the site that they planted at. Enzo, yeah, there has been no ability to close down on this ult. Enzo is going to be under a lot of pressure, but it plays in Mystic. Does very well here. Bails out Enzo to get away and then reaggress. Goes back for more and can't make the most of it. Shadow levies this down to a 2v3, favorable to Koi. The HP is
Low HPs though.
It's on Nats now, and that's good. He needs more though. Knows the Starzo's up there. He's got such a good read on it, trying to toy with him, but now time is a problem. 6 bullets to play with. Oh my word! And he's done it! He forced Shadow off the spike, and that just needs to play this properly. And oh my, wait! Did he go too early? No,
Damn, nicely played from Nats. Another one just added onto the list, I guess.
Got a little close for comfort in the red
Oh,
ball
this one
clutch,
got
but he does
close.
it to get
Oh
up
my
to
god,
12.
what was that
You
from
know,
Koi
Nats give
though?
it,
Like,
Nats take it.
this Fade ult was just
We see these
so
reads on these other
nothing.
rounds, but then that's the second huge round.
He's like, do you want to flood in? No one's ready to flood in. Okay, I'm using my Fade ult.
Yeah, so it's just
Like, what?
If he's
What
gonna
was
pull
the
up these
plan
big
there?
rounds like this in these clutches, he's allowed. Okay, you can.
He's still fabbing. Let him have it. Let him have it.
You can do a 1 or 2 overheats because I know that you're gonna get like, you know, you're gonna make up for it twofold.
I mean, Nats played it like
This
really
got
well.
so dicey.
And he played the B one really well as well.
That is 12. And again, pause for thought here. Poor old Barbar. Bless him.
Bacon. Okay, 3 chances. Damn, they won 1 round and it was an
But
eco
12-9,
on
again,
defense.
if we're taking pause here, if we're taking stock, Koi only managing 1
Rubino
round
got
really on
spammed
this
down
one. This has not
heavy
been
with this
pretty
wall as I
hard.
guess he was jump spotting
Plagued
through
with
it.
issues, and Liquid looking good on the attack. Coming back into this, the buy is there, but Rubino already taken a boatload of damage, and maybe just a spam through middle connecting, but they're trying to be proactive.
Yeah, they're trying to be proactive, and how on top of this is Nats.
You feast or famine. What
Meanwhile,
can
while
he
this
do
is happening,
time?
3
Still
people are
gonna
walking
find
into
one.
B.
Still takes down 1.
They take down the
He's gonna get- I
smoker
don't know
though,
how
and they
much he
plant
saw
for B
there.
main.
Probably enough, but
Oh man.
again, they've already got side control. That should be telling in itself.
And this is, again, coming back to the limitations of Koi's defense. Because of their composition, you know, they let Liquid walk into B-side for free, and now they're all the way deep in spawn, and they're jamming this. They're
That was
jamming the retake. There's no
crispy.
chance for Koi.
Yeah,
And
offsetting
this
that
one's
timing,
fully
yeah,
done, he's got a
pressuring back
judge.
through was just gorgeous. Where are you off to?
It's last
Yeah,
round.
and
Where are you off
this
to?
guy's
There's nowhere
tilted,
around. You
man.
gotta face it.
Holy.
13 to 9.
Okay, nicely done. Double
Team
pistol made
Liquid.
that a little bit
Your
easier for them,
first
and
half
that's
may
some
have
hero
given you
plays
worry,
as well
but
in there.
that
But the
second
attack
judge
half,
was
at least from
excellent.
both sides, to be
And it's
honest, was
actually interesting
very
to see
impressive.
that Liquid wasn't just doing their lurking thing
Some of
where
the
they're setting
defense was,
lurks and doing, like, 2 or 3
oh man,
lurks.
there's some
They
big
were
mistakes
doing
on
these
both
full
these
5-man
defense halves
hits in the
though.
last few rounds. Not even just the last few rounds, like the whole half where they were just going in the last second.
Yeah, this is going to be hopefully a very good series going forward. Plenty more to come. That's only map 1.
It wasn't double pistol? I'm pretty sure it was, bro.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola.
It was? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Caballo Grande. Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Okay, for people that are new here as well, VOD channel every single game. even China, because Ryan's going to cover some of the Chinese games. So anytime you want to watch a VOD,
hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant Switch. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
That was Koi's map as well, right? Koi picked this map. Wasn't the most convincing win. Yeah, double pistol and some hero plays is, but they also messed up a lot on, like, there's a shaky defense again from both of these teams. Like, there's a lot of time both of these teams went on the same page. Okay, let me spam some ads. We'll be back. We have Ascent coming up. Chris as well. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Chris, I'm delirium with the prime. Thank you, mate. All right, I'll be right back.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
What a fantastic start that was from Team Liquid. They're on the board, are leading 1-0 in this best of 3 against Koi. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Boneko. We had a lot of questions about Liquid. Boneko, do you feel like they answered those questions? They make you feel less concerned?
Yeah, I feel like even though their defense was a little sloppy, for sure, I feel like on attack, I feel like they showed a lot of patience when it came to their plays.
Yeah, exactly, and also identifying the mistakes or the gaps more like on Koi's composition and also the way that they were interpreting the map. I think that it gave them an edge. They only dropped one single round on the attack. I think it was brilliant to see Team Liquid play like this.
Yeah, this is the Liquid that we wanted to see,
yes,
right? The Liquid with that synergy and so on. Kakuka, I know you wanted to show a particular round that might illustrate that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not this one. This is actually about Koi, right? And how they were managing to stack up so many rounds on their attack. Actually, if we think about the map that is coming now, seeing this, it speaks a lot to what Koi needs to do on Ascent to turn things around. They were very patient. They knew exactly how to react to everything, how to freeze time after time, especially when Team Liquid was going to go back in the aggression, being very aware of the ultimates and the pressure that they were putting on to mid. This is the kind of Koi that we need to see moving on to Ascent.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like for Ascent, it's going to be like for both teams, who will be showing up on the defense side. I feel like on this map, at least on Split, I feel like both of the teams had great ideas, but I feel like, you know, like both teams just kind of let them, you know, like slip away. On attack side, I had like, I feel like both teams on attack, they're very good on that side. Defense, I'm just a little worried.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it speaks to how the game is evolving and what is based off, especially here in this year. And this is actually the round that I wanted to show. Bear in mind, this is the first buy for Koi, right? They get that first pick onto kickoff, onto mid, but the response is instant from Team Liquid. They use the wall that they have from Jumpy to take onto these positions very, very quietly. We see Gravino like refreshing those smokes, and also Camo going on the way to help. Obviously, with this short range, they don't have a lot to do. The movement is beautiful. How Jumpy responds, how Nats also, and how the rest of the floating goes onto this side, it speaks of how well prepared they were for this situation. We have weapons that will work better in that short range. Let's try and make that work to our advantage. This is what gives the team identity. Having a plan for every single round without the need of a lot of pauses for it.
Yeah, the attack side, you both said it looked great for both teams, actually. But one man, Nats, if we take a look at him right now in the AIM Labs warm-up before we head to Ascent, he was online, he was getting those clutches. One of the reasons why they were able to Bone Cold to win so many rounds on their attack.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like I really loved, I kind of want to even go back to, you know, like the previous play. I feel like the players that are also like, you know, like coming back from, you know, like main to side to help the players was fantastic. But for Nats, I feel like he was having like so much impact on those, you know, like 1v like X situations. You could even see on one of the last rounds with the beautiful 1v3.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he was there to show up when he's in that lurker role, but I think that he was a lot more measured in that sense. To me, we saw Nats that was comfortable on the attack. Now the defense
Maro
is
is
still
stacked.
the
What's
big
the
question and how to
what's
adapt
the
to
other
it. But
game?
again, I feel like Koi's composition
Oh yeah,
was
it's Fnatic,
very
right?
suited
Yeah.
to be very
Holy hell, yeah,
explosive
tomorrow
on
is
the
so
attack,
stacked.
and that is kind of expected, right? That you cannot counter that. But to me, seeing Nats like this, getting both the opponents but also winning the clutches is the best shape that you can get of Nats.
Yeah, and Ascent is going to be interesting. Both teams, they haven't
Views
played
on
it yet,
GE.
this year at all.
I mean,
And for Koi,
kickoff wasn't
the Warriors on
impressive,
the defense,
but
they
I'm
won
excited to
0
see them
out of
with a
9
normal
retakes on
bind.
Split. 0, not just
But I don't have much
literally
faith in
0.
them.
And you
But
cannot do that on Ascent.
Oh yeah, totally.
I'm not sure anyone
again,
would have
back
too
to
much
how
faith
the
in
game
them
is played
after
this year,
kickoff.
Peak in Ascent, and knowing that you're most
Oh.
likely going to start on the
There's a good
attack
chance that they
is
can
not
look a lot better than I
detriment
think.
anymore. Because
And I
if you
hope they
think
do.
of the set rounds and how the teams are
My
interpreting
prediction
the
for
game
Fnatic,
and how important
Heretics.
those very flashy
Should be a lot closer now they have mini boot playing.
work around the map, I think that it
But
gives
if dude's
some
got
edge
school,
onto Team Liquid. They were playing so
might
well
just be
with
playing all
time
the
on
the normal
Split,
stuff.
having, you know, a mix of running the clock down or having very flashy executes. I think it gives them an edge on Ascent.
Oh, 100%. You could see on Split, the patience was beautiful on some of the rounds by Liquid side. I feel like, you know, like they didn't, there was times where they did not hesitate at all to just go in, but you can also see, you know, like them just, you know, like holding
Yoru?
And again,
Who's playing
I go to,
Yoru?
like Nats, who's just holding down his amen until the time runs red.
And this is the thing, like I said, we haven't seen their Ascent yet. Are they going to be cooking? You know, are we going to see something different?
Oh.
And we will. Yoru, let's go.
I mean, I was literally one of my highlights for this map was, yo, Kika's gonna be back on the jet. We loved it when it was on Icebox, when he read that record.
I mean, I
and he
said
felt so
I said I wanted something
comfortable.
different
But
from
here
Liquid.
is another layer
I'm not
and
sure this is the
another
map I would have
reason
gone
why
for,
Team
but at
Liquid
least we got something
might think they
different,
have
I
an
guess.
edge on this. Also, Nats on the side
The
from we
Yoru?
might have also had the question, is he gonna go back on
I
that
don't think
Yoru?
this has
Maybe
much
he wasn't very comfortable.
longevity.
But
I
Nats
think
on
this
the
seems very
side,
similar to like
especially, with the performance that he just had on Split,
some of the
it's
stuff
going to
that
be
Loud is
brutal.
doing,
Now,
but
is Kika going to step up
we'll see.
to the Euro plays that we've been witnessing for the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see. For me, I've never got to actually play the meta where, you know, like Viper and Yoru were so prominent. So it's going to be so nice to see, you know, like what Liquid has been cooking up here.
I mean, is this where you're...
This probably has a good chance to work here.
How did Koi come back into
I'll say that much. But in terms of like,
Koi just, even Koi had,
after a demo, there's some of the issues with Yoru. You know where most of the TPs
so
are.
I feel like they just have to, you know, like show up, you know, like reset from the first map and, you know, like start with a lead. I feel like that's the way.
Starkso has to come back online. He was not feeling it on split.
We'll see if he can indeed. And I'm going to hand this over to your casters once again. Pansy and Steel, what do you make of this?
Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot to be looked at here. I mean, composition-wise, a couple of changes coming through. How do you feel about the Yoru coming out here, Josh? Does it fill you with confidence and joy, or do you not really care that much?
Viper Cypher
it's going to be
again.
interesting because we usually see Kiko on the Jet on situations like this. So, you know,
Viper Cypher might be able to combo pretty well.
Yoru on it, it's going to be interesting to say the least.
Sure.
You know, we do get to see them starting on
It might
attack,
be,
so that plays into it a little bit because
it might really struggle on attack, I'm not going to lie. We'll see. Depends what the Viper util's like.
So,
Sharp with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 14 months. Thank you for the support.
Yoru could do it in kind of like unique ways because he could just TP. It's like a long range open TP to get across certain places. So we're going to see that being leveraged a lot. We're going to see kind of like what their prep was going into
As
this.
a Yoru on Ascent, it's not as good as a Jet or even a Raze in my opinion. The flash is great. It's just the fact that a lot of your TPs sometimes are going to be obvious. But they could have some stuff where like they have smokes and they're TPing into smokes and stuff like that, which could work out well. They have a Silver with it as well, so right? They could, I guess they could do some like different smokes into TP with recon behind it. We'll see. And there's also a lot of good Viper util that they can do to Lark if they want to. They can do some of the loud stuff, they can do some of the T1 stuff. Maybe T1 stuff would work well for Yoru.
It feels like
in terms of blocking off vision on short.
Quite creative too. There were very early adopters of certain looks, certain compositions. Blame it on Sliggy, blame it on Bacon. It doesn't really matter. It's one of their faults. But they normally do come in with some nice cooked up ideas. Now, hopefully we get to see it kind of fleshed out, right? That it isn't just like a bit of a quirk that looks a little bit one-dimensional. I want to see depth to it. So there is that, and how it fares up against a more traditional composition, right? Like that's gonna be a nice little kind of pound-for-pound how does it work.
There was a backhanded compliment at the end there though, so maybe I'll take it.
It's a actually preemptive tech pause, so we don't even get the floor glowing red. So, you know, my allotted amount of tech pauses, I've hit both of them now. That is in my contract, so
well done.
That's done. That's done. But yeah, no, it's again, I think it's a nice testing point to see where Liquid are, what they're looking like.
It's always gonna flame me. That's the thing.
And for Koi, they got to
once the stream, she'll get a flame in there.
That is a horrific way to full stop it, right? That half losing, not even the score.
Ready for all the watch parties? Yeah, dude, I took actually took like the kind of time off from Masters to now, pretty chill. Did some YouTube stuff. Other than that, was been very chill. Okay, Koi. Oh my. Koi on defense, Liquid on attack. And we have double frenzy. Double frenzy. We got triple sheriff. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, already looking like it was
triple sheriff. Everyone waiting for the mid. So they're gonna go for a mid crunch. If they got smoked off, they would have flashed in front and they would mid crunch. Knife goes in, it hits some over towards A, and they just push up middle. They loot. Oh my.
It's gonna be a big fight.
This is gonna be wild.
Aldrone sees it, but who's getting to draw blood? It's gonna be Shadow at least answering back to Yampi's first.
How many sheriffs did these guys
This
get?
is ridiculous. It's just a brawl.
I'm really surprised that Kiko didn't go in, but they did a nice smoke to block vision.
Flip back towards side. They do at least get a couple of players ahead of this. This is
Whoa.
terrible. What? Starkso?
Whoa.
Come on, what is going on?
What were the shots there from Starkso?
What just happened?
Yeah.
Just
It was looking good, and this guy just strolls through a smoke and takes down two.
I want to watch a replay on that. That was baffling.
Listen,
in terms of the pistols, by the way, 2-1.
Enjoyer on pistol rounds. Usually I get it on attack. I don't do that on the defense that often.
Bro, why is no one looking at door?
Yeah, that was what?
Your wall goes down and no one looks at door.
One of the things I was going to point out was that, you know, Team Liquid, they have a lot of reps playing against probably a standard comp like what Koi is running right now. So they're going to have like ideas and defenses against this. But
in terms of the buy here, Starkso, in terms of Koi are allowed to death, basically.
Put in a lot of uncomfortable situations. So being being able to be aggressive like that and being able to stuff them at middle there and have this mid-round fight and just be so confident.
Yeah, I mean, Stuxer just walked to smoke and found like 3 of them.
Yeah, he literally strolled through a smoke, had time to do double body shot, like double side shot.
Who's going to the door and closing it, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where's the pathing at?
I'm on your side, all right? I'm on
Okay,
your
my bad.
side. Camo, gonna make light work of Mystic. And again, Spike's over here. This isn't a round that I'm expecting too much from. As it stands, I can see who's gonna build up towards that ult as well. Camo on one side, Kiko gonna claim
This
it
is
on the
at
other,
least
so
good
obviously
for Liquid that they
build that up
find
nice and
this
early.
trip early, and this guy heard that.
Doing his opposite
Yeah.
number, at least on the utility. Not, however, with weaponry, and he gets to keep his life. No harm, no foul. Team Liquid making no real impact here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they tried kind of walking out. It was a 4 versus 5. All you can really do there is group up and do something together. I mean, trying to like walk out 1 by 1 with classics, you're not going to get any real value. But one of the things I want to point out is this wall right now that they're doing on A is basically getting them a little bit of control over A main. It allows you to cross. So a lot of the time, we're going to see a one-way right up here on the wall from the defenders as they're cleaning up.
You
this
got the
round.
old player though.
You know,
So they at least got a little
classics,
bit,
what
yeah.
they do.
And
So it's gonna
Phil's talking
deny
about this
that
wall
one-way
here, and
smoke.
it's
It's gonna allow you to cross
basically
the cubby. It's
basically
gonna
just
allow you to get the
doing
orb control.
the same thing
It's
as
also
like
gonna give you a
the
little bit of a pocket
split
that you can
wall on
cross.
B, right?
Also,
Cuts
it's
off
not
main
just
and then cuts off
crossing
half the
at A
site. So
main
in
and
theory, you
cubby
have
but
to
they can
play
also
on the
cross
left
the
side
line
to
with
spot.
that wall up, blocking off heaven and site info. So that's going to put a lot of pressure on A main, and it's going to help with the scaling out of the site. So as we talked about with the, you need the jet to get out of the choke point, you put this wall up, they're blind. They
Right,
need to put either
big buy
traps
rounds.
or
I'll tell you what,
cameras
Koi
or
get a
get
very
silver
good
card
bonus into
as
this
Team
one.
Liquid
4
moves out of the
Bulldogs.
choke point. Otherwise, Team Liquid's
Close
gonna
to
be able
Shadows
play out
ult.
for free.
Okay, so in theory, we'll see one of the better strats from Liquid come out into this one. Smoke towards middle.
Little bit of a
They change up their wall. They do a wall that blocks short, blocks off middle, and they go for the old Optic, I think. I think Optic stole it from someone, I can't remember, but they go for this default.
I don't really know.
Sorry,
I
that's
don't really
rhetorical,
know.
obviously.
No, I don't. You know what, Josh? We'll have a chat with them afterwards.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
pull them
we
aside.
could
Like,
ask,
guys,
yeah.
what's this about?
Yinsu, get on it.
There you go. Called into action. Hope you had nothing else planned, Yinsu. But a little bit of a look towards middle, right? A little bit of a test up there. You got a Kiko going to be trying. It took a little bit of the space and then backed from this.
They're just
So I'm
waiting
kind
for a
of curious
reaction
what
over
the end
towards
goal
middle.
is now. They're not really drawn out a great deal of util. That gives away very little either. Looking like they're going to eventually.
Hey, early B main control, right? And with this info, they Koi decide to stack over towards A. And A is really stacked. 4 people, camera, double trip. This is kind of nice from Liquid though. They have the smoke over towards A, they pick it up and then they do the T1 smoke, which double blocks vision from here and here.
Yours going to TP back to his team, maybe, or he's just going to create a lot of pressure here with the flashes, and then the split's going to come
Time's
through
really
market.
low.
Just one player.
Time is really, really low. If this guy gives a good smoke to play back a site with, guys, what's going on? 15 seconds. Good guy, I'm not even sure you got time to do this.
Where are they off to? They're pivoting back towards A. 10 seconds. They got to move.
He's got TP across.
Does he hit the trip?
Oh my god, what is going on?
Oh my, that was close.
No, I can't be having rounds like this. It's not good for me. My mental health on the line, but Team Liquid looking fine with 5 alive. It's down to the 3 on the other side who've just been drawn across the map in the most curious of ways. Shados and Shadow.
Imagine it was a different
Probably
trip.
baffled as to what just happened. I mean, if Liquid are doing these late round hits, fair enough, but that felt a little too close. A little too close. Yeah, don't get me wrong, yeah, Kiko cleared it, you know, to an extent. Felt comfortable enough to call them back over, but that was risky as hell. Shadow.
Last player standing.
An attempt was made. Not going to really find much value for it. Shadow's going to get out of there. Rifle in hand, but Josh, how do you feel about that round?
Well, it seems to me that Liquid's like, oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Navi won a major, and then they tried to load up a demo from Navi, but they found the one from like 2015. And then they're trying to like emulate that right now. So, you know, a lot of very slow rounds, a lot of like kind of misdirection, but it was not even misdirection. It's just like, oh, we got a whiff of this. We're going to just end the round with literally 5 seconds left because that's all we can do. And I mean, right now it's working a little bit. I mean, it was working on split.
It got them the round,
and
right?
Nats did have to bail them out of a couple of those, like
Odin.
1v2, 1v3s.
Yeah,
but
and
I
these
mean,
should work well against it. The problem is,
as I was saying
oh,
last
okay.
game, like,
Liquid go for this. I was going to say the problem is there's been a lot of vision blocks, so the off goes over towards B. The only place that there hasn't been vision blocks block.
I was a little bit worried. There was a moment of doubt. But hey, it's the first round for Liquid. Koi pretty frustrated with that. It felt like they did everything at least to the second, and then missed out on that A site, which they had stacked. Keep in mind, it was only Starkso on towards B. So
early B control.
we
The
go back
rotate
in,
can come in
and it
and
does
make
feel like I am
A a
casting
little bit
Na'Vi,
stronger once again.
but potentially with someone like Edward on the roster, so
Yeah.
it's a bit of a throwback even for me. Big fan of that roster though. Good old times. As it
Do
stands.
they check wine?
Is he gonna clear wine
Oh
with
man.
this?
I hope.
Nope.
Jesus. Again, this is so precarious.
What is going on? Two duels at the
Starkso,
same time, A
he's
main
stalled
and
them
close.
out, but he's now going to get pressured. Yampy just dives on him, but the trade's there. Mystic going to keep things favorable. Wine didn't get cleared,
Dude,
but it gets
what
cleared
the
up.
hell? Like, how how is the observer meant to do anything? We had 2v2 here, we had a 2v2 here.
It is working.
Yeah, it's explosive at the right moments, and I have to point out that they've been
And
really
nice round from
working
them.
on their coordination, and losing that op here for Camo is not what you want to see happen here. Like everything.
And I
is
think the
chopped,
round
and then it's like,
before,
oh, one
the
silver
fact that
lining
they
saving
used their
grace is that
the
we get to
wall
keep the
over
op in the next
towards
no,
middle
Just kidding.
No, you don't.
kind of forced them to
Again,
put
this
the op
pressure
over
onto a street, right?
towards
Just
B,
like,
whereas
it looked
maybe
like
it would be
Starkso did
towards
so
middle
well to stall them,
more
right?
if they
The
didn't
name
have the
came out, right,
Viper.
slowed them down, underhand flash, but Liquid are happy to just brawl into it.
Yeah, I think doing those types of plays by pushing into garden there and not just going straight into a straight line like a bot, just running into the site like, oh, I gotta go this way, and just being able to realize and assess the situation. Hey, the KO's here. He's
Camera
like
low,
this.
so
I
you would
could
have to
in
go
and
further
try to
to
like
see
duel
it,
this
maybe?
guy, create a lot of pressure. As long as they're not on the site and my teammates can get the site and plant the spike.
You have to go
that's all that
further
I
and
really
short
need
to
do.
see it.
So
It's kinda
let me
nice.
go and take this duel because it's 50-50. That's worth it.
Okay, this is now getting a little scarier for Koi. Starting to see that potential of Liquid coming through here, being on a knife's edge or
Hello,
not.
Prius. How we doing?
But again, this round isn't going to be fun for Koi unless they get a couple of nice connections here. Sheriffs are out. Mid is starting to be controlled here, but you can
Very
see how
early mid
close
control
by
from them.
Starkso's getting. Gonna have Shadow nearby too, potentially trying to play him into this, see what he can achieve. Gave it a glance.
Yeah, could you imagine on an eco?
Already Nats has slipped
The
ahead.
fake Yoru.
There's going to be Cabrino on the other side. Nice shot there towards Yampy. That's big. Individual moment there. Going to cost them, Yampy. No trades.
And the
for
timing
Enzo.
on
He
this,
gets his hat off.
pretty decent. Yeah, gets the all out as well. So the reply is nice at least, and these two on site have to go
You'd imagine, right?
huge.
They've got such a nice pinch towards the site. They know both players are going to be tucked on the site itself. Maybe one hell, one heaven. Let's see what they can do. Can they clear it cleanly? Kiko already going to take a look and spots that no one is actively playing.
And
into
Nats
this.
should
Cabrino,
be able to kill two here
penalty
or
shot
one.
Again, the boy is trying to put in some serious work.
Ooh, nice shot.
Shados, the only one standing. Enzo down low.
I wonder if Koi are going to do a timeout. It feels like they need to, because this comp can't really go through one choke point, right? So they got to go through middle. They've never really done too much util apart from like a cage here, I think I've seen, or the early camera to take middle. So an op at the moment in this space would be good. They got to kind of note that every single time we've seen a round, it's been through middle.
Across this map. It's a little
Koi
scary
needs
to
to do
witness
something in
sometimes because
middle.
we're seeing individuals kind of creeping forward. Yampy getting caught there on his own again against the Sheriff, but Nats on the bailout in mid.
And if I'm Shadow, I'm actually big sad here because he got his Sov ulti and then he had to be on a Sheriff eco round, and now that he has a gun round again, what's going to happen is, well, there's a Yoru with a Yoru ulti, so
This
he
is a good
doesn't even
timeout,
get
and you
to
should see
really
something towards
use
middle.
it, because if he uses it at the wrong time, maybe Yoru pops out of his ulti with a shorty, you know, in the back pocket. So
They got the
it's gonna
Yoru
be
ult as well.
really
Yeah, they might
interesting
just
to
go
see
for
how they
something
set up
similar
the-
to their
the
pistol
Sov
rounds
ulti
where they
here on
leave a
this
site.
round.
Because
I
with
think
this
they should
ult,
leverage it
Liquid
100%,
might actually be
whether
able to
it
hit the
be
sites
on a
now as
retake,
well.
whether it
So they
be
might
on
just
some
go for
sort
like a
of
mid
trap
crunch
play.
in reaction
They
to
know
losing
that
a
there's a lot
site.
of pressure towards A main, especially with the wall that they've been placing.
Yeah.
So maybe they try to do some sort of play to really just stuff that. And you can get really good Sova ulti lines from Garden or Heaven all the way through A main. So if they read that, hey, Team Liquid's going to go for
Why
this
is Viper not a
aggressive
main
A
pick on
control,
Ascent?
They're going to get the orb, they're going to pressure here, and then they're
The
probably gonna
default
split the map
comp
by working
has
through
just
mid.
been
Let's see if we
proven
can
to
set the
just
Sova up to get a
kind
really
of
good
plug and
beam
play
line
and
from it.
have a lot
And
of...
you can do it from different places. I
KO's
love doing
legit, man,
the,
basically. The best way to say it. KO's
well, let's
legit and
forego
the
the
Sova's
strat name,
legit.
but getting into B main and doing it from behind, let's say that.
But some of the Viper stuff that's
Yes.
coming out is honestly
We're
really
in
strong.
Germany, we're in Berlin,
Like if
we
you
need to
combine,
relax.
again, if you
Alright,
combine
relax.
the
Hey, I
E1
didn't
stuff
make it
with
up,
some of the
okay?
loud stuff,
Really?
I did not make it up.
pretty good.
Oh, who did?
What, the strat or
The name of said
oh
strat.
no, I made the name of the set strat.
Right, so it
Jules,
is
thank
your
you so
fault.
much.
Brilliant,
Yeah.
that's great.
How
Thank
long
you for that
until
one.
China
Okay.
catches up?
But
Like another
I didn't-
year, really. The other teams are already
when it
catching up. I
comes
think
to
EDG just put their foot
the
off the
Germans
pedal.
and their
Oh
Hold
my
up.
god.
Back to that.
Whoa.
What? It got to know, is that from
They went for a Vision Striker strat. What the hell is going on? There's an Omen all over towards Spawn as well in terms of Mystic, so he's taken all of B site, and they are at least searching for him.
I'm like, wait, what? It's live.
Yeah, unlucky. Mystic now. This is all topsy-turvy. Would he still expect camo here? Oh, this is bizarre. Spike left on its own. Does it drift on back? Does he clear on through? He does.
Nicely done from Mystic. They at least know where the Omen is. So Shados has a good chance here. Because they have no idea where he is, so they're going to have to clear everywhere.
Now it's on Shados. 1v2.
You would imagine he was over towards A if they're doing a Vision Strikers, right? Which is just like a pinch over towards B
still with a
aggro.
lot of kit here too. Oh, just about caught him on the heels.
They get info and they only take a bullet. That's incredible.
Right? He's going to keep
A
going
nice
forward here.
TP from him as well to instant reposition.
But he didn't
Yeah,
note
Mystic
it.
just owned this as well.
Does well, but
Damn,
what
nicely
a
done from
brilliant
Nats.
start
How
from
on
both
earth did he
sides
kill
there.
the
Happy
third
to
one
take
here
those-
as well? This is always just a nice
happy to take
default.
those
Actually,
fights.
really like
Nats
Liquid's
just
default.
hits
It's very
a
hard to play against from what I'm
worldly
seeing.
shot. Like those three were just silly.
Yeah,
I was
looking
worried
at
for
this
them on
one.
attack, but their
So,
default's really
yeah,
strong.
that was
First
my
time you play
mistake.
against this again, I think you'll lose.
Well,
But
I get
I
to see
think
it
the
on
next
replay,
team
guys.
should have an okay
Was a
time
big
against
round,
them.
right? I mean, he's been
But
having
it's
a lot
still
of
a
impact
nice
with those.
default.
one round that he kind of grease away, he'll win too in its place.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna see 4 ultis stacked up on Koi right now, including that Sova ulti.
Yeah, cage over towards here with a camera behind so you get info, and then you can create a lot of pressure in terms of B main. And they've been doing their smoke over towards here, which they pick up and they then throw over towards short. They've been changing their wall up dependent on, well, dependent on where they want to go and in terms of the pressure of where they want to put their smoke. But it has been nice.
You're right, Shadow not being given that opportunity, the timing,
Shots.
exceptional.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? They needed, in terms of the timeout, they realized that they have to fight middle, or they can't give up middle, because Liquid have to have middle to win the round. The round before, they decide to crunch over towards B through middle. This round, fighting over towards middle, and Nats is just saving them, bro.
Nats make some favorable somehow and Stark, so
He's actually
position's
been,
gonna be noted.
like, if we take away
What are you meant
the
to do with this?
the whiff that he had top of A ramp on split, like his impact's been ridiculous. He kind of like lost one round and then he's won like what, 4?
Risks in this. Leaves Nats on guard duty. Gets basically the freest plant of his life.
It's interesting though that Team Liquid went through mid there. They saw the jet smoke on the dart. They knew the knives were popped. They still went into it. They lost 3, but Nats just bailing them out
He
again.
just not even gonna check it.
And he keeps doing it. Nats.
Yeah, lovely round from Nats.
feeling it
It was
out
just an
now.
eco, so like relatively
Really
expensive, but
answering back because again,
they
Camo
gotta
did
get some
well. He
rounds.
did some good damage, right? Took the fight there, but the fact that Nats just swings it and wins it. He's a nasty little player.
We haven't seen the Yoru ulti yet, but we do see the Yoru ult and the Sova ulti both online. I wonder to see if we're going to see a combination where the Sova ulti is on top of the Yoru and just tries to get the free kills with that. And then
yeah, this is
using
a
that
solid
as
combo.
space
We've got a
to
lot
either
of
hit
money
a
now
site
for Liquid.
or
They buy
use
for
that
the
to
rest of this
walk
half
into
pretty
the
much,
opposite site like
especially
we've
with the
seen a
6k,
couple times.
5k.
But that is what my eyes are on.
We
for
have
this
a
round.
lot of ults, and yeah, this looks like it's the combo. Sova all on top and
yeah,
just
it's
normal
just the Yoru
pings.
going in and the Sova's right there.
This is
and
a
they're gonna
free
walk into the
site.
other
We need to
site.
check the rotate because it's all Urus at the moment. Knife goes into B main as well. That didn't hit anyone, and the Yoru just calls this is an empty site. No need for any combos, and he knows the trips are here, so it's a weird one. Maybe they needed to Sova shock the trips.
Anytime soon. Nats. I mean, he's feeling out the game. He's walking in first. He is entry fragging here.
If Mystic didn't have
basically.
the spike here, he goes in.
So, I mean, that's got to be gutting. But again, they still have Kiko over here. So is this going to be that like late double pump? Going to try
Yeah, he
and
can
use
just call
the
him
value
back.
of this positioning now? Shados clearly didn't see a jump up. Clearly didn't see the player.
Yeah.
Now he is going to. But I mean, by now they've already lost the site itself.
Yeah, just being able to get into the
Free
site
pass
here
and
get
mid
the spike
push though,
planted
they have a lot of
before
pressure
enforce
from
made really
behind.
good
No
because
Sentinel
Yummy has
comp.
his Viper ulti, so they're going to use that as the win condition. The Sova ulti from Shadow is online though, and
Oh.
here it is.
That's huge.
The blast in the back.
Ah,
He only
how
got
are they
damage,
alive?
He did not get a kill with it, and they're not going to be able to
They're
use
gonna
that
break
on
this
the
trip.
retake now.
And
The cross
it's
still
gonna be
isn't
Omen Flash for
fully
Omen
safe.
Flash
He
maybe
has to
here.
take it off.
Yeah.
Can they do some serious damage on this one? Waiting for
And then
maybe
the
that
trip
spike to
might
go
own
down.
them.
You can see the spam potential.
Yeah,
Enzo,
they gotta shock it.
the timing on this one. Paranoia sent.
Does Mystic Soma Flash go in, and it might hit everyone.
15 seconds. The paranoia posted. They try and
It's
maybe
3.
hit that cross now. Good tag, no frag. 10 seconds. They're running low on time, using this basically to facilitate the cross. Kiko going to try and keep them safe for the plant. Mystic on the follow-up, and now Camo's gone down. It's just
Honestly, I'm impressed. They kept this one very calm. It's a nice round. It's a nice overall round. I think the instant reaction from Koi was pretty good as well. They didn't bite too heavy on it, but Kiko did great. Yoru ult, I tell you what, Yoru ult in team play is just pretty much a free round.
Sure Shadow had drone
It's so
and
good.
dart there. He used his ulti before anything happened, and then instead of like, I don't know what they thought was in sight, like there must have been a miscomm there or something, because what we saw was the dart coming in on the site and the Omen flash towards site / hell area, but
Kiko, yeah, he's just chilling now in A for so
I feel
long.
like they could have used a drone there, found out, oh wait, they're not out yet, then when Liquid has to finally push because the Viper
And
Wall
just
could
a
be low
straight
on
up sight hit, and this is the stuff that the comp struggles
that's when the dart
with.
comes behind, they get to get the free kills and the spams. Something went really wrong in that round for
I mean, they at least got a KO out of them. KO ult out of them in the first like 20 seconds, and they didn't get full info in terms of how many numbers there are, and they should feel relatively confident because Nats has been solo just taking over towards B the whole time. And Koi still trying to stick with the whole game plan that they had in terms of the timeout of the fact that they need to take middle, and this comp can't really hit from one direction.
Baller if Yampi walks into A side and pops his ulti towards tree or something. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be baller.
It's Yampi. It is Yampi. It is Yampi, and he's done something quite similar, but they've lost out in middle, right? So
Ult goes in over towards A, knife hits just Yampi.
Passage towards the A side, but
Man,
not
what are they going to do? They have a flash to get out of it. Kiko one flash.
Surrounding this ult on so many fronts. Nice flash stock, so turns it, comes back out, can't do much more. Good trade for Camo and Shadow, still keeping them in this. A Mystic not going to make it.
Oh, Judge
better.
gets that kill. If he didn't jump, he kills him.
So many curiosities in these rounds.
Okay.
Josh.
Yeah,
weird rounds, but again, nicely done from Koi in terms of actually reactively taking middle, and that's like the main thing that's going on at the moment. It looks like they might have sussed
They're
it.
going to scale out with the flash. I thought that, oh, this is looking good. They have like an idea of how to get out of this Viper ulti, but I feel like something went wrong there with the pathing or something.
The deep trip over towards B main, yeah, Nats found it on the second round, but they've kind of brought back doing it.
You're just running through into like the most open area where you're
in terms of Liquid, I don't think they need to.
just like right in front of you.
Like I kind of like this round where the fake. At least I think it was a fake that they wanted to get the KO out. I'm not entirely sure, but I've been enjoying that heavy default. It creates a lot of pressure.
But I feel like there's like a good way and a bad way
What
to do
the
it.
hell
I
is
feel
this?
like they
On the
could
floor
have
smoke.
been a little bit more efficient of how they scaled out of that ulti.
But this right here, this is just the Liquid smoke where they can just pick this up, and then they've been throwing it over towards tree once they get it. And Koi, again, just know that they've been told that they need to take back mid control, or at least like not give them middle, because they're going to lose the round. So they try to go aggro, they at least break the camera. Drone goes in. Yampi, once they realize they're fighting over towards middle, tried to take a timing on A. Maybe with the smoke that in theory blocks.
Team Liquid going to keep themselves at least within touching distance in a
Theory
3-3.
block vision.
Camo still trying to find an access point to this round. Didn't find it in middle, looking to find it through short, and he gets overwhelmed. Now there's problems. Do they try and springboard from the back? They do, but it's going to be Mystic on the case and good damage towards Shados.
Yeah, and he
Going
can
to
just
dip
get out
away,
there.
but by now they've got the spike down on the site.
It's going to be a tough retake.
That was lovely from him. Gets out of there as well with the TP over towards Wine. Got the info.
By tiles, so
A nightmare round for Koi after winning the round before. 1-9 loss bonus for these.
Looks like Mystic's just going to miss him here on this timing.
It's anomalous. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 15 months. He already has Yoru as well. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. That's
They can
insane.
close that gap, or if they do chase it that far, I mean, Mystic can. If he wants to.
Really weird though. Yampi walks out A.
You've been watching the VODs, like the analysis. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the kind
oh,
words.
hey, we're winning on attack of Ascent 6-3. His walls
What do you
up
think
for
about
mids so that they could do
Yoru
a lot of,
with
like,
the
rocking
fade
the
ult?
boat and faking
Fade
out the sights.
util?
He
Yeah,
walks out
it's
A,
strong, man.
instantly dies.
We've
Koi
seen
has a big advantage.
that was like the main
Instantly,
combo
three of them
that
try one by one
it
running
was like the
off
main combo that
Cat and
Navi
taking
were trying to use on
fights.
Fracture a lot of the time when they were running Yoru.
I don't
Like
think
last
they
year.
need to do that
They
in
were
this-
always
that
trying to combo that.
situation. The Viper wall's at mid. They've killed the A lurker. And unless they're like grouping 2 people Mark and 3 people Cat, and they're gonna fight together at the same time with dart, flash, all this stuff, I feel like it's not worth it.
A little unnecessary potentially.
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah,
I
think I think it's a weird stage that Koi are in at the moment because they're trying to like appease the coach because he said that you got to fight over towards middle, which is the right call. But then I feel like they're forcing it too much. Like the fact here they get the kill over towards A main, I think you can then cancel the mid stuff. But like they know that they've been told pretty much in the timeout, guys, you lose middle, you've lost the round. So that round especially there was like they got the win. They actually probably could chill a little bit. But they're just so like tunnel visioned of the fact that if they don't have mid control, they lose now after the timeout, and it looks uncomfy for them.
Shocks are coming out for it. So they've had to play into middle a lot. Here comes the Yoru info. Here comes the Omen flash. But that's just to get a lot of pressure so that the mid walk.
Yeah, and he sees the Omen here as well, and this is what we're talking about. That they need to go aggro over towards middle. Still doing a good job of doing it all. Kiko eventually managed to get out of his ult and just stroll over towards A since he spotted the Omen and the KO. Right, KO over towards short, Omen over towards, well, over towards tree, Omen over towards short. Just keep an eye on Nats as well, lurking.
Now my kind of question marks are going to sit with Nats, because they're basically taking the site with 3, right? Rather than the 4 that they have, they're going to opting for just 3 of them to take this.
Yes, he's timed the camera.
So they're scared to cross. They use the Viper Orb to get the cross.
Bro, look at Nats at the moment.
Closing it yet because I think they're creating space, an opportunity for Nats to be able to backstab through guard.
Okay, maybe, I mean, maybe he had to get something. What the hell? Just like I'm watching Yumpy on,
I don't know.
I mean, they put a double bounce on it.
My bad.
Yeah, that's on me. Again, does seem a little preemptive, but
knowing that Nats just died at
I mean, might come into play at one point. This guy has a drone and a recon.
At spawn. I feel like they were so far away that he could have waited another 5-10 seconds before he did that, but maybe it's perfect timing. Here the...
Oh my god, almost.
Yeah, actually almost got a kill. That's madness. But the pings are like he has one molly.
He's got the plant to play for. He spammed out. They're all too aware.
Molly missed as well.
Gonna share the wealth here, get Shadow back on that ult as well. Very well handled, and a couple of things going wrong there for Liquid, not getting that backstab they wanted, even with all the space they garnered. They just didn't have what they needed there.
Yeah, being able to stabilize on those post plans and just make sure you're on the same page. Are you playing in or are you playing out? Because
the Lenny special, the shock darts over towards site, bro. Not even joking you, when we had Yumpy, it was like Yumpy on Sova on like Breeze. Every single time for about 2 weeks in practice, he went over towards a site and they had the plant down, he would run to the spike and he would do those shock darts. 2 weeks solid. And like no matter how much I'd tell him to be like, Yumpy, don't do that, he would just do it. He would just do it anyway, man. There's no controlling him. He was a lunatic for
especially not without lineups.
I don't think it ever got him a kill.
I was kind of hoping to see something, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, we saw something.
We did. Was it good?
It wasn't good though. But it was something.
And it looks like a pace change, a gear shift from Liquid. They're actually committing far heavier towards taking this market control.
Did it ever work? No, I don't think so. It might have worked once.
Down. And oh my, what are these peaks from Liquid? Just shouldering so many of these angles and winning the fights.
Good luck to Shadows back in sight.
Shadow does get a little bit of a look in actually from CT.
He's looking for a trip that's below him.
Guys,
Guys, someone's going to shoot these trips.
Massive from him. Making something out of the round that looked somewhat lost. Shadow.
Oh boy, the spam and the molly. That was a perfect molly, by the way.
Oh no.
1 HP.
Chasing down where that was coming from.
1 HP and you're against an Odin.
Starkso, 1 HP in a dream. Did I tell you about Starkso's 1 HP clutch? You heard that story?
You can tell.
Was it at least ever close?
So
there was a few times it was close.
HP. Yeah. Yampy was sitting pretty, but the craziest thing happens. Wait, I want, you know, it was the flash that really set in motion, the knife, and I don't think it's this round. You know, maybe it was one of the others.
Remember people doing that and getting like 2 to 3 kills. This is the thing. Yampy came in late, so he was like obsessed with all the stuff that we had seen for like a long time.
The scoreline. I mean,
actually mad when I think about it. We went to Reykjavik and he'd only been playing the game for like a month. It was kind of nuts.
Is that enough?
I mean,
if we're being realistic,
they've traditionally been pretty, I mean, terrible on their defense. So, you know, looking at it, it's probably not the worst thing. I think Ascent attack side is definitely pretty hard because getting out those chokes.
Yeah, and honestly, this default is so strong, and it looks like Koya are just so not used to playing how they have to play over towards middle that they just look out of their depth in it. Like 8 rounds without the pistol against a Yoru only comp is really impressive. And it should look, this comp should be unreal on defense.
They might be a little bit overheated, yeah. They might be a little overconfident and start doing too many mistakes. Granted, they've been hitting their shots, so we'll see.
Camo. Right off the
Yampy
rip,
got
gonna take
hit
all
by
that
the knife
space.
here,
Yampy
so they
did
know
get
he's
noticed,
over
you can note
towards
clear on
site,
the
somewhere in
screen to
this
press, so
area.
They've got to be aware he's around somewhere, but clearly had no idea he was this close, and Yampy gets away with day by robbery Liquid. Tearing him apart, man. Grabino, you gotta go way above expectation here, and there's a 3-man squad swinging you on Cat. I don't think you're gonna get much more. Grabino, anything to do here. Smoke there, tries to swing it.
And Yampy played that so well. The recon was really nice as well. He just went to the area which their players cleared.
I think now it's chalk for Koi because when
Yeah,
Liquid's playing like this, where they're all so comfortable and confident that they're able to do this, but not only go for the plays, because we always see them going for the plays, it's just that it doesn't always work out for them. But now that they're hitting their shots and it's working out for them, they're catching the great timings, they're hitting their shots, everything works. This is like what you do. Like when you're playing this style, this is how you play the game. Like you need to make sure you're hitting your shots. And if it's working, it works really well. And that's the Liquid we're seeing.
Okay,
right
3-1 in terms of the pistols, 1-1 for this map.
From what we saw in kickoff, yeah.
We got a Marshall. Wait, we got a Marshall. We got an Outlaw.
The face of like panic
No,
but
it's just
joy,
fine.
But surprise at the same
yeah, literally
time.
just like, oh my god, it's working.
Like we can do this,
guys. We can win. It's looking like the case. Mystic gonna be forced away.
Uh-oh.
Gets to repeek though. And
I was gonna say they're in a
yeah,
bad
forced off
spot
this one.
here as
Grabino
well.
already gonna find Yampy. It's Kiko to answer
Yeah, this is
back.
the farm gun.
Oh, what a
Jump.
shot! Lovely. Oh, dearie me. It's just shooting fish in a barrel,
Yeah,
isn't it?
just all
Clean
of
it
the
up,
snipers
we're
on
gonna be
this.
happy with that. 4 still standing. And making light work of Koi. Now, again, for Koi, you were kind of hoping for maybe a confidence builder out of that, something, a silver lining, some sort of reward. They're coming into what is going to be probably one of the best
Is the coach
opportunities
next
to
to
get
a
around
mill
here.
Bacon 9?
They
Yeah, it's
really
Bacan.
need to strike back
He
properly.
prefers to be called Bacan.
it's gonna be a tough one because we saw
This
how
is his
good
first time
Liquid
ever,
was
I think, being
with the
there.
runners rounds on the first map.
Taking a while.
So you know, making a very expensive for Koi. Even if Koi ends up winning this round, like they'd still be down by 5 rounds, and they wouldn't have a lot of
Eco
fun, so
saving for an op, so
not only do
Yoru
they need
op
to
on
win this, they need to
defense.
win it
Probably.
convincingly.
Oh.
Love the airy spam with a dart and probably the Yoru flash combo.
Yep.
Better with an Odin, but you know,
Hey, can't win them all, right? You can't.
beggars cannot be choosers.
I believe that is the phrase.
Yes.
So a nice early attempt. Again, Liquid will have, you know, little pocket plays for ideas like this. And this is the round to bring it out in. You know, you're not going to be keeping these weapons much longer, right? It's a bonus for a reason to try and come up with something, a concept, up against the rifles. Already doing a good bit of chip damage towards camo. So
Does the knife hit the... Oh, that's the knife. They do
Very
default
familiar
knife.
defense from
This
Team
is
Liquid
strong. That means
we
the
saw
kill
on
trip
Split,
and
where
info trip stay
they
up.
know that they can't hold everything, so they're trying to hold B.
Enzo
really strong,
has
and they're
recon
trying to
as
hold
well.
For the cat run up. So
Could
if
be
it's an A split,
relatively
they just 2v
costly.
whatever,
Let's see.
however many people are coming up cat, 3 people usually. And if it's A site, they play off the trips. And they're just gonna have to play the full retake, but it doesn't matter. They did this on split too.
Yeah.
It came down to
The
one
timing
player
was
alive
off
for
here.
Koi,
I think
and
they were
then
just
Team
too
Liquid
scared
was
to
able to run
short.
away
I'm
with
not
the
entirely
half
sure if
after
Nat's got full info or not, but...
Again, close, but not quite doing exactly what Enzo would have wanted, but they can clear the door pretty quick. You see Koi do get the plant down, 5 still standing.
Well,
3 on
camera
the
for
side, 2
retake.
towards main.
Omen
Mystic
smoke,
has a
flash.
smoke, has his paranoia. Zuxo gonna at least delay that for now.
Camera.
Not gonna be cleared either. This is good time purchase. Waiting to see this go through. There it is, flash high. Gonna start drifting down from this one. Mystic gonna be trying to smoke off main, and here we go. Nats dives in. How's he gotten 2 from this?
How's he got that opening kill with a shorty?
He does in the end. It's Enzo there. Shados called upon. How much can one man do?
Oh,
Stunning
nice
from
shot.
Shados.
Bro, that came down to a 1v1 though.
One again for Koi, so
Hey,
very
they
expensive
live.
round.
They live. It's
It was
fine.
a
you
really
know,
sick
round on the
shot from
board.
him.
Here you go, round by round.
That was really well played by Team Liquid, though.
Yes, it was.
What I saw there happened was, I think Nats popped his camera and tagged the player close by door.
Or delayed,
so he's
yeah.
taking the dart
I mean,
out of
I would
his,
rather have it delayed
stomach,
than sometimes
and
it's
door's
like
getting
before
broken,
the
so
game and
he-
it's a
I think he might have
spoiler,
to
so
cancel
I
it.
guess that's better,
And
but
then
yeah, it is
on
pretty
that
delayed.
timing, Nats jumps out with his shorty to clear anybody in the close quarter at lane. He's able to switch to his rifle and kill the
Expensive,
guy
yeah,
that's
it's a
taking
good
the dart out
bonus.
still. So I don't know what that reaction is from the coaches. It's like, that was, all things considered, a
Good
pretty
round.
decent round.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah.
can't be mad about that one. But again, right off the
That
rip,
is
right
just
off
an
the start,
absolute
Nats with the read.
freebie. Nice
Takes away
cage for him to
camo,
get out as
removes
well.
The frontline man, the paranoia gonna come through. Does he get...
Drown?
Huh?
seen by the Aldron? I think he did.
He didn't get pinged though.
Underhand
Oh, he
punch,
did
but
get
look at the
pinged.
bodies here. Yeah,
Take it all
absolutely
back.
spammed out, but it's
Lovely
Mystic
from
again to
Mystic
make
to
the most of
descend it all the way
Does
through
so
as well.
well.
Yeah,
They
and
just
this
took
guy's...
them out of this round. Shados
Shados'
can't do it
aim's looking
again.
good, but they
Too
need
many
more than
bodies in the
that.
way
And in
this time
terms
around,
of the
and
money,
Liquid make
they
it
are
up to
so
11.
wrecked. They
Very
just
good
won one with
defenses
one
here
person
for Team
alive,
Liquid.
1,900.
They know exactly
Good
what
imagine
they
this
need
is
to
the
do.
beginning
They
of the
know
end here.
They're getting their opening picks. They're staying alive afterwards. They're waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They're not overheating.
That's their big
strat.
strat. Just the straight up B rush, and they missed the dash in. Yeah, it's not a great sign.
Boxes of the fundamentals that are flooding out together on the same timing as the Stove is fighting from lane. So many things that are going well, and it's all about the coordination issue that they had in kickoff. They have eliminated, well, I don't want to say eliminated, but they've definitely solved it for this matchup at the very least. We'll see if that creeps up again in the future matches.
Be a miracle timeout.
This really is just a temperature check, though, isn't it? Right?
America's
like
nah.
game
We'll
back into the regular season,
Sean will
this is
probably
always
be
gonna
watching
okay,
it, right?
have they
I'll
fixed
probably
the
just
bigger
raid
issues from
Sean.
kickoff? Now,
into.
you might get an answer in this game, maybe because Koi haven't fixed some of their issues. It's very hard to take.
I don't want to
you know,
just.
from a
I
very
don't want to
small
do
sample
too
size
much
of
for you. I
two
want to
maps,
just make sure that I
essentially, it
get
looks like at
most
this
of the
pace,
VCT stuff.
If it has been the bigger
It's gonna be a
fix,
long
right?
5
A
weeks,
different team
really.
could completely
Like I would
make it
like,
look
I
like they
want to
haven't
watch like some of the
adjusted for
M80
everything,
games and stuff,
to
but I think it's
eye
just
test alone,
too.
it is a tick in the box, right? It's a lot of those things you were looking for coming into this that you preemptively
Can't really
said,
rush against Liquid's comp,
fixed
yeah,
X,
especially
Y,
with the
and Z.
Yoru.
It looks like they've done
It's
their
not even the
work
Viper
during
and the
the time
Cypher
now.
as well.
Whether
Like
or not that gives
Viper
them
and the Cypher is
complete
good for
freedom
holding
for the
down the
rest of the season,
sites,
who
like you're
knows,
not
right?
wrong.
There
But
could
you
be
got the
like a hard
Yoru
stop
as well,
as
who
well
can
that
have
comes
fast
up
TP, so
next
they can
week
always
that
have
we
3
don't-
people
who
on
knows
the
when it
site as
actually
well.
eventually hits, but
Like you can't
yes, they've done
really
enough.
go
It looks
fast
like they've
against
done
this
enough to
site. It
kind of
wasn't the
step
against
up
this
from where
team.
they
It wasn't
were.
like the best
now,
call.
again, these two had met a couple of times, I think, relatively recently. First time, I think Liquid won, and then when it mattered, Koi won, right? It was that repeat matchup. So again, it could play out to the same sort of effect, who knows? But at eye test alone, Koi still need a lot more, it looks like.
Koi do need a lot more. Liquid is definitely on the right path. And if I'm Liquid's coach, I'm probably making them watch this and say, look at this, now watch from kickoff.
Yeah.
And what do you see the difference is?
Yeah.
And just ingrain it. Like burn this into your
Trip
your
breaks
mind.
and you can
Close
spam.
your eyes and you see this. You need to see what the difference is. You need to see how much better you guys play when you do this.
Such
like
good
this.
cover from Nats. Ooh, maybe needed to
Examples of it now,
cage
but this
in
is
front there.
Scary for Nats. Trying to get
Cage
involved.
aggro.
Old teammate Shados finally puts him down and making them brawl their way out on this one. Again, at least the plant is going to be here, but you're going to see the ult coming in from Kiko. But again, they're confident, right? And that's the scariest form of Liquid. When they're feeling themselves, plenty of information now. What can Kiko do about this one? Trying to toy with him a little bit here. Shadow's going to find Mystic, so he's not going to find the impact he wants. Let's get himself out of here.
Bro?
What is he up to?
Little bro?
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, it didn't really go to plan.
I had real high hopes, and they are in the ground.
That was that was very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder why he didn't come out of that first when he did the flash into B main. I wonder why he didn't come out of his ulti there and he went for the TP into deep main and then didn't instantly flash peek. I feel like there was a little bit of a hesitation there, and I think if he had instantly just chosen, just commit to the strike. Because you guys have been playing so well, you've been hitting your shots and you've been so just like in their faces, stuffing them. Why would you kind of
I mean,
just, like,
they
do
get the
this,
round
like,
after the timeout. I said it would need to be a miracle timeout. They have one of the better ults against this comp as well. I don't know if they want to use it for an eco, but and it is like literally just a straight up eco. All classics on this one. So this can be a drop of an op. Crazy. Let me drop another of an op if they want it.
I never make mistakes.
Never?
Why is there no player cameras? They were starting to do them at the beginning of rounds. I think they've had too many issues today. I guess is how they're looking at it.
Just a chat and a check-in. We've got classics and that's about it, and a gamble stack. So don't be too worried about this one. For Koi though, a great chance to hopefully get those ults coming up. You've got Grabino one away, not exactly a priority, but Shadow one off for his. Camo very close by. So a couple they can maybe start looking towards getting on. Beyond that, Koi needs to just keep this clean.
With the early info of a camera, do they then just feel like the stack would be here?
They're keeping it open-ended right now. They're going to see what they get. The smoke up on Garden. The drone through, sees nothing. They broke the camera at A main.
Nah, I think it's fine, Lighty.
Is expecting for an A hit.
Yeah, it's looking
but
like
Liquid,
they're parting this way. It should be fine.
Liquid's like, okay, no, there's no way. They broke the camera. They're doing all this pressure towards A. Like they're gonna do this and they're gonna see that we know that they're going towards A side, so they're gonna come back to B. So let's hold this B stack.
I mean, they even popped the ult with this too.
you know, when you're down this many rounds,
yeah, you just need confidence.
It's worth it. If you're
Plus, you also don't know that they full ecoed like this.
Because if you don't use it, what are you gonna like? You can't save things for the perfect opportunity. Like the perfect opportunity might not ever come. What happens if it's like, okay, Koi walks into this round, it's 7 to 11, but then they use it at the wrong point.
It may not be perfect, but there's got to be a better opportunity than when you half cleared the site already, felt no pressure. I mean, obviously hindsight is 20/20. You know, we get to see the full map, they don't. I'm just curious if maybe there could have been a slightly better time for it, but you know, we'll see. We'll see if that comes through, right? Like, as I said, yeah. At this point, should be a formality. We can just go down to the spike, really. See if they can take some, maybe a little bit of something away. Actually, that got a little more costly than expected. Shados goes down as well. I don't know what the finances are going to be like. Koi should be able to get a purchase. A little worried.
I remember a while ago people were talking about, you know, Sage Res. Is it worth it to Sage Res for economy? And I feel like there's so many things that you do in this game. Like, you have an Omen ulti. There's limited things that you could do with it to actually make it worthwhile. But one of the things you could do is you can run.
Okay, with all the money that they managed to save into this one, they got 3 ults, but like these 2 aren't great. The Omen ult's pretty good for the fast rotate. They got a Viper ult. Are they going to do something instant? At least the trips aren't there. Okay, they are.
With as many people as possible. So making sure that they have economy to win, like, you know, they can only lose 2 more rounds before the game's over.
I would love to see this from Door.
So realistically, they need to make sure that these rounds are super clean. And I think that is why they went for the KO ulti, not necessarily get into the site, but just to keep their economy up. Make sure that...
Watch any of the major? Nah, I didn't watch any of it.
3+ guns.
And it did work out. Now, Kiko...
Oh,
did he get away?
Oh, he has kind of owned it.
Not particularly looking at him like he's there.
I get a freebie here.
Yeah, zero idea. Camo just drifting in, none the wiser to Kiko's position.
I like his TP being close so that he can instantly take this angle up as well.
And again, B doesn't look like it's particularly open here. You still have that Viper's Pit sitting in place, Kiko.
Oh my.
Counts to 3.
At one point there was a double.
Trigger doesn't find any reward for it, but
3-person stack on A, another camera getting them super early info. Oh man, the Odin is so underrated over towards short. It's so good.
It's unpleasant to witness. There's no finesse to it, but it works. Enzo gets to keep his life, keep them 2 players to the good, essentially.
30 seconds left.
And now they're starting to stall out a little bit here. They've got so much more to work through, and they haven't even really started to clear towards the sites. This is just for middle and cat, that's it.
If they have to go for this, though. They have enough money to buy next. And if they save here, it just...
Yeah, they got it. I mean, they got to save. They're accepting.
Oh, man. Because, like...
Yeah, I mean, they just lost 2 and like 1-1.
Like, why not at least, like, try to go for it? Because you can still buy
Yeah, they got so much money. They might as well try and go for a hero play. I agree.
Just disagreeing on this one.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm like miscalculating the money, but like.
I mean, you got what? 5.3 on Shadow, 4.6 on Stark. So
match point.
I do want to see what Camo and Shados get towards financially, but.
I mean, 1-off jet knives.
Could have spread it out, yeah. I mean.
Boy.
I don't know.
It was a nice replay. Saw the foot.
Oh, that's horrific though to have to save on that point, right? That's how you like momentum.
Okay, 5 chances to give us a 2-0, 2-0 for today. And looks like we're going for the default. Smoke on short, recon middle, knife over towards here. Oh. Not change this up. Okay, drone here instead. So fake pressure towards middle, as we can see no one following this up, and straight up B here. And like I was talking about, the Yoru has his TP here, so it's kind of relatively hard to go fast against this comp because you just have such fast rotates. Yoru just takes the TP, now here with... What the hell are you doing, bro? That was some missed comms there. He had no idea they were out. It was going to be a great example of why you can't go fast against this comp, but... Okay, still was. Okay, nicely done from Liquid. And yeah, again, people, when they like come against a new comp, it's relatively hard for them to adjust or know how to play against it perfectly. Impressed with Liquid's attack default though. It was really strong. Really good.
Coordination and composure. We're seeing the rounds dial down to the last 5 seconds before they start playing the spike, and they're still, you know, rock solid, not freaking out. So a lot of good things that we've seen, and you know, as we talked about, you know, during kickoff, Team Liquid had had the most potential to swing from one of the bottom 4 teams up to like one of the top 4 teams, and we might be seeing kind of like the start of that, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's enough indicators, right? Like, you got to take it at eye test alone. We don't know the depth, we don't know how long this will go for, but by all rights,
it is a much better performance from them. It looks, I still think they, the defense on Split wasn't great, but other than that,
having a belting performance did certainly help on map 2. But again, looking like a tick in the box for Liquid. I think most people and most of the fans will be happy to see there has been growth.
100% win rate for Bacan at the event. It's true.
To now, utilizing the time exceptionally well. Looking like they found a couple of those flaws and polished them out there. On the other side for Koi, work's not done yet. Some of those issues still re-emerging. And yeah, look, it's got to feel good for Liquid to come out and kind of show off and kind of feel good about what they've just achieved, right? It's, the proof is
can't be wanting to pick him up.
And they've had a fantastic showing here. Have to see how they fare going forward, though. Does it keep up? Do they get red? Do people work it out? Oh, we've got Stevie on camera. If you've never met Stevie before, that was Stevie. We love Stevie. He's one of our favorite people. But speaking of favorite people, if you do want to hear more from the likes of Nats or Enzo, we'll be going right down to post-planter with Yinzu and Kakuka.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Steel. Are we favorite people? Did we make the list?
I'm about to cry.
Yeah, we made the list. I'm back with Kakuka. As Pansy said, we will be joined in just a moment by Nats and Enzo. Yeah, we're not sitting
we'll stick around for this interview.
For no reason. But yeah, they're going to be joining us in just a little bit. But before that, Kakuka, you know, you were very, very, very on it with what you wanted to see from Liquid. Did you see that today? Are you happy?
Yeah, exactly. I think that there are still some holes in the defense, but from the attack side, as I said, every single plan, I feel like you know every run what they want and how they want to do it. I feel like if we take a look at these numbers and we see that Nats is feeling comfortable, it's not only that he's getting the kills, when you see him in game, he knows exactly where he wants to be and what he wants to achieve with that. Same way, I was really looking forward into this map in particular to maybe see Kiko back on the jet.
Yeah.
Any other matches today? Nah, that's it for today.
Today,
tomorrow
is on Breeze, and I was a little bit on the
tomorrow you got
Fnatic,
Heretics, and we got Vitality Na'Vi, which should be banging.
Are Liquid back?
Yes, totally.
They're back?
Yeah, totally. It's not the fact that they just won today. There were some mistakes, yes, but I feel like they came back from all of them, and they were able to perform even in those clutch situations.
I would love to see how this comp looks second time round when people have a demo on it.
Are we moving them on the
My
thermometer? You know, are
only
they
worry.
no longer bone lukewarm? They're bone hot?
Yeah, for sure. I think that a good team is not made only with good plans. I think that there's some opportunism in there. It's not only the fact that you can take advantage of your opponent's mistakes.
Voice game's on soon.
Nice. Is onto them. And the way that they were playing,
Sean online now?
Sean
streaming.
I think that shows that it's
Need
a very
to plan ahead
well-structured
already.
Liquid, and I am going to be honest, I did not expect it for today, so I'm very happy that I saw it.
Yeah, I'm very happy as well.
Someone
What
will be
about
watching
the
it that we
other
can raid.
side? What did you make of Koi in the end?
I'm still thinking about what I saw on Split, and I was looking at the camera shots, especially for Starkster. We were talking about the vibes, you know, how important it is to keep the energy up.
Good stuff for Liquid? Oh
and
yeah,
I saw
very
him
much.
being
It's like a
little
must-win
bit
game for them.
devastated about the whole situation. You know how teams and players always say, oh, we just have to play our game. Liquid today,
Wait, who says that?
we just have to go out there and play our game. Liquid today managed to play their game, and the response from
Say
Koi
hi to
was like,
MPV, sure.
I saw a couple of adjustments. I think that especially on Ascend, there's a round where they're in the defense, and after them losing one of their members, they actually go and push, and they have a quick reaction. But
Did I change my foot cred or no?
Moments,
Nah,
right?
I'll keep the same.
A team's greatness is based
Every week
on
I'm not going to
managing
change
do that
anything. I'm
time
just going
after
to
time is what it's going to take you
stay the
far.
same.
So I love to see the work that Liquid has put
Gives me a lot of
this
hope for that though.
Now that we're going to have them here, I would love to ask them if they have been practicing against the teams
John,
that came to
dude, is
what
John
they
QT
learned.
gonna stream the the Americas?
Yeah, they're going to be
If he
joining
is,
us
then
in
for
just
sure.
a moment. But I feel like it felt like Liquid just played well. They played really well today, as opposed to Koi playing
Gone already?
badly, you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
It's not really giving me the same feeling as last year, because every game it felt like just, oh, Koi, we just want you to do better. But I feel like they can do better.
Jaws, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate you, man.
Exactly.
Thank you for doing that.
It's not only sometimes we
Still
see
support
Barbara
Liquid,
going
dude. I
crazy
got a
on
lot of
coach
friends
camp,
there,
right? Nobody
like
is a
Bacon
stranger
and
to that.
Bacon
But
for
today,
sure.
to
And
me,
like
it was on
obviously
the
their
players. Like
their heads, like the actual manager of Valorant is like one of my best friends.
It's the fact that they don't have the responses.
Like obviously,
again,
I just want Yampy. I just want Yampy and Bacon to have some success.
With experienced players.
They put a lot of
even
time
if Kiko
in.
is like the rookie. He's not really a rookie, right? You could say the same for Koi, right? But you have Shadow. And he's an inexperienced IGL coming with all of these things of players that are just not on the same level, for example, and that's for Yampy.
It doesn't feel that doom and gloom though. Like I said, it's not giving kind of like, oh, how are they going to bounce back
No. I think
yeah.
that today it was just a bad showing from Koi. Like, I know they can do better. And if we literally just think about go back to a split and how they were playing at the beginning of that map, there is definitely things they can do.
Yeah,
hey guys,
and
welcome.
speaking of doing better, here they come. Welcome, Nat, and welcome, Enzo, to Postplant. You get to sit
Can
on the
we
couch.
offer you anything to drink? You guys
Yeah, you want a Red Bull? Don't make me do this again. I dropped it before.
We run on water.
Okay.
We run on water.
That's the key. It's very, very nice to have you guys here, especially under the circumstances of what happened at kickoff. I actually just wanted to ask you guys, great win today, but from your perspective, what went wrong at kickoff? Why couldn't you do what you did today a month ago at this point?
Question to you.
Ooh, yo. I wouldn't know where to start exactly because it's not one thing that went wrong, it's multiple things, but overall it's we tried with a specific system in our team. We tried to make it a specific way and a specific way to practice, and we tried it all the way, and at kickoff we could see the results and it did not work. So after kickoff we changed a few things. We made things more intense in practice, more strict in many ways. I changed a few things in my IGLing also. We changed things regarding like to the not the composition, yeah, the compositions of course, but the communication in the team also. And on a day-to-day practice, we saw the progress from, like, it's been maybe 3 weeks that we have been practicing, and we could see the progress every day. So we can see the change, and yeah, I think that's it. I mean,
Can you share a little bit about the IGLing point? What was it that you changed in terms of your IGLing?
Ayaz, you wanna say?
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
My IGLing.
He does IGL you, so I guess, yeah.
No, but I don't know.
Bernard's gonna say nothing the whole time.
I think I am known for being a very loose IGL in the sense that I give a lot of freedom to everyone on the map, and to make it short, to make it really short, the change is that everyone still has freedom, but more responsibilities than before. But I am much more strict in the way I do things and much more clear and assertive. I will just say what to do and we do. Basically, that's the main change.
I mean, definitely it worked today. Nats, did you want to say something? You're approaching the mic regarding his IGL, just.
Yeah, I just agree with him.
Oh, you agree with him? Okay, so today you were actually feeling it. You know, we saw the Nats that we learned to love and appreciate. What changed from just your perspective from kickoff to today, just in you?
What changed?
Or do you feel like it's the same? What do you think? What's the work that you had to do to overcome what happened at kickoff?
I just put some of my stuff in his IGLing, and now we find a way to make it beautiful. I think that the thing is changed.
The recipe, yeah. We are going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, Asen, you talked about the comp change. It feels like in EMEA, at least, people have, on the whole, with the exception of KC, have kept it pretty vanilla. Sometimes we see the Cypher, sometimes we see the Killjoy. KC, you know, they were doing the Reina, whatever racing that they were doing. But it looks like you found a little bit of a sweet spot, right? You're not overcooking, but you're also changing it up from the meta comp. So what was the reason for this? Are you guys happy with this as well?
Why are you laughing?
Chicken. Reese, thank you so much.
Go say the reason.
No, you say.
The bacon buff, for sure.
From your side, it's
100%.
You think?
You can both say.
Honestly, there's no reason. We played Metacomp. We have realized that the teams that were successful were cooking their own recipe, their own food. I am French. I cook food also.
Ooh.
Like sometimes good food, okay. And I just cooked that composition on Ascent on my own. I woke up with that idea one day, and I think that composition was never played before. And I was like, this fits our team because of that, and that. The agents, the playstyle, everything. And we haven't shown much actually today about it. So that's just like pure cooking.
I need to hear what you think now, and that's for him. It was the cooking. What about you?
I mean, he is always cooking. Viper is just interesting on this map. I just send, you know, he is cooking, but
I remember now.
Should I say?
Yeah, I remember what.
Okay,
no, I understand what he means. On stream.
Yeah, we were playing Ascent. I said to him, Viper is incredible on this map. He picked Viper, and after he came with that idea.
Oh, in ranked?
Yeah.
You did this,
To be
this is a
fair,
ranked idea.
you are my comfy stream in the morning. I have to say that I spent a lot of hours watching your
We were
stream.
streaming together in the morning, and then he said, yeah, go play Viper. So I played Viper, and he played Astra, and we just did crazy things, and it was so fun. So then I was like, what can we do?
That's a rank strat. Okay, that's very, very, very interesting. And speaking of
The rank
interesting,
strats.
Nats, we have a little clip to show you guys as well. I think this is a little bit of banter between you and Mystic.
Shut the down!
Ayaz, sometimes you're so good, it's unbelievable.
You know, it's the people that go gym, you know, it's like...
It's a Mystic talking to you about going to the gym, and you didn't look very impressed.
Oh, it's just we have a joke. Some people are going gym, and in this day they playing very good, and some people who is not going gym, we're trolling them.
Oh, who won gym today?
Today?
Yeah.
No one, no?
No one.
But then it doesn't stand. Yeah, but you still play good, so it's not the gym thing, I feel like.
Imagine when he goes gym.
Oh.
He's massive panda destroying everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you don't even need to. Your form was amazing. Like Kakuka said earlier, you look great today, and the clutches as well. If we show you a couple of these clips, if you want to have a look at this screen or this screen, Nat, it felt like you just couldn't lose a clutch. Every single one that you were in. This round, talk me through what was going through your mind.
I mean, I should have won that 1v1 against Breach, and I mean, the moment when he caged me, it was only one decision from me, because I couldn't do anything else, but I also didn't want to white because I'm 1 HP, so I decided to a little bit jiggle with him, and my first bullet went into the headshot, and in the end we just shooting. So
another day in the office, but overall, you know, it's not only the clutches that we saw you way more comfortable.
Minches, thank you so much.
And I'm not calling you out, but I feel like during kickoff, some of your lurks were like in the wrong timing. You were getting in late. How did it feel today on the server to see the Nats that we saw like a year ago?
I felt pretty well. Hopefully we will see more of that lurks in the future games, and people has to be ready for that.
I think just going off of what Bear is asking you, do you think it's fair for people to say that your kind of OG Masters Berlin Nats Cypher lurking style no longer works? Like, people want you to evolve, people want you to do something different. Is that fair? And do you feel like maybe there's still legs to that?
Something should be changed in a little bit different way, but most of the stuff will still work, but in a little bit different timings, a little bit cooking. It's all about some of the little stuffs.
And it has to be linked with the IGL at all times, otherwise it doesn't work, which is why we work a lot together in many aspects of the game all the time.
That's sweet. I wanted to ask you guys, we were talking about this before you guys were here. Of course, we had some of the best teams in the world coming in for Madrid and coming here to EMEA. Did you guys get to scream a lot against them? And if so, who did you think was very strong, or who did you learn the most from? It's okay, they're gone now, so you can...
No, we practiced against a lot of teams from Madrid. We practiced a lot of Sentinels, a lot of Genji. From even before Madrid, I said that Genji will win the whole thing because of how, like, what happened on their vote, because I watched a lot of votes from different countries. And Genji did really good, and practicing against them was such, like, it was so good. They have a really good micro, they shoot really well, they move well together. And practicing against Sentinels was also super good because of their playstyle, especially their playstyle on defense. So yeah, we did learn a lot from these teams, and we did practice them as much as we could.
I mean, it definitely showed in the game that you played today. Just now you mentioned that you guys have been working a lot together. You know, it sounds like a priority maybe to get the timings right, cook a little bit to see how far this kind of Nat style can go. Is that what you're aiming for? Because it feels like on previous teams, that was a huge win condition when Nats is able to get those lurks off. Or is there something else in the identity of Liquid right now that you feel like it is Liquid?
So the identity is not going to be only Nats. I want to get value from everyone in the team. I want everyone to be super comfortable in the team. It could be because of the agents, because of the playstyle, because of everything. And to do that, you need clarity. So I'm always going to try and bring clarity to everything we do. But Gio, Kiko, is a massive aspect of how we play. Is very important. James sometimes is going to be more or less aggressive depending on what we do, and like everyone knows what to do, and I want everyone to have a lot of value and also have fun, of course. Because if you don't like you, what's the point, you know? So yeah, that's what we do. But Ayaz is obviously a big piece of the puzzle, yes.
Yeah, and where do you like see yourselves like in the ranking of the entirety of EMEA right now with the form that you're describing? With at your best, how would you rank yourself?
You don't want to answer, right? I just want to take it day by day and make progress every day because we are really far away from our peak. We just won today, but it was only one game and we have so many games to play now. So I just want to stay humble about it. We have a huge potential in the team, but we can also fail. Like everyone can fail. I want to learn from. We are ready to win, ready to lose, basically in the team. We're ready for everything. I would say like a good top 3 for the moment, but we are aiming for better. Top 3, top 4 at the very moment, but we want to make progress every day and reach that top 1.
I mean, with an extension of that, if you take a look at this graphic, you know, we're going to know, you already know your schedule, you know what teams you're going to be playing against. Is there a particular team you feel like could potentially give you the biggest challenge, like the hardest time?
I think every team. I mean, the most important point for us that we need to improve game by game. We need to improve our mistakes. I think every team is very good. Facing against every team shows the different mistakes because of the different play style, and we just need to focus on ourselves. How we can improve.
Winning this game, yeah, every game in playoffs.
That's the biggest point.
How are you feeling about your next game? Because you play
in 2
days.
Every game in the season and every game in
to prep
playoffs.
for that. So what's the prep been like, and what do you make of that match?
We will just focus on us, to be honest. We are ready for the game. It's in 2 days, so this evening we're gonna rest a bit, and tomorrow we cook again and we go and fight against footballists. So yeah.
I think it's good that you're kind of lucky in a way to just get this out of the way, like playing the 2 matches in 1 week in week 1.
Yep.
You're talking about living everything day by day, improving and all of this. How are you going to manage to keep the stamina up as the season goes by, right? Because I think that this is a big learning point. I think that Nats, you're perfect to answer this question because of how long and packed the entirety of the season was
Carl,
last
thank you
year.
so much, man.
I feel like some teams like peaked at one point and just started to go down. How are you guys going to manage to keep that in a very nice flow so it doesn't come to a point where you're just exhausted and cannot keep dealing with the rest of the year?
Ooh. I mean, I'm enjoying.
Yeah, enjoy every day, play. Obviously, have a very sane and healthy way to fix issues because, like in any team, you always have issues, right? And if you do that really well, it's not going to be tiring along the way. There's no reason. Honestly, if we do it well, it's fine. So the answer is we're just going to keep working and cooking.
So you're not scared of like getting burnt out?
No, we have a very intense schedule, but like personally, I want it so much. Like I want to win so much. I'm aware that everyone can burn out at any time, right? So we need to do things really well. But I want it so much that I'm just gonna fight for it. Doesn't matter, all the way.
How do you think missing out on Madrid affected you? You know,
Royal,
mentally?
thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. 2 months.
You want to go there. So when you were eliminated, how did you kind of get back up?
Oh, it was a huge reset.
Yeah, I think, as he said at the start, that not going to Madrid and losing kickoff showed our weak points, what we have to improve on. You have to take something from the lose, right? And you need to improve that in the other way. That's what I think we did, and that's what we're going to keep doing. And that's what is our focus. And as he said, we're going to keep cooking.
Our Team Liquid back? Are we back?
We're cooking.
We're cooking.
Yeah?
We're cooking, yeah.
But you're going to be back?
Cooking.
Oh, you're cooking. You're still cooking. I feel like I off topic completely, but you said you like to cook. What do you like to cook, Enzo? Outside the game.
Don't get me started. It's
What's
never gonna be over.
Yeah, so if we come to your house for dinner, what are you making?
I will make tacos for you, like, you know, the tortillas.
You're gonna make me tacos?
Tortillas.
Okay.
I see. Have you tried his tacos? Are they good?
Not yet.
Wait, you haven't cooked tacos for
yeah, well,
yet?
First time I heard that. About tacos.
Oh, I feel
it's
like
2 different cookings. It's 2 different cookings.
Yeah. I will make nice tortillas for you and all the team.
Okay.
I think we should come around. We should go around to Enzo's.
Are we invited?
Yeah,
Yes,
have
you
some
are.
tacos.
Yes.
Oh, I can't wait for this. We can maybe do a rating.
hungry.
We can do a rating of the
Okay, let's go.
tacos.
All the chat as well. Chat, you're
Yeah.
invited. Let's eat tortillas together.
Yeah, if you're in Berlin,
go.
come to Enzo's house.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Before we round this off, so we do this thing at post-on, of course. Every single day we get a couple of players here as guests. Tomorrow we're gonna have 2 more players. We don't know who it is gonna be. It will be Fnatic players or Heretics players because they play game 2. Would you like to ask them a question? If you can, any question, feel free to.
It can be broad. It can be to create some chaos.
Yeah,
some
you
drama.
can instigate. You can ask them if they like tacos. You know, feel free. You got a question, Layers?
I hope you have inspiration on this one.
How many times a week you go to the gym?
Oh, there we go.
You have to look at the camera. and
Yeah,
say
you
it.
want to do it once more down the camera?
Oh, that's your camera. You see it right there?
This
there
one?
you go. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. How many times you guys go to the gym a week?
Oh, I'm looking forward to this answer because apparently that's
Sabina,
like a
thank
good
you so
thing,
much
right?
for the
That's
13.
That's the gym
Yeah,
buff.
if they haven't seen this, they're going to be so
True.
Yeah, that is the gym buff
Maybe
indeed.
they got a
But
little
thank
bit
you very
wrecked
much,
with,
Enzo. Thank you very much,
injury.
Nats, for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to see you guys win and back on form again. Thank you, Kakuka, for joining me. As well, of course, Bone Cold. We will be back tomorrow for more games.
Okay,
it's going to be
chat, I'm going to stop
banger
there.
day as
Is
well. So make
anyone
sure you
on
guys
that
have
is going to be
a lovely
streaming
rest
Americas?
at home and come
And
back.
we will
I will
raid
see
them.
you
That's how we're going to do it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Give me a name of someone that's going to be streaming Americas. Bren? Is Bren going to watch Americas? Oh, yeah, I don't think he will. The Broser might. Does the Broser do, watch parties as well? Sabrosa might be a shout. Yeah, let's do Sabrosa then. What was I gonna say? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Reprovise, I need to... I'll message you in like a few days. I need to work out some just... It's a work in progress. So yeah, actually, maybe I do message you today. We'll see. Okay, hopefully this is the right stream. Wait, chat, is that the right stream? A little logo.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
That's the right one? Okay. Dude, what even is that? What is that logo? Okay, right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Same thing tomorrow. Same thing, same time. If you want to watch some of the games, absolute banging games tomorrow as well. So make sure you're on. If you miss any game, we've got the VOD channel on YouTube as well. So it's all there. Thank you so much, everyone, today. Appreciate all the subs. Reprovise for the gifted 20 as well. Thank you so much for doing that. And shout out to all the mods for being here as well. So yeah, thank you, everyone. Logos to spin bar. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, take it easy, everyone. Enjoy the games tonight. Peace. Yeah, I clicked the wrong thing. Where is it? Dude, I gotta wait another 10 seconds. Dude, I always misclick this stuff. Been two months without playing. Can't even click the raid button. All right, peace.